Hello, everybody. Welcome to Rage and Love, where we passionately debate, explore, and review topics about history, religion, science, and current events. How are you doing today, Joe?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. It's a beautiful, well, not a beautiful Saturday here in Houston. It's been rainy, but hey,
Rainy
it's
but
it's
nice.
Saturday at
Yeah,
least. Yeah,
not too bad. Yeah. Are you excited for today's show?
I am. It should be a pretty fun show. A very exciting topic. We should.
Yeah,
It can go a lot of different directions. I assume. So
I hope
and I'm
so.
also excited. We're celebrating Kelly's birthday. So man, this is gonna be fun.
Yeah, I agree too. So, since the dawn of human history, we've been attempting to understand and kind of expand our consciousness through rituals, using plants, and mind bending experiences. One of these things that people have used is psychedelics. They've shaped a lot of cultures and they've brought us amazing art. And they always continue to challenge reality, right? Like our reality and the way that we see the world. So today we're going to examine the world of hallucinogens from ancient traditions to modern neuroscience. What can these substances teach us about the nature of reality? So to help us on this journey to the unknown depths of the human brain is going to be joining us on this trip. Someone who has a lot of experience with mind trips and a great friend and fellow member of the atheist community of Austin. He's a geologist, silversmith, and overall, I would say a fucking awesome human being.
Wow, what an
You're making
opening!
me sound better than I am. So,
Kelley Laughlin, happy birthday.
thank you very
Yeah,
much.
happy birthday, Kelly. Good to have you on the show today.
When you
Yeah,
have as many as I've had, it's not such a big deal anymore. So,
I'm right behind you, Kelly. So
I
I feel
think
the
we all
same way.
are. We are following. And now to co-pilot this trip into the unknown, because I'm not really sure where this stream is going to take us today. So we need somebody else over here. He's also part of the ACA community, fellow nonprofit, physics enthusiast at heart, and he's good friend Eli Slack. Welcome.
Hey.
Hi,
hey,
Hey
nice
guys.
to have
Happy
you.
birthday, Kelly.
thanks, Eli. I feel like it
Thanks
needs
for
more
having me,
light.
guys. I can see you.
Yeah, we see
Shining
you.
bright. I was so
So,
embarrassed. I thought you were describing me the first time, and then you said Kelly. I was like,
ah man,
That
sorry
was
about that.
that was
Yeah, your intro wasn't as cool.
you did,
no, it
but
was
you
great.
are cooler.
Ah, I don't know.
So, guys, first of all, before we get into anything, for people that don't know either of you, which should be nobody, because come on, it's Kelly. Where can people find you both? Let's start with you, Eli.
Oh, well, like you said, you can find me on the nonprofits at the Atheist Community of Austin. I will be on Truth Wanted this next Friday, the 21st, as well. And then I have my own channel called the Honest Apostates. I have with a friend of mine where we right now we're breaking down the Bible. We have some other stuff have planned as well, but yeah, that's me.
Oh, it's
nice.
got the honest apostates, right?
Yeah, the Honest
Cool,
Apostates
cool,
or at Honest
awesome.
Apostates. Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I saw your friend on Truth Wanted. Was that like 2 weeks ago, maybe? And
hmm
then he was talking about it. I was like, oh, that's cool. So I went and checked it out. Really good stuff.
Thanks.
Stuff.
Yeah, thanks for checking it out.
How about you, Kelly? You're like a little bit of everywhere.
Yeah, I get around a little bit. I'm also on nonprofits. In fact, I'm going to be on nonprofits next week with Eli, as a matter of
Oh
fact.
yeah.
Oh, nice.
Nice, yeah.
Yeah,
Nice.
we'll be on together. And then I'm a regular host of Truth Wanted, and I back up Talk Heathen and Atheist Experience quite often. So you will sometimes catch me on one of those two shows as well. And I'm always
Awesome.
talking about starting my own show, but I never do. So
You should. You should. I mean, all those really cool objects behind you. You could do a whole show on that.
I would like to do something more in the veins of what we wanted Truth Wanted to be like, talking about weird things, the weird things that people believe in. So, hopefully I'll get that off the ground. I've been talking to Chris Mallard maybe about doing something on his network. So,
Oh, cool.
Cool.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds exciting.
Yeah.
I definitely
Yeah.
watch your stuff, Kelly. I enjoy.
I don't know that I would, but that's cool. Thank you.
Somebody
Yeah.
will. So, right. So, we mentioned it's your birthday coming up soon in 2 days. So, how many trips around the sun have you taken now?
I'm going to be officially old this time. I'll be 65.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's
That's the
that
marker.
age when you're considered, yeah.
Yeah, now
Mature.
I can get discounts at Denny's, and yeah.
The
You
official
reach,
senior discount.
You probably could have got away. You might could have got away with it before. Who knows?
What are they gonna do?
Maybe.
ID you?
Do they ID you? I don't know. I've never
Yeah.
tried. So
I mean, I still get kids discounts, like I'll go to a restaurant and they give me the kids menu. So
You mentioned that one time. I was like, that must be so frustrating.
like
Unless their kids menu slaps, then yeah.
Well, they
Like-
always think that they're both that our child and her are like both of my
Yeah.
kids. They're like, oh, 2 kids menus, and I'm like, no, this is my wife.
they're probably like, damn, he likes them young.
They always thought she's my daughter for sure. It's wild, but she did get ID'd for alcohol like a couple months ago, so that was the first.
No, I
time where-
didn't. I didn't get
Oh,
ID
you're right.
for
You
it.
didn't get
Yeah.
ID'd. I got it backwards.
Because I always do.
But
I always got
that's
ID.
the significant one, though, right?
Right, that was like the very first time I didn't get carded, and I was like, "Oh, okay, I guess I look 21."
Now she knows she's feeling older now. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll leave it at
For a
that.
while.
I don't have to give them my age. If they think I'm 21, cool.
when I turned 21, I went out bar hopping, expecting to get carded everywhere I went, and nobody carded me. I was
Just
so
excited to show your
down.
new, like, I'm 21 ID.
Yeah,
Like, what? You don't want to card me, man? Come on.
Yeah.
When I turned 21, I was in the military, and I came back through the Denver airport, and I went to the bar, and they asked me for my ID. The only one I had was my military ID, so I handed it to him. Your birthday is on the back. He looks at the front of it, sets it back down on the counter, and hands me my drink. I'm like, you're kidding me? Could have been doing that this whole time.
Yep.
Oh man, yeah.
I came home from the military and put on my Class A's and went out drinking. And I was 18 years old, didn't get carded anywhere, and never paid for a drink all night long. So
Nice.
Wow, that's nice.
Awesome.
So, let's see. Question for all of you. What was the best birthday you had? It could be like a party celebration, trip, like travel trip or tripping trip.
I've had a couple of really good birthday parties.
Yeah, that's a hard
Yeah, you would-
decision. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
one of you want to go first? What do you think?
Not, I don't remember too much about them. Usually when I have a really good time, people have to tell me I had a good time. So, I was living in Carbondale, Illinois, which back then was known as a big party school town.
Mhm.
And for my 30th birthday, we went through 15 and a half kegs. So that was a pretty good birthday
That's
party.
a kegger.
Between the
man.
4 of you.
Yeah, right.
That sounds like a party.
That was a pretty good party. Yeah.
That's insane.
And then a few years later, we had a nice big bonfire, and a lot of my friends, like I for some reason, I have a reputation for doing drugs, and a lot of my friends gave me a lot of free drugs that night. So I ended up taking peyote, mushrooms, LSD.
Concurrently?
Yeah, all at the same
Oh,
time.
wow.
A lot of
That's brave,
cocaine.
man. You're
Wow.
much braver than I.
So
Yeah.
yeah, and that was a pretty good night. I had a good time that night. I
At
ended
least it
up,
turned out good.
I ended
The
up
parts-
I
The parts that
firewalked
you
it.
remember. Yeah,
Yeah,
the
I
parts you remember.
firewalked that night actually.
You firewalked?
Really?
Like
Yeah,
on hot coals?
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah,
Awesome.
yeah.
Like on the hot coal?
Yeah.
Maybe.
What do you,
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, yeah. No,
Yeah,
but I really
maybe it
did.
was hot coal.
I really did. Actually, I had a guy following the fire, and his hand went straight into the buried in the
Ooh.
coals, and he popped out, and he was fine, and didn't even realize that he did it. He was so drunk. Honestly, he was drunk. And when I saw him do that, I was like, okay, I could do this, you know, and did it. So,
Well, I'm better than that guy.
yeah, right. I'm not as drunk as he is. I'm just tripping my brains out. I'm okay.
That's funny.
That's a great story. I like that. How about Joseph? Do you have any?
For my
Any,
birthday, I remember we rented out a presidential suite of a hotel. I think it was my 18th birthday, and I wasn't even supposed to be drinking, but yeah, we partied hard up there on the presidential suite and overflowed the hot tub. Had security come up there. Ended up getting kicked out that night. So we used to party pretty wild.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Mine, I don't know, maybe I'm sentimental in my old age. I had a pretty in my old age.
You're old.
I had
You're quite old.
I had a like one that sticks out just like a few years ago, like one of my like childhood friends had moved back from Vermont. I'm in Missouri, so he had moved to Vermont. Like he moved back. It was like after like I got out of like a not a great relationship and just like had a good time like riding go-karts, having some beer, throwing some axes, stuff like that, just like with a few people.
Nice.
Like it wasn't like didn't black out, didn't like do anything crazy, just drifted around some tight corners.
Hey, that sounds fun. Go-karts are
Yeah, it was
always
a good
awesome.
time, man.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like that.
Yeah.
Stories.
But we'll see. I got another
So-
one eventually, so we'll see how that one goes.
See how
I mean, you're still pretty young, so there's no telling what's coming next.
Right.
So, so speaking of trips, Kelley, I know you mentioned in the past that for the last at least several birthdays, you've always taken a mind trip.
Yeah, I have.
You have tell us a little bit about that, the experience. What is?
Ooh. I think I have a
Well,
bit of a
like-
lag right now, so
Oh,
I
sorry about that.
no, that's okay. I might have to refresh, but let's get through this and then we'll see what happens.
Alright.
It might just fix itself. So
Mhm.
I've had a habit of doing it throughout my life. I used to do it a lot. I gotta say, I shouldn't admit that, but I used to take a lot of hallucinogens when I was younger. But as I've gotten older, I try to do it at least once a year, and that's usually on my birthday, because I want to kind of knock myself out of my thinking that I get caught up in. So it helps me look at the world in a different way every time I do it. And sometimes we kind of get like stuck in our ruts, and it helps me get out of that rut every year, right? So to me, it helps me see the world in a new, fresher way every year, if that makes any sense.
it's a
at all.
reset of your mind and the way you view things. No,
Wow.
I definitely can relate to that. Yeah.
I like that. I mean, it's like starting off a new trip around the sun. That's the in a fresh
Start your
way.
trip with a trip.
Yeah. A trip
Hey,
with a trip. Yeah. Right.
yeah,
Right.
nice.
Yeah. No, that's a really good, refreshing way to reset yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like Kelley, what you're describing, like based on the research that they've been doing in the past few years, like that's what like hallucinogens do, specifically like MDMA, psilocybin, and LSD. They essentially force what they call your default mode network, which is the part of your brain that thinks about you, and forces it to just kind of like reset. And it opens up connections in other areas of the brain where they're not as strong. And it does allow you to see things and make new connections in your brain. Yeah, you're exactly like, yeah, I started researching a lot about it recently.
Would you say it's
Yeah.
like a rewiring of your pathways in your brain? Or you said it could make some connections stronger that
Yeah.
maybe were weaker to help you open up different thoughts or different perspectives, maybe?
Yeah. From what I
That's-
read, it was also saying that it could make new neural connections, so new pathways. Yeah, like you said,
Mhm.
kind of like that's why they're trying to use it for things like depression, because your brain is sort of stuck in that
that negative
default
thinking.
mode. That's just either too low release, too high release of certain neurotransmitters, and so the hallucinogens can do that. Like, I'm sorry, the psychedelics specifically can do that, rewire your pathways.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
exactly.
I've heard that too. I've seen that research as well.
Yeah.
I've also seen research that says it's an antioxidant too, and I look pretty good for 65. I'm not saying it is, but I look pretty good. So
That's funny.
So will that be just for the mushrooms?
mushrooms and LSD as well, believe it
Yeah.
or not.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Really? Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Well, and it was just that those two and MDMA, they structurally resemble the serotonin molecule, like very, very closely. Psilocybin the most closely, which is why they are like they are so effective and they work so easily because they basically exactly mimic that structure.
That's interesting.
yeah, and I read that so there was an issue like in some types of depression, especially those that don't respond to other medications, where your levels are stuck on way too low production of serotonin, and so what the mushrooms can do is like change the way that your body not the way that it produces it, but like the amount that it produces rather, and so to kind of retrain your brain to make more serotonin. So that seemed to be one of the pathways that why it seems to work so well for depression.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, they've had phenomenal results, and I think they haven't finished like phase 3, but they've done like phase 2 studies for.
Yeah, there's been a lot of research and trials like
Mhm.
that are active. Yeah.
Yeah.
So is it allowed in the US to be used? Because I remember watching a video with Neil deGrasse Tyson, and he was talking about it, but I can't. It was like probably like a year ago, and I can't remember if they say that it was allowed or not allowed to use all of these types of psychedelics for research
Yeah,
purposes in the US.
is it medically available to be
Medically, I guess
prescribed or
you
no?
would
I'm
say.
not. I don't think it is yet, right? Only if you're.
It's not medically prescribed. Mushrooms have become decriminalized in I think Oregon and Washington State. Don't
Yeah.
quote me on that. Oregon
Legal.
definitely. Uh, I'm not sure if it is still illegal to do research. It was made illegal in the 1980s during the Reagan administration when they started the war on drugs that we
Yeah.
have completely lost. But I know that some changes were made under Clinton and then again under Obama that may have allowed the research to continue. Hopefully it did, because there was a lot of cool things they were finding out about it. Like it really helped people with addiction problems. It
Yeah.
would really
Mhm.
help people like alcoholics kick alcohol. So hopefully we'll find sometime in the future that we'll be able to do research on it again and find out the good things that it does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I
And
think the
even
reason is because, like drug addiction, for example, affects your dopamine levels, whereas mushrooms don't affect your dopamine levels; they affect your serotonin. So they kind of balance you out to where you don't need that constant need for that dopamine hit from the drugs.
So
So
there's less of a
it's
chance
like
of being addicted to
right,
that type of
right,
psychedelic. You're saying.
yeah, like it gives your brain, like that time to get back to like a more leveled level.
yeah, sort of, and they say too that so they it is possible to get approved for research currently. It's a possibility to approve for research. What they essentially are trying to do is complete what they call phase 3 studies, which I don't remember the specifics of what that means, but it's a more specific study. Like, okay, now we're going to see like what it does in this context, and once they gather enough data, they can go to the FDA and say, hey, this is what this does. We can say pretty confidently, and then try to get it approved for use to treat things like depression and addiction for whatever they determine it can be used for.
Yeah, targeting certain disorder. Well, I guess you would say
Mhm.
disorders. Yeah.
Mhm. But and I found out too that actually in Missouri they have some law. I don't know if it's in place, but it's been proposed at least. Where like as long as you like report to the Department of Health and Senior Services, like that you have psilocybin and that you're going to be using it, and you don't use more than 150 milligrams of psilocybin compound, not actual mushrooms. But as long as like there you follow all these rules, then you're allowed to do it. As long as you tell the government about it. And I'm like.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
That reminded me of when years ago Illinois had a tax stamp for marijuana. So if you were an illegal drug dealer, you had to put these tax stamps. If you got arrested without taxing putting the marijuana tax on your weed, you could get an extra charge. Right?
Charge for not.
What?
Wow.
Yeah, for not collecting the taxes on the illegal weed.
That's funny.
Wow.
Insane.
I had never heard of that.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah,
wild.
it didn't last. It didn't work, obviously. But yeah,
Mhm.
it happened in Illinois, I think probably late 18. Yeah, I'm that old. Excuse me, the late 1980s.
So it looks like they did legalize it in Oregon and Colorado, but it has to be under supervised license. Well, in a supervised licensed facility when you're using it.
So for research only, correct?
Pretty much. I mean, it says it's decriminalized and regulated under state initiatives.
Yeah, they can use it
Yeah.
recreationally. What that sounds like is it's like a psilocybin bar or something where like you
Yeah,
go
I would
and
think so. Yeah,
and they
you
have
to
like
use it there.
professional trip sitters.
Yeah, yeah,
Wow, that would be
That's
that would
awesome.
be cool.
yeah. That
What
kind
a
of reminds
job.
me. It would have like opium. I can't
Oh,
think
like-
of a picture that would be like opium lounges where people would go.
Oh,
and
like
they would
opium
just
den,
get-
Yeah, the old
Yeah.
Oh, the
opium.
lounges.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Yeah,
I mean
we-
that sounds like the way to do drugs.
Yeah, I
If you're
mean,
gonna.
I mean,
have people
yeah.
be safe. I mean, make sure
Yeah.
it's a safe environment for people. I mean,
But it's a controlled environment. It's taxed. It's regulated. You know, it's supervised. Like
it's the same thing we have here in Texas.
Kind of like
I
a
mean,
bar.
they're trying to, they don't want to legalize marijuana, but if it's not legalized, people are still gonna, seek it, and you're gonna have to go, underground and buy it from unregulated dealers, and risk your life. I mean, you're more likely to get killed buying it than getting killed by the drug itself
Mhm.
when it's not regulated and sold.
And then you get states like where I'm at in Michigan, they've completely legalized it, medical and recreational, and we've seen a downtick in opioid use. We've seen a downtick in other illegal drug uses because this is now legal and people have good access to it
Yeah,
and cheap
Mhm.
access to it as well. So
Yeah. Turns out like if you just let people be happy, then like bad stuff stops happening. as
we're
much.
not allowed to be happy. The Constitution says we're allowed to pursue happiness, not
Ah.
actually catch it.
Well,
pursuing. That's just chase it.
it's like the
just chase
carrot
it.
always hanging there. We're
Yeah,
always
right,
chasing
right.
it, right? We can see it, but it's.
That means
still
I'm
not
gonna
in
start
our
Oh,
saying-
reach.
there.
that means I'm going to start saying pursuant to happiness. Like every time I'm asked to justify a crime, it was pursuant to happiness, Your Honor.
Yeah.
I like that.
Speaking of the United States, Eli, I know you mentioned to me a couple of days ago, I think it was, that you were looking into the history of psychedelics in the U.S. and that it had a short history. Because I know that a lot of different cultures have used it for like thousands of years, like plants and mushrooms and stuff. Is it different here?
Well, I guess what I should have said, that's a good point. I'm sure I don't know much about like how it was used by the indigenous cultures here. What I learned about, it's only been a short time that I've started, but what I learned about was how, and I can't even remember the guy's name, but he was a finance guy, a banker or something. And he was mycologically inclined, but his wife was a really, really, really good mycologist, and she had heard about this mushroom down in Oaxaca, Mexico, that the local natives were using ritualistically in ceremonies, and that it was psychedelic. They didn't have that term at the time, but that it gave really like spiritual or enlightened experiences. So, and that was only as early as like the 1950s. I think it was even later than that. But they went down to Oaxaca. They met a lady named Maria Sabina. She was, I think they call it a culadera, but I might be getting the wrong word. It was a new one, but it was supposed to be like a healer. She was in this culture, she was a healer, and she would kind of oversee and administer the ceremonies. So he had to kind of like convince her to show him the mushrooms, and she wasn't really like eager to do it. Eventually she gave in and did, and then he came and she was like, you can't tell anybody else about that. He was like, no, I promise I won't. He came back and published it in Time magazine, and fucking I apologize, I don't know if I'm allowed to swear.
You are, it's not a problem.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're fine.
So he published it in Time magazine, and then a lot of people, that's when like the psychedelic era started going. So like a lot of the famous musicians started going down to try the mushroom, and she ended up regretting sharing it with the guy. And she actually faced some scrutiny from like her village because of the way that the new attention negatively impacted the town.
That's true. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. So Kelley, we have a surprise for you.
Uh-oh.
Hey!
We have
Oh, hey, Chris.
Chris.
What's up, man? How you doing?
Doing
Awesome.
good. How are you doing?
That's awesome. That's
Happy
an awesome
birthday.
surprise. Thanks.
Hugs.
Thanks. Hugs.
Hey, Chris.
So Chris, I know you know Eli. You did a show with him, correct? For the No Profits. Yeah.
He was the backup quarterback, I think, that day.
Once on Truth Wanted, and then Nonprofits. For a week.
Oh, that's
Oh,
right.
nice.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
I don't know
Awesome.
Joseph. Hi,
Yeah,
Joseph.
hey Chris, good to meet you.
This
I'm
is
actually
my
yeah.
husband.
yeah.
Oh.
So yeah,
So I
so
shouldn't.
He's in the other room over there.
I see. So I shouldn't hit on him. He's taken. Understood.
Yes. He's taken. Hands off, okay?
I'll try to control myself. Good morning or good afternoon,
Good
everyone.
no, good to have you on, Chris.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's
Nice to
cool,
be here. Wouldn't miss it for Kelley, you know. Happy birthday, Kelley.
I'm just a nobody. Come on, guys.
I
He
know,
always says that. I don't
was
think
like,
he realizes.
Right.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm gonna show him that people care about him, and everybody's over here gonna come show up and wish you a happy birthday and show you how awesome you are.
This is really bad. Give me 1 second here. This has been really bad.
Uh-oh.
He's grateful, but also something's happening that requires.
See, that's better. There we go. A
Oh,
little bit of light.
Oh,
Your
you're light.
judgment. Okay, he was still on about the light.
That was bothering the hell out of me.
So Kelley, how is it like? Well, you don't look a day over 90. I mean, it's,
Yeah, I know. Isn't that
gotta say-
awesome? It's amazing. You would never
Yeah.
know that I helped design Gobekli Tepe.
You were there. Well, awesome. Well, I hope you're having a good birthday. Thank you, AJ, for inviting me to the stream. That's
I
wonderful.
know. I really enjoyed watching both of you together on Truth Wanted, and then on your show. He came on your show, and I was like, I gotta get them together again because that was so much fun. Yeah, you guys
But
are
I-
always
Well, I appreciate that, Kelley. I mean, always a good time. Always fun working.
I
with
thought
Kelley.
Chris and I had really good energy together.
Yep.
But
I'd
they-
like to
they-
do some more. They didn't.
I was about to say,
Right.
hopefully that's not one-sided, but yeah.
Oh no, I did too. I had a great time. Yeah,
Yeah,
we're
I did
threatening
too.
to do even more work together. I've been waiting for a
Threatening.
response from threatening. Yeah, I got a lot of plans, just not a lot of time.
I think that's everybody's problem, right?
Yeah,
Not enough
that's-
time.
right. Yeah, not enough
Yeah.
for sure. So Chris, we were just talking about birthdays. Best birthdays. I know your birthday just came
Happy
up as
birthday.
well, right? So happy birthday.
Happy
Thank
birthday.
Hey, birthday. Yeah.
Appreciate that. Yeah.
So tell us, what's your most memorable or favorite birthday that you've had?
I'm glad you separated the two. I have some horrific, bad memories. Most memorable? That's a story. My favorite? That's a different story.
I mean, you
no.
can share both.
No, we don't have therapists standing by. I'll give me a minute to think about it. I guess right now, if you hit me right now, my favorite, most memorable memory at the moment would be this other day. I had a great birthday stream, and a lot of people showed up. Raven Lunatic, one of my subscribers, is his birthday too. Same age. I mean, just a few days apart.
Nice.
twins separated at birth. He's an Aussie, so he's upside down. But yeah, it was a good time. Most of the time, we don't do anything we don't do much of anything, And then the wife got me a little cake, and I got to eat it on the screen. I ate all of it all by myself. I was like, so.
Sometimes those are the best birthdays. Yeah, just
chill. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like yesterday for Valentine's Day, we weren't even like, I don't feel like going to a fancy place. We just put our hoodies on and went and ate Thai food, and that was like the best,
Yeah.
Sometimes you
I
just
saw that post.
celebrate. Yeah.
Yeah. I relate with that. That's awesome.
Yeah, simple. Quick and easy. For the with me and my wife, we're the same way. To me, every day is Valentine's Day. She's beautiful. I love her.
Yeah,
And we've been
awesome.
married. We're in our 50s, right? Now, if you're a 20-year-old watching or listening to this and you're worried about your 50s being like lackluster in certain areas, they don't get that way unless you let them get that way. And I'm in my 50s, and we're in our 50s, and I mean, I've never been in a better emotional relationship or sexual relationship in my 50s. I'm like, wow, it's awesome, So I don't know what got me started off on that.
It's good to know, though. Good to know.
Yeah. It's just as you get older, you think, man, certain things are gonna. But it doesn't. It doesn't. You can have romance and love and all that.
It is very
it doesn't
true.
have to be Valentine's Day. She
Right.
walks by and I look at her every time. I'm like, I'll sneak in the room, or like I'll see her. I'll sit and watch her like a stalker through the binoculars. It's just one of those things. I always gotta pat her on the bottom as she walks by, and then she pats me on the top. Yeah.
Not the same kind of look,
Yeah,
I guess.
It's not. And once the swelling goes down and I can see out of that eye again, everything is fine.
All right, so it looks like we have another.
Oh,
Hey.
Hey there. How you doing?
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi, Scott.
Hey, Kelly. Hey, everyone.
You
Thanks,
have-
AJ and Joseph, for having me.
What's going on?
Hey, Eli and Chris.
Hey, Scott.
Hey, Scott.
I brought
Hey,
a special guest with me that wanted to wish Kelly happy birthday.
Yay.
Oh, cool.
I gotta say,
Congrats.
it looks like you two are in the same room.
He's
I was gonna say I love how Scott has a picture of Kelly's shop.
That's awesome. Is that what that is?
Yeah, that's
Kelly,
what
you
that is.
copied me. You copied me with the background.
Scott, that's fantastic, man. You have won today.
That's
I was very confused there for a minute too. So.
yeah. I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah, I was like, what is going on?
Yeah, a couple of years ago, I was Kelly for Halloween. So we had the background. I had a wig on, and it was pretty
Oh, that's
awesome.
hilarious.
Yeah.
That's
Nice.
awesome.
Plus, I've actually been where Kelly is sitting right now. I've
Yes,
been
he
in
has.
his shop myself.
Yes,
That was
Well,
pretty
you-
cool.
You got the same background now. Is that?
That
Yeah,
was,
that's what we were just
picture of
saying.
Kelly's?
Yep.
Yeah.
that was the only time the ACA did a show with two remote hosts in the same place, in the same remote area.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
And
cool.
we almost blew
That's
it too. We had like last minute tech issues.
Yeah, we did. We ended up just using one microphone for the show,
Yeah.
but yeah.
Yeah.
We
So
had-
I'm gonna
we-
ask everybody a question. Okay.
All right.
This is a question I always ask people. It actually broke Seth Andrews when I asked him the question. He was like,
Uh-oh.
"What the heck? What are you talking?" Okay, the question is, how do you think? Not what do you think. How do you think? Like,
How
how do
I-
you think in your brain, in your head? What does it look like in there?
Oof.
Like,
Are you
Words.
talking about like the experience, or are you talking about
Um,
like at a neurological level?
Yeah,
Or
the physiological.
well, for example, I will say I think I used to think very visually, like my imagination was very visual, but then it changed when my hearing got better and my vision got worse. It switched to like a very spoken monologue, and it's mostly a voice now. So it's
interesting.
very hard for me to like visualize things now. But I
Interesting.
used to do it before.
Hmm.
So like, yeah, so that's my question. Like, how do you think? How does your thought process go?
So do you
we
think
could-
the sections of your brain were actually repurposed into something else then, or what do you think caused that change for you?
Well, I'm thinking it had to do with my senses changing because before that, I had a pretty average vision, but almost no hearing.
Mm-hmm.
So that's when my thinking was mostly visual. But then when I got my cochlear implant, I would say my world was mostly hearing based. Like I was getting a lot of sound input that I didn't have before, like
Right.
understanding speech and language a lot better. But my vision got really, really bad to the point that I was considered legally blind.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like I think that because I didn't have so much of that visual input, my hearing is what sort of shaped my thinking over the next few years.
Interesting. But you can't intentionally go back to the visualizing though. Is that what you were saying?
Right. It's like it's,
If you sit down and you try to visualize, is it harder?
yeah, it's a lot
Oh,
harder.
okay.
And it's like
Interesting.
mostly like very toned down colors.
Okay.
Oh, hey. I was just gonna leave you there
Oh, look at
backstage.
this here. We
Oh,
got the whole
jeez.
gangs here.
Just when I was starting to have a good time.
Yeah, well, I do apologize about that, but when I logged in, it asked the question about an optional edition, and I was thinking, pissing off everybody on the planet, one person at a time. But then I remembered there was the guy in one of the Hitchhiker's Guidebooks who was doing it in alphabetical order. So I figured, well, hell, I can't beat that. So I'll just let it slide. So how's everybody going?
Doing great.
Hey,
Thanks
it's
for
good.
showing
Good
up,
to see you.
Infidel.
Well, I got to
Really?
say, I was really hoping Kelley wouldn't show up, but you can't get everything you wish for.
I was ready to do backup Kelley today. I was doing backup.
Yeah. Just
You,
put a
you
wig
would
on.
be the right
we're good.
choice. I mean, you've already done it before.
Yep.
And he's got the background already too. So
Right, you were ready.
I was thinking
you were
about
ready.
Infidel. I was thinking about the way we completely didn't try to sabotage Kelly's internet the day that he and Scott were broadcasting from so that you and I could go on as backups.
That's right. You guys were doing backups that day. We
Well,
were.
I think we both, between the two of us, we at least spent $1,000 just hiring other people, running decoys, and it was a very complex
Allegedly.
operation. But obviously, something was wrong somewhere. So we'll try to do better next time.
Kelly's like the godfather of his town, right? So he's fully connected, and he's got all the people watching out for him, and he's like, people come to him when they need favors, and he's like, "Oh, you come today, the day of my daughter's wedding, and ask me this favor. Someday I'll come back and ask a favor of you. Someday, Infidel is going to try to denial of service my system. So watch out for me."
Yeah, well, it definitely didn't work, and without a doubt, we didn't get this escorted out of the town. We got escorted out of the state personally. They wanted to make sure we didn't come back, but I kind of figured it was from me being me because I'm kind of accustomed to that treatment. You don't belong here, so you got to go.
Yeah, I was just gonna put you down on the stage, keep you down there on the bottom. No.
Yeah, well, I was kind of hoping. 'Cause
Appropriate.
Once again, as I said, it's bad enough, but then Scott and Eli and Chris, I haven't had the pleasure of working with you, but when I do, I'm sure I'll make sure to make it as miserable as I possibly can. I'm sure all of them can attest to that.
Yeah, Infidel is the best worst. He's the best
Oh, well,
worst.
I've seen you, Infidel. I've been watching. Yes. Oh, yeah. I'm looking
we've
forward
done
to
a lot of the nonprofits together. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't been on in 3 months, but I'm going to be on here in a couple weeks. So
Yeah,
that'll be
you're on with me again.
yeah.
I'm
I
hoping to be
know.
on
I
the-
figured
Watch
I
out.
had to suffer a little bit. It's
Yeah.
one of those things.
I just punch you.
Yeah, I mean,
Sacrifice
I
you make for
deserve
the
it.
show.
Of course, I'm trying to think of who it was that posted the link about. I know I posted it in the chat in the nonprofits, but somebody brought up a link about Jesus dying with an erection. This priest said that to his congregation during
I know I saw that too.
What?
I don't know who it was.
What would
Yeah,
make a
I-
priest even think about that?
I guess it's to explain certain things that may happen at certain times for them. But yeah, I thought it was quite the read. I mean, they didn't fire him, so they're, I guess it's like, hey, you're not supposed to say that part out loud.
Yeah.
But hey, numbers are still good, so
I was just
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Because if the numbers drop, progressive, regressive, whatever it is, you got to step back and think. At the end of the day, you got to keep the butts in the pews.
I was just looking at the screen thinking if we had 2 more people, we could play Hollywood Squares.
We could, or the Brady Bunch.
Oh, the Brady Bunch. That's what I was thinking too.
I mean, you never know.
They look up, say.
So, Chris, you have a lot of really funny Jesus and religious songs that you've created, like the goat songs. And do you come up with those yourself? How do you do that?
yeah, I do. I can't help it. It's a curse. I think it's an aneurysm pressing against a nerve. I don't know. I come up with this. I don't do the music. I mean, I write the songs, but yeah, it's just funny stuff. To be honest, the Pharaoh's curse. If you're familiar with the story of the Pharaoh, he got an STD from Abram and Sarai whenever they traveled down to Egypt. He even gave Sarai back and said, she's given me a disease, or I've gotten a disease. My whole household has gotten a disease because of her. And so the Pharaoh's curse is an STD. So if you've heard the Pharaoh's curse song, it's about that. But in reality, it starts out with "Mi burrito está no bueno." It burns when I pee. Now, I got to be honest. That was just something I sit here. I'd be like, I'm stalling. Y'all are watching my show, and I'm trying to fix something over here. And I just, "Mi burrito está no bueno." And I just kind of did that. And then one day I turned it into a song, man. It was...
Say, hey, that's catchy.
Okay.
And here we are.
So
Okay.
it starts as a bit and then becomes a song.
It became a whole song. Yeah.
Love it.
I'm gonna try to put it on, okay, for a second.
Oh,
Wait.
please. Yeah, if you can.
I think everybody needs to hear it. Let's see.
There's a music video. Are you able to show it?
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, please show that. That's fantastic.
So let's see. Hold on. I'm trying to put it on the right size.
Oh, I got you. It's being
Fuck
tricky.
those
isn't it?
kids.
There it is.
the ad. Skip the ad.
Mi burrito está no bueno. It burns when I pee. Abraham had the crotch cooties and gave his sister wife to me. El ataco fue no bueno.
Oh my God.
It stings like a bee. They told me she was his sister. Now I'm plagued between the knees. I've got the Pharaoh's curse, a case of penile plague. I've got the Pharaoh's curse, there's fire between my legs. Mi burrito está no bueno, a full bladder I fear. Abraham's lies and Sarai's touch have left me itching front to rear.
She's naughty looking.
Mi burrito está no bueno. It burns when I pee. Abraham had the crotch cooties
That's
and
a slapping
gave his
tune.
sister wife to me. I've got the Pharaoh's curse.
I mean,
So who's singing
That's-
this? Is that you singing it, Chris?
No, it's AI.
Oh, it's AI. Okay.
It's
okay.
AI did it all.
I was
Yeah.
like, wow.
Were the graphics AI generated too?
Yeah.
Did you specify that, or is that what the AI came up with?
Oh no! I went to Sora. Sora is like a thing you get for free if you pay for ChatGPT.
Oh, okay.
Sora. So I went there, and what it'll let you do is it'll let you do 5 seconds, up to 5-second clips, and up to 720p. And then you just give it a little description. Now, part of the deal with that is that he's got the Pharaoh's curse, right? So I'm really gonna release a line of products called the Pharaoh's sombrero, and they're gonna be condoms. As part of Father Flanagan's.
right.
That's why the Pharaoh's wearing the
sombrero.
sombrero, right? Because he's
okay.
wearing it's to sell the Pharaoh's sombrero condoms, and it's all just part of. Do you have the goat scented flesh candle commercial available? Do you can you show them that one? It's not a song; it's a commercial.
Let me pull it up real quick. I can find
And you
it.
did this one with AI as well?
This one I did with AI. Of course, I wrote all the script. I did all the voicing in this upload. If she can
Yeah.
find it, if she can't, I'll post it over here. It's
Okay.
got the voice of Ian McKellen and the voice of Christopher Judge. He's the Teal'c from Stargate. So yeah, I used a voice changer to change my voice to do the voices.
To actually use theirs. Yeah, AI is just
crazy.
It's amazing. It's crazy the things that it can do and what you can create with it.
The goat scented candles song, right?
Commercial, yeah, parody song. It says a parody commercial. Actually, it's not a song. There's a song to it.
Wait, are you going to release goat scented flesh candles?
Yes,
Flesh candle.
For real?
for real. Yeah. We're gonna have. All right. So here's the deal. We got goat scented flesh candles. Father Flanagan's is a line of parody products by Father Flanagan because it's Father Flanagan's line of inflatable altar boys.
So are these real candles or is flesh candle a euphemism for something?
Flesh candle. That's what we're calling them. We're calling them our flesh candle. No, I'm gonna sell. We're gonna try to sell real candles. We're gonna white label candles. There's gonna be the goat scented flesh candle, lamb scented flesh candle, dove scented flesh candle, human scented flesh candle. So we're going to have all of those products. It's just a matter of getting them underneath the line of Father Flanagan's and finding white label places to buy it. We've actually, I think Durante, who I'm tinkering with working on this, has actually found a drop shipper who will white label and drop ship our candles for us. And then there's also the Blame Eve line of feminine hygiene products that we have. We've just got a lot. There's a lot of things that are
you got a lot coming down the pipeline for sure.
Yeah, that's right.
If I can get all my rose in a duck, there she goes. Is that the commercial?
All my
No,
rose
that's
in
the
a
song. You're close. That's the song.
Yeah, that's the one I could find.
Let me find it for you real quick.
Commercial? Yeah,
Can I
if you
share
can
it with
find
you?
it. Yeah, there is a
I got you right here.
on the right side of your screen.
We have a private chat. You could send the link in there.
Yeah.
Oh, can I? Okay, I'll do that.
Yeah.
Perfect. Copy. The
How are
private
you
chat.
doing over there, Kelly?
I'm
You
doing
still
good.
with us,
How are
Kelly?
you?
Kelly's like, I want to talk about me. I want to talk about
No.
Well, yeah, I do have to say that I came in here and wanted to talk shit with everybody, but the truth is, I'm really glad to see you're doing better, Kelly.
God, thank you
Yeah.
so much. I
Oh,
am
yeah.
too. So thank you so much.
I think
So-
we were all
Yeah,
worried.
Ray said she was praying for you, so
Thank
clearly
you.
you had
Hey, it
a
must
big
have worked. I think we
acceptance.
were all
Alright, we got
praying.
that covered.
I'm glad you did because it'd have been too bad if you'd have lacked faith.
I'll be
Yeah.
honest. I was not letting on about how bad off I was, to be honest with you. So
I know.
Well, then we're
I
extra
thought
glad
so.
you're doing well.
Yeah.
Everybody knew.
So now, if you're just remember, we have therapists standing by. So if this commercial is too much, just let us know. We,
All right, let's go.
I'm not like an official therapist, but I can help you with your thoughts as you process this.
you might unmute it there.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, you haven't muted.
Oh, right.
Again.
So
Oh,
start over there.
have
there
you
go. Awesome.
seen again? Oh, and it's bad this time. A chicken just won't do. But wait, you don't have a goat for your burnt offering. Oh no, the Lord's wrath is upon you.
Insignificant person whose name I don't know, you have sinned. Probably. I shall smite thee.
What do? You're all out of goats. She left you for another man.
Fear not, my wayward child. Introducing Father Flanagan's line of goat-scented flesh candles.
Oh,
No goat? No problem. Just light one of these bad boys and let the sweet, savory scent of burning goat flesh rise up to the heavens.
Is that goat?
It's easy, it's fast, and deluxe models even have patented technology
No
that
actual
produces a
people on
goat
it.
screaming sound as the wick burns.
Father Flanagan's line of goat-scented candles. Save a goat, burn a candle.
Father Flanagan's line of goat-scented flesh candles are part of our You Do You Jew interfaith outreach program.
This is just the icing on the cake. There's the song at the end.
Yeah. So there's a
That
whole
was
song to that, but
Wow,
yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah.
This is going to save me a lot of money on goat sacrifices.
Yeah, no shit.
Right.
No
Yeah,
shit,
just
yeah.
light a candle.
Right.
That's right. That's right.
The
And
American
avoid the
goat
stone.
industry is going to go under.
You can store them. You don't have to feed them. Just use a candle. Bam, right?
I don't need the human one.
You know,
I love
the Israelites might have made it in 15 years if they'd have had candles and wouldn't have had to
That's
stop
right.
sacrificing a goat.
That's right.
No,
All right,
no
everybody,
more
break-
blood splatter all over.
No more blood splatter. Well, you know, here's the thing. Another thing about the human scented flesh candles at the end. Well, there weren't a lot of outside of Jephthah's daughter. There weren't a lot of human sacrifices in the Bible. However, Jesus, there is Jesus. But whenever you think about it, here's the thing: all Christians think all other Christians are going to hell. Everybody's going to hell except for us, right? So they all think that. This group of Christians think that group, everybody's going to. So everybody's going to hell. And when they get to hell, God is going to be sitting over the pits of hell, just smelling the burning human scented flesh candles that he's gathered. And that's what Christians are. Christians are the human scented flesh candles of the evil God monster of Abraham.
All right, I see.
See
So
where
we
that's
can
going?
send so if we get destined to go there, we could just send a candle off instead and sneak
That's
out.
right. I like it. That's right.
Wasn't it Nero that used them for candles too?
I think that's their own according to their stories.
Yeah.
They did, yeah. So that's the goat scented flesh candles. We're really going to crank out some of those products and sell them. I would like to be able to get our Father Flanagan's line of products into Hot Topic or Spencer's. You know, so
What will
Bath
the
and Beyond.
actual scent be though, or is that a secret?
Oh no! Well, I figure there's probably like whatever scents are available. We'll be dealing with whatever the candle. Now here's the deal. I live in. Yeah,
that'll work.
Oh yes, here's our goat scented flesh candle. It's actually jasmine.
I know, it's like, you mean it really doesn't smell like a dead goat? It's like I don't know. You lost me there.
Once it gets to the atmosphere, you can't tell the difference.
That's right. Well, you know, I live in New Mexico in kind of the rural area, and there's lots of goats here. So we've talked about getting real goat fur and sending it with each candle. It's the romantic notions.
Oh yeah.
Right.
New Mexico, how is it?
How is it? It's all right. It's nice. Yeah.
I mean, it might be
That's on my
renamed
short list
New
right
America
now.
soon. You think it's going to be renamed to New America soon?
New America.
Would not surprise me a bit. But you know, there are a lot of people that don't know that New Mexico was actually founded before Mexico.
Was
Go
it?
look that up.
Okay,
Yep.
I did not know that.
It's a tricky thing. It's named after technically something else. Or some other business. But New Mexico was technically named before Old Mexico was. But that doesn't matter to these people. Does it matter to these people? To the people we're dealing with who renamed it the Gulf of America? I don't think it matters to them. I don't think they know. There's a level of ignorance that is just stunning to me. Not that that's what this stream is about.
Yeah, we could all rant for days on
Yeah,
that.
We do.
I'm sure we're all having some feelings about that still, and going to continue to. And I guess
true.
feelings is being generous.
Yes.
Yeah, we originally were talking about drugs before everybody showed up.
All right.
Got
no
those two.
surprise there.
You said got those two.
Yeah. I mean,
Did you decide to thumbs up or thumbs down?
About drugs? Is that what the question is?
Right. Yes.
Oh no! Well, I think it was a double thumbs up.
All right.
Yeah.
I don't want to advocate that anybody goes out and does drugs, but they worked really good for me. So and a lot of drugs are actually legal where I live at right now, and
Yeah.
I do take the drugs that are legal. So,
Well, you know, one thing is, I don't know how many of you have seen the Midnight Gospels, but the first episode of it has a very in-depth discussion about drugs. It's really good and completely unexpected, considering this is a animated show you think is about zombies originally, but not really at all.
Oh, it's animated. What's it called?
Yeah,
Midnight Gospels?
It's by the same
Midnight
people who did
Gospels,
Adventure
yeah.
Time, but it's not for
right.
kids.
it's it's definitely not for kids.
Not for
but
kids.
it is the guy that did Adventure Time. Yeah,
You should at
And-
least
I'm gonna
check
watch
out the first episode if you haven't.
I'm gonna watch all of them.
check out. It's the third or fourth episode with Maria Bamford.
I'm gonna
as
watch
the
all of them.
assassin because that episode kicks ass.
I
What-
really enjoyed the show.
What's it called again?
The Midnight Gospels.
Where can you stream it at? They have it on
Well,
Netflix and stuff, or I'm just curious.
well,
I mean, I can find it. I mean,
allegedly, some people
Look it up.
use more dubious measures.
yes,
So
We get it.
I don't know where it comes from. I just
understand. I run my own
Okay,
Plex
let's take
server,
this
so I
screen.
shall find it.
You can find it in the
I'll look for it
underground.
though. If I find something, I'll let you know.
I have some
Appreciate
legal
that.
gummies. I'm gonna eat one.
Go for it. Go for it.
It's my birthday.
Gum it up, man.
Exactly. That's what we're here
Hell,
for.
It's
Hey,
your
you're
birthday.
40 years
Have
old
two.
now. You got to start living life,
Yes.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you finally reach the age where you're old enough to make those choices for yourself,
Yep.
Kelly?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're 16 now.
It's time I started
Getting
adulting.
younger and
damn it.
younger.
And you should start to expect some changes to happen to your body, Kelly. It's perfectly normal.
Damn, I didn't know this was going to be that kind of show. I'd have dressed
Hey,
differently.
Believe me, they started last month.
That's funny.
You can also buy weed here in little Mallard packages.
oh,
It's amazing.
Awesome.
Just like you buy on the street back in the old days.
well,
Yeah,
Just like Mama used to make.
Except they're nice,
Yeah.
pretty Mylar packages instead
Right,
of just some
exactly.
dumpy old Ziploc baggie, you know?
if you had a good dealer, they were Ziploc
Yes.
baggies. If they
Yeah.
weren't a good dealer, they were the open-end baggies, and they just wrapped around. They'd lick
Yeah,
them.
the old
right,
sandwich
I'm like,
bag.
"Dude, you just
Cellophane
licked my
from the
bag."
bottom.
yeah.
No, you get the cellophane from the bottom of the cigarette pack, and then they just melt it closed with their
Yeah.
Here you go.
Yeah, now you. That's true. Who here has done the drug trade shuffle in a Safeway parking lot where you just pull up beside and you hand them the dollar? You're like, "Hey, buddy, how are you doing?" Stick your hand like you're shaking. Yeah.
Well, you know what's messed
Variations.
up is my wife was riding through. She was supposed to meet this guy we know, and he dropped his kids off at dance, and so he's driving down the lane. Ray's driving down the lane, and he literally just tosses it into the car and keep going.
Were there cops
That-
chasing him at the time?
No cops.
That would
Okay.
be the only thing that could make it cooler.
No, they'd have been very uncool. They'd have been like, "What the fuck are you doing? I don't know that guy. I have no
hardly
idea
ever
who
bought-
he is."
Yeah.
I hardly
What do you
ever
mean
bought
my number's
illegal.
on his phone 25 times? It's a setup.
That's set up.
I hardly ever bought illegal drugs, to be honest with you, believe it or not.
Well, most stuff is legal where you are, right?
Well,
How long-
no,
how
I
long
was
is
the
it
only
legalized
person
there?
selling them.
Yeah,
that was the
but,
thing.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, you know what? Based on what you've told me, Kelly, I believe that.
I thought you were gonna be like the Snoop Dogg who didn't actually ever buy any weed. You just rolled up and was just like, "Hey, I'll give me some of that."
Happy
He
birthday,
just
Kelly.
collects.
No,
Hi,
thank you so
Infidel's
much,
wife.
Ray.
Yeah,
Was
Kelly,
that Ray?
I
I
tried to
didn't see
talk
who it
Lori
was.
into coming onto the show too, but she didn't want to.
Aw.
But she says happy birthday.
She
Oh,
did
well,
say
tell
she
her I
hates him
said
and wants him to
thanks,
die.
Scott.
Well,
Yeah,
that too, yeah.
I'm with Chris. I agree. That's pretty much a consensus statement all across the ACA, right? I mean, shit. Just saying,
When
out,
is this
saying it out
fucker
loud
gonna
again.
die?
Just saying.
Let's be honest. If anybody is going to be prayed for to die, I like my odds of being the one that somebody prays for.
Yeah, you're pretty up there. You get a lot of the hate in the comments.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I think it's just the thing to do is to hate infidel.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree.
and I accept that role. You know, it's something I feed off of. You know,
Well, yeah, it's because you hate everybody. So
Exactly. You know, I mean, I don't get to go around, especially post pandemic. And plus, it's just awkward going around licking tears off people's faces. So, you know, this is just like a substitute. This is methadone for that action. That's all it is. We're just managing it.
The new
like
That
that
is
coping
a series of
mechanism.
words that has never been said in that order.
Well, now they have.
Well, you know, I would just want to real quick. I was thinking earlier, Miss AJ, about how you were talking about how you used to think visually, and then you changed. Now you think auditorily, and I never got to hear anybody else's response. I've
Yeah.
heard that.
Oh yeah,
I
let's
think
go back
in-
to that
We got
question.
sidetracked.
just real quick, yeah, because for me, it's like 3D porn in an IMAX. What goes on in my brain, but But I've heard of the
Now I'm
actually.
trying to picture that.
I know.
Right?
I'm a visual
what you do?
person, and it's
Just
like,
keep
I'm trying
going.
to see it too.
You'd be like, as it comes at you. Anyway, for me, it's words. I visualize images whenever I'm trying to think of something. Like my headset broke, my other headset broke, and I actually kind of sit down. I was like, all right, this piece goes in there, and I can visualize that. But oftentimes, I have a voice in my head. Several voices, but in this case, we're talking about one specific voice.
Listen
and that's
to the one in the middle.
The one in the middle. That's right. So that's me. I usually I do the visual thinking whenever I'm trying to noodle soothe through something, but generally I talk to myself in my brain.
That's weird because like when I try to do that visual thing and try to solve a problem, I ended up like I will like run through movies in my head. And they almost always turn into a comedy. So I'm trying to concentrate on something, but I'm laughing at something else, so I can't concentrate on what I'm doing. And people find it unnerving when I'm talking to them because I all of a sudden start just laughing out of nowhere, and they think I'm laughing at them, but I'm not. If I ever do that to you, I'm not laughing at you.
That makes sense.
But
That
maybe.
Unless
makes
it's
sense.
infidel, then you're definitely laughing at him.
Yeah, unless it's infidel.
Right.
I always
The
laugh at
exception.
infidel.
I think it's sort of like I never would have called it like a voice, but it is. I kind of a combination, like you were saying, Chris. Like I do, like I'll see images, and it depends on whether I'm thinking of like a concrete object or an abstract concept. But like if I'm trying to imagine like something that's inside my closet, I can see that visually. But if I'm thinking about, I don't know, whether or not I think Genesis makes any sense. It's sort of a somewhere in between a voice and like reading words written on a paper. I wouldn't call it hearing something, but I'm not seeing the image of the words either. So I've never I've never known how to describe it other than that.
Yeah, I think I have a mixture. I can think visually. I think I have conversations in my head too, but I'm also wrestling with ADD symptoms too. So for me, very often it's chaos up there, and so it's a matter of reining in the chaos and trying to limiting myself to just having one or two conversations going on at once in my head. So very often I can find things that help me to rein that stuff in too. But usually it's chaos, and so I'm kind of fighting against the current often.
Scott, you're a mathematician, right?
Math teacher, yes.
Math teacher,
Yep.
okay. Do you like when you're doing math? Do you visualize like problems in your mind? That do you see the numbers or the equations or what you're trying to make a formula? I'm just curious. Like I'm horrible at math, and I can't visualize math in my head.
One thing that I like about math, I always tell my students that I became a math teacher. They say things like, "Oh, you must love math," and that's not the case. It's I became a math teacher because I love teaching, because I love working with people, and I just was a math teacher just because I was good at math. And
Gotcha.
But when I'm thinking about math, though, I find it actually calming for the chaos, and so that might be something that attracted me to that, is because I think in terms of like relationships and not relationships between people, but relationships between quantities and things and systems and things like that. And so I don't picture numbers kind of like I don't know if you remember that. What was that movie that Russell Crowe was in? Beautiful Mind, right? And there'd be like numbers flying up on the screen and stuff. And it's not like that. It's more like a like movement in relationships and that kind of thing. Like I might see something tipping over, and I can notice how the different values change as it moves and things like that. So I don't know. It's kind of hard to explain. And when I try to say it, it sounds like almost like gibberish coming out. But
does that mean that you're uncomfortable with chaos?
It doesn't mean that I'm uncomfortable with chaos, but it does mean that I try to at least occasionally calm down from that, to have a time or a place where I can go to calm down. I usually do pretty well in chaos because I live in it most of the time, and so I'm very used to it. I've learned to think pretty quickly on my feet. I've learned to figure things out as I'm talking or as I'm going along here, and so it's it's not so much that being in chaos doesn't really have a big effect on me. But if I can do, like, for example, one thing that I like to do is I like to watch military movies, and like for example, Hunt for Red October or something like that, where when they speak very clearly, and they have their special code, like when they're on the submarine, or like watching Apollo 13, they have their special code that they use, and it's very specific, and it's intended to be unambiguous and very clear. And so doing that kind of stuff helps me kind of calm the mind a little bit, and that's a very soothing feeling, and that's something that I seek quite a bit.
I relate very strongly to that.
You know, one of the things I like to do, I know this is weird, I usually do it alone because it's bothersome to the wife, but I listen to multiple, like I'll have multiple live streams up. I'll have your show, I'll have this other show, and it's like I'll have 3 or 4 shows, and I'll just be sitting, not really listening, but I listen to. It's like being in a room with a bunch of people.
With
and
multiple
you can,
conversations.
Yeah,
right?
you can just kind of pick and choose what's going on. And by doing that, it's like, forgive me, but I feel like the term neurospicy is just getting used to shit. But it really does calm me, because I can focus on this. Right. Whatever this is, instead of all the other voices. I don't know how to explain it, but I've come to it to where I do that more often than I used to ever do it.
I used to do that a lot, like when I was in high school and when I was an undergrad. Is I would have when I was sitting down to do my homework, I'd turn the TV on and the radio, and it just, for some reason, the cacophony of the mixed, of the mixed audio just kind of allowed me to kind of thread the needle and focus on what was in front of me.
I'm gonna give that a shot.
Yeah.
I've got to take serious issue with one of the things you said, Scott, and I got to take serious exception with this. You said choose the voice in the middle. Well, for me, that's never the choice. I'm going to choose one extreme or the other. But yeah,
well, to each their own. To each their own. That must be the middle voice telling you to do that, then.
Maybe so. But yeah, I like you. It depends a lot on what I'm doing, on how I process that information. Because sometimes I can get so single-minded that I will just block everything else around me. You could have a war zone erupt around me, and if I'm focused on one thing, I can completely dismiss all of that, regardless of what's happening.
Yeah.
So I heard this quote talking about ADHD that said, "Focus is the lack of distractions." I thought that was pretty deep. Makes you think about, like sometimes we have so much going on around us.
I don't think I agree with that. I think focus is the lack of letting things distract you.
Right. Yeah. Because what we were just talking about, Chris and I were both just, Chris, you're on mute, by the way. What we were both just talking about having those multiple voices. So the distractions are there to be had. Yeah. But for some reason it allowed me to, to focus. And so, so I would say it's kind of both. Focus is really either a lack of distraction or, well, I don't know if that's entirely true, because you can be distracted when there's no distractions. But it's not letting
your ability
those distractions
to shut out the distractions.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Sorry, Scott.
Nope. Yeah, I agree with you 100%.
Speaking of voices and distractions, here's another one.
There we go.
Oh, no. My guy.
I was just let anybody in here.
What an entrance there.
That was perfect timing, man.
I was sitting back there for a couple of minutes, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna message somebody on Facebook real quick, and they'll bring me in a second. And I hear, speaking of voices and distraction, and I'm like,
you're like, that's me.
That's honestly, I was fully aware. I was like, yeah, totally. She's about to bring me in. Yeah.
What's up, man?
Hey, I'm happy to be here. There's some dickhead is a little bit older or something.
Yeah.
What are we doing here?
No, not.
Wait, the one?
man.
Are you talking about the one next to you on the screen?
I mean,
If you're talking about some dickhead in this room, you have to be more specific.
I know. Yeah, I know. It's like all of us. It's like, yeah, it's terrible. No, happy birthday, man. I'm excited. I'm happy
Thank
to
you.
be here.
Thank you very
Glad to be
much.
hanging out. Yeah.
Thanks for showing up.
Of course, man. Of course. I was just fucking around, getting high. I figured, it was the right
That's
thing
what I
to
was
do.
doing.
That's
Right, yeah.
You're not alone.
You found the
How
right
do you
three.
celebrate Kelly's
Thank you.
birthday? I looked at some rocks. I got a little stoned. I mean, what do you do?
I brought my collection with me here, my rock collection.
Oh, yeah.
Get behind me.
All right.
Nice.
I have the world's
we're not
largest
gonna
rock
say.
collection.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
So we're not gonna
I-
say who or what they're taking, but there may be drugs going around here.
I don't know anything about drugs.
I mean, it's a rumor.
What is
it's a
drugs?
rumor. It's
I've
mild.
I've heard they're bad. Okay.
They're bad. They're bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a lie from the government.
Yeah.
I heard one of the shows I was watching, I think it was How to Change Your Mind on Netflix, and there was this guy that had been in the army. He had deployed to Iraq, and he had PTSD. And he says at one point during his interview, he said, "I grew up in the 80s and 90s during the DARE era, where we had good drugs and bad drugs, but the good drugs caused the opioid epidemic, and the bad drugs cured my PTSD." So,
What?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's true.
I thought it was something to think about.
Yeah. Well, everybody's, like, so many people are doing all these other things constantly and just thinking like, it doesn't affect you or anything, but like, yeah, it does. I mean, it does, nicotine, caffeine, alcohol, like sugar, like all of these things do stuff to you and they make you feel differently. And like, it's just the fact that there are certain things we've gotten so crazy about is like, is really, it was a purposeful effort. I mean, we don't need to litigate the war on drugs here, but
Well, one of my viewers in the chat
We
this
rightfully
morning mentioned how coffee and cannabis is the hippies. What do you call it? The hippies fireball? No, the hippies. Something. It was great. The hippies highball. Damn it. Anyway, but that's perfect, because you watch my show in the morning. I am lit up. No, that's not it.
Yeah.
The hippies. I'll think about it.
I was say speedball probably. Yeah.
I was
Yeah, I
thinking
think
it's
that's
definitely the
something
hippies' wake-up call. That's for
Yeah.
sure.
But you're sitting there, you're speeding your titties off because you got the caffeine in you, but you can't remember what the hell you're talking about. So I'm like, over here doing this and over here doing that. I'm like, go watch my morning show and you'll see. I'll even have my hand in the air with a point. I got a point, and I'm like, oh shit, what was I talking about? I'm like literally in the
The number of times that I've been right there.
I was watching Seth Andrews one day, and he's sitting there talking, and Seth Andrews very, very calm, serious. I mean, but you know what I mean. He's not like me. He was kind of everywhere, and he's sitting there going along, and he goes, "Oh, it's gone. Where was it?" And he goes, "Oh," and he sits here for the longest time. He's trying. I thought, "Thank you, Lord. Thank you, baby Jesus. It's not just me." Because if Seth Andrews can forget what the hell he's talking about.
Yeah, it's funny because he doesn't do drugs or alcohol even. He's like completely sober though.
Right. That's kind of my point, So, and how do I remember what I'm talking about, despite my infirmities?
Well, this is what I often will think to myself. Like I'll be watching somebody, online, and we all know the whack jobs out there in the apologist space and stuff, saying all kinds of bullshit and nonsense. And I'll think to myself, this guy's sober. Like I'm fucking hammered, at this particular moment watching this video, and I am definitely making more sense than this guy, like that shouldn't be the case. That just shouldn't be how it works,
Yeah, I mean, when you watch some of these religious speeches online, that's the feeling that you get, like, what the fuck is going on?
Right.
What are they on? And share some of that with me.
Right? Don't be bogarting the good stuff. What the heck?
I think I would get bored without drugs.
Yeah.
Honestly.
So,
I taught myself how to play the piano on weed. I taught myself how to play the cello. on weed.
That was just yesterday.
If only. I spent 4 years teaching myself the cello.
It feels more like a cocaine thing. Like I learned 5 different instruments in one day. I got it all done, man. I got it all done, man.
Or like someone who doesn't have ADHD taking Adderall.
Oh, there you go. A Fear Elise backwards.
I got a PhD in microbiology since yesterday.
Yeah.
I did like 600 hours of lab work. Way more than that. I have no idea.
So much accomplished. So I assume all of you have experience with psychedelics. Any of you don't?
I did a little bit. I didn't get a lot out of it, and I haven't really done much of that. I haven't done, I found my drug early on, and I stuck with it, and no real reason to move on.
I did shrooms once.
That's good. Okay, my question was, what was the best and worst trip you had? You can go around the room sharing. Kelley, you start.
Oh my goodness, that's such a hard thing to say. That's just like if you had 5 things you could have on a desert island, it's such a hard. Man, I've had, if you've had so many trips like I have, it's really hard to coalesce them down into one of your favorites. I've had a lot of really, really fun things that have happened to me. I've had a lot of really good insights that have happened to me while I've been on psychedelics. I have heard of a lot of people having bad trips. I have seen people having bad trips, but I have never had one myself. And I have been there talking people down from bad trips. But it's hard for me to say what was my favorite trip, because I have literally had, and I'm not exaggerating, thousands of trips. So to coalesce that down into one, it's really, really hard for me to do, So
it's just one collective trip at this point.
Yeah, right. I mean,
it never stopped.
Was one collective trip. Yes, Eli. Yes, totally. And the psychedelics just keep helping me realize the absurdity and the chaoticness of life, and help me to embrace it, because you can't fight that. It's always going to happen. As much as you try to put order on the chaos is going to keep happening. Just learn to embrace it. And psychedelics have helped me learn to embrace that chaos.
Wow. That's deep.
Nice.
I normally do this on my own channel, but if I may do this on your channel for just a moment, we've got a moron in the chat who has said,
I see that.
So all of these atheists just sit here talking shit about Jesus, but don't actually make any claims about why it's false. Let me break for a moment. Let me just ask a question. Have we mentioned Jesus at all on this show? Anybody? Is this person just can I say bad words? Is this person just a moron? Or are you not paying attention to the show? I actually saw you get kicked. TK breaks the rules. I saw you get kicked off of somebody else's stream just yesterday, I think it was.
Yeah, he's actually been talking from the very beginning of the show about God and asking questions, and I'm kind of ignoring it.
I know. I've been seeing him talk about us in the panel here, though. Us, the panel. What they're talking about. Maybe they've talked about Jesus, but we're not talking about Jesus. And to sit here and say,
we did mention Jesus dying with an erection. I remember that.
Oh, that's right.
We did talk about that.
Maybe
that was immaculate erection.
That's what I'm saying.
That was something that like a priest had said. That wasn't even our view.
Yeah, that
was just did the bit.
Yeah, it was from a priest. So
thank you for letting me smack
I find hallucinogenics far more entertaining to talk about than Jesus right now. Thousands of trips that Kelley has. I've at least had hundreds. And I've got to admit that
I'll tell you what, the least interesting trip I ever took was more interesting than the most interesting conversation I ever heard about Jesus.
The weirdest trip, and it's kind of funny because it goes into something that Chris showed us earlier with his candles. But the weirdest thing that I ever saw on a trip was it was acid, just this paper, and We also smoke clickums. I don't know if you know what clickums are, or that's an old term.
No.
It's joints dipped in embalming fluid. Wet,
We call it
sweat
wet, yeah.
daddy,
Oh,
whatever.
yeah.
So
Alright.
we smoked those after we're doing the acid. I don't know if it had an effect or not. Really, at that point, you're just so fucked up it doesn't matter.
Almost
It-
certainly.
But
It definitely
people
had an
next-
effect on you long term.
but the neighbors were having a barbecue. This is in Louisiana, and they were going to kill a goat. So we sat there and watched them kill the goat while after we did that. That was kind of engrossing and really involved, and it got a little weird at certain points. But that's the closest to a bad trip I would have had. But goddamn, look at the setting I was in and what I did. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's resiliency, is what that is.
I
Trip
have to
resilience.
say, I did sacrifice a goat on LSD once. The goat wasn't on LSD, I was. And it wasn't as bad of an experience as many of the conversations I have had with Christians. So
I'm
For
with
you.
I think it was a bad experience for the goat.
For the goat.
Yeah, that's
Definitely
completely
wasn't
one-sided.
But,
well, you know,
But-
let's
But
be
I have
honest.
to say, barbecued, the goat was fucking delicious.
Goat is damn delicious if prepared right. It's really, really good.
You've also got to consider that if we're going to talk about Jesus, then all of us are going to suffer a fate worse than the goat anyway. So once again, let's not talk about Jesus. We can do that another time right now.
Yeah.
Well, if we
Next
if we
on,
were
hallucinogenics,
if we were sitting around this whole stream on Kelly's birthday, just bitching and moaning about the Bible, you know, the response would be, "Oh, these atheists can't ever talk
All
about
the-
any
yeah.
other than
Yeah.
bitching about the
Right,
Bible."
yeah,
Like,
that's
so
it.
here we are trying to like actually be, just with each other and like, whatever. I don't care.
Do you see Scott's duck? Scott had a duck.
Where did you get
Scott had a
this?
duck.
There you go.
That's the bigotry.
That's
duck,
the bigotry duck, right? Yeah.
Oh.
If
Oh,
it
hey.
quacks like a bigot,
Kelly's got-
squawks like a
Oh.
bigot, then it must be a bigot.
My goodness. Look
Hey,
at
you know,
I guess
we've
it's
got
getting a lot
our-
of work these days.
In our Discord
Yeah.
server, Scotty has created what do you call them, tags? You know, you can tag somebody as a moderator or something. He's literally created a tag that he can mark somebody with as a dishonest interlocutor.
Oh.
A liar. This person is dishonest. I thought that was kind of cool that he
Unfortunately, you just have to sometimes find those people on your own. And, sometimes like your friends will come up to you. I've been in this position on both sides of it, and a buddy comes up and they say, "Hey man, I saw you were responding to so-and-so on that YouTube comment or whatever." And I was like, "Yeah, man, can you believe what they," and they're like, "Yeah, so just so you know, like this is never gonna go anywhere. You are gonna spin your wheels for hours, and it's just gonna be super dishonest." And I'm like, "Nah, man, I got this. I'm gonna show this motherfucker." And then there are some people who like to be honest, nobody needs to debate Kent Hovind. There is absolutely no purpose. There is no reason. He has been shown everything. Every single discussion, every single argument has been had. He will just absolutely just lie. He will just lie. So like,
Did you hear about that reward he had? He had like a reward of, I don't know, $100,000 or something like that. And it was if you could prove evolution. Now,
Yes.
wait. The deal was not that if you could prove evolution, if you could prove evolution to him.
Right. Yeah. If you
So
could convince
essentially,
him.
if you could convince him, so essentially at any point, he's got $100,000 on the line. He could go, "Nope, I don't believe it." And that's all it takes.
Yeah, that's-
yeah.
Yeah, real brave there, Kent. Nice one.
Bree is here.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay. So Mike is wishing you a very happy birthday, Kelly.
Thank you, Mike. I was catching most of them in the chat. I missed yours, but thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, very nice.
So yeah, I mean, who wants to talk about Jesus? Let's go back to talking about drugs, guys.
So what if there's a way to combine the two? There are some people, and I'm not saying that it has any validity or anything. I'm just saying this is a theory that's out there, that Jesus was super high when he was crucified. And so that's just something that some people say. They say it might be a thing. He might have done
At least 3 feet off the ground.
I was about to say. I was just about to say.
I think it was
He's
up
higher
on
than
a-
everybody watching, right?
Yeah.
And it was above sea level too. So
Right? Yeah, on a hill too.
Yeah.
That reminds me of Gabriel's favorite joke
But-
for a while. And what it was is that Jesus is on the cross and he starts going, "Hey, John." And so John battles through the Roman soldiers, all beat up, mangled, and everything else. And he's like, "What?" And before he can even get an answer, he's thrown back down at the bottom of the hill. So this goes on 4 or 5 times of Jesus going, "Hey, John." And John is putting everything on the line to get to Jesus. And finally he fights through and he's at the bottom of the cross and he's on his knees in front of the cross. He's like, "Yes, Lord, what?" And he's like, "Hey, John, I can see your house from here."
You know, I have a question for you guys real quick. Can you help me noodle something out?
Yeah.
Okay,
got?
this is a little different, kind of similar, but I have got a product that I've been noodling about for the Father Flanagan's line of products. Now, I'm a little concerned because I love mocking religion. I am not an anti-Semite, right? We can understand there's a difference, mocking Judaism and being an anti-Semite. I am not.
Right.
So I've got a commercial I've been working on that I've been having a hard time. I love it. I'm mocking religion. I'm mocking the traditions of the religion. I've even asked Chat AI, do you think this is anti-Semitic or not? And what it is it's a product for Father Flanagan's line of products. It's InstaJew. Pull out the Slack and give it a whack. It's a little box. You put the PP into it, and then you pull out the foreskin and pull out the Slack and give it a whack. And it's InstaJew.
All right. So it's like a little
product.
guillotine for your.
Yes.
Is
For
it
your
a,
manhood.
a dildo teen? Is that what? All right.
A phallotine.
Sometimes I just got to
Phallotine.
say what comes to the brain, and sometimes
Oh,
it's
no.
good and sometimes not.
So it's not. Is it? Does anybody think that's anti-Semitic? I don't think
No,
it's anti-Semitic.
I don't. I think
Okay.
that's incredibly fucking comedic.
Pull out the
I
Slack, give it a whack.
fucking love it.
Okay.
However,
Yeah, I don't think it's the.
However,
The word
no,
InstaJew
you
is bad.
know that there are going to be people out there that are going to take that as being anti-Semitic.
Yeah, they will.
That's-
They will.
And
frame
no
it
matter-
that way.
I don't
No
know.
matter
I think,
what
I think you're.
But
I
they
think
could
you're
do that with the
firmly in
Ghost
the
Scented
safe
Flesh Candles
area there.
commercial.
Yeah, they're
'Cause
going to. A lot of them are going to cry about anything that happens.
So we can't let
starting
them.
out
Right,
there, if
yeah.
you're going to work on pleasing them. You're
Whether or not
already in
somebody's
trouble.
going to cry is not the criteria for good or bad.
Yes.
Here,
Okay.
right?
Yes.
Well, no, I totally get that, but there are some things that are legitimately
of
really
course.
anti-Semitic, and I just wanted to make sure. Now, the only catch was the AI
really
thought the only catch was that's a good one. The AI thought the term "you Jew" or InstaJew might be belittling what it is to be a Jew because all you have to do is whack off the end of this and
Reductive.
suddenly you're a Jew.
Instant.
Yeah, and of course that's not. But that really is what it's saying. Are you new to the family? Did she convince you to get married and become part of the faith? Well, InstaJew comes in normal sizes because for babies, and then adult sizes, right? Because they're usually for babies. So I was just I thought I'd run that by everybody.
In fairness, I want to, before I say this, I just want to say, like, I myself, right, am not Jewish, ethnically, religiously, culturally, any of those things, right? And that could be biasing me. But I will say, when you first said, like, what
InstaJew?
no, the pull it, give it a whack. What's the
Pull out the Slack and give it a whack.
There you go. Right. I don't know that my first thought was so much about the Judaism of it
Yeah.
as it was the snipping of the dick, I think that was really where my focus was, and it was.
I know. I
it-
thought
it-
that's the part that you found was gonna
Yeah,
have
It
brought
took
up
me
the
by
wrong.
surprise. It took me by surprise. Yeah,
Did
I
the
really
mirror-
did. Yeah.
Did the mirror neurons start kicking in there? You're like,
Is that what it was? Yeah.
There was a bit of a moment where I just went like, oh, yeah, wow, feeling something in my tummy there.
Earlier,
thought
we were
this whole
talking
time-
about how you think about things. Clearly, that was visual.
There was
Yes,
there was
that was visual.
in that moment for me. quite a burning image in my head. And I'll be honest, and again, this could be my bias, but it wasn't the Star of David or the Torah.
Yeah.
That wasn't the image coming to my mind. There was something much more vivid.
I'm with
Understood.
you. I'd
And more
prefer the
personal.
Star of David in that visual.
So you like it? I understand.
Yes.
It's approved.
It's approved.
I
I'll
feel
sit
like that's
$39.95.
That's a terrible. I feel like that is a horrible way to respond to this. Like if somebody comes up to you and legitimately is like, "Hey man, let me show you this thing," and you're like, "Oh my god, I love this!" Like, it's like I enjoy the premise, the comedy, I enjoy the timing, all that stuff, right? But then to like, I like this, right? It's like no, it's obviously no, it's terrible. It's terrible start to finish. Just all of it is bad.
But it's delicious too, isn't it? Like
There's
Father
a-
Flanagan's
See,
Father
kids-
Flanagan's line of inflatable altar boys. Have you seen that yet?
It's still my favorite.
I think I broke Elliot.
my favorite.
I have a commercial, Elliot, for Father Flanagan's line of inflatable altar boys.
Oh my god.
Oh,
that's terrible.
okay, I hadn't heard that.
You didn't know that, AJ? You haven't seen that commercial?
That's still my
No.
favorite one.
I have not
They're
seen
doing
that one.
really
Oh,
really amazing things with adult entertainment these days. Is all I'm gonna say. The realism has
Pushing
just
the edge of the envelope. That's what's happening.
Yes.
Oh man. I really do. There is part of me though that does have. There's a little bit inside of me this little giggle that comes up every so often at the thought that like thousands and thousands of years from now, like maybe it's some other like organism, some alien creature makes it to Earth like well after human species is gone, and they just dig up so many sex toys.
Okay,
They
that
do.
made me think of that. Do you guys
They
know the
really
website?
do, though.
Yeah, do you guys know the website Divine Intervention?
No.
Okay, don't
We're
don't
about
go
to find
googling
out.
it. Don't go googling it.
Now it's out there. I mean, now I kind of want to.
Yeah.
No.
Too late
Don't
now.
say I didn't warn you.
Yes. They're the inventor of the baby Jesus butt plug.
But
Oh,
imagine,
okay. Well,
imagine them finding the warehouse for that, for the shipping, of the Divine Intervention website.
well, the warehouse would be empty because I'm sure that's a highly popular item. So they'd find them scattered throughout, mostly in the American South and in Utah.
Yes. Yes. We by the way, I think I don't know. Maybe this was when I was last on here, AJ. I might have said this, but we no longer have access to a lot of porn here in the state of
In
Tennessee.
Texas, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Texas too,
Many
right?
states.
Yeah.
Many states.
There's a good few states that we really wanted to crack down on the debauchery and so forth.
Yeah.
So we just decided that all the SA and RAP stuff and all the other terrible things that are happening seems to be fine. Like we're not really super worried about that. But for some reason, like a titty pic is gonna ruin.
Well, you gotta draw the line somewhere.
Yeah,
man.
you're
right, you're
Somewhere.
right.
And usually it's at the elbows and at the neckline, long skirt. You got to make sure everything's covered. You can't take any chances. If you show an elbow, that's halfway to hell.
I mean,
Paying for VPNs, right?
yeah.
Yeah. So I think the problem was that the government wanted the websites to have an 18 plus warning or something like that, where you have to enter your date of birth, but they had to pay for that service. The
They
website
want-
has to pay for that service.
They want
So
they want
They didn't want to.
they want IDs.
Yeah, ID verification.
Oh, okay, that's
Right.
what it was.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
They want ID verification now.
So so to
Yeah.
process it, they will have to pay for it, and they didn't want to do that. So
Yeah.
but I mean,
And,
Which
you know,
I'm grateful for that, right?
or like I would be in that position, because like that's the company saying like, no, we're not going to like give the state government access to like these private viewing habits of every single set of everybody that uses our website. That's insane.
Yeah.
That's because that's exactly what it would amount to. It would amount to
Yeah.
every single person being on a list with all of these things being, you know,
The
completely
perverts.
accessible. And
Mhm.
yeah, and like why
Profiling.
would you ever want that? You know, where is the value there? That's not how you stop any of the criminality that occurs, which it does. Like let's be honest about, you know, the porn industry and sex and stuff.
Mhm.
Like, yes, there is bad things there. Funny enough, that's the fucking same in fast food and construction, man. Like there's
Right.
always bad things. You have to put institutions and systems in place that are actually going to affect. And so this doesn't like stop any of like the CP. This
Yep.
doesn't help any of the people that are being like trafficked.
Yeah.
Like there are ways to do that though, funny enough. And a lot of the people that are huge voices in that are in the sex industry because they're the ones that know how it works. And they're like, no, see, if you do this, like people are just going to do this. And guess what people are doing? Like VPN downloads just skyrocketed
Right.
like over the last, I mean,
NordVPN's like, thanks,
Right.
Tennessee.
right. We're just teaching a bunch of kids like how to, you know, how to just get around and
Yeah.
hack at a younger age. Like, which, okay, maybe, you know, computers are the wave of the future. So like, I guess it's good that they have skills. I don't know. I feel like that's wrong. That's wrong.
I don't know. I mean, it's just adult education, right? It's just
That's
adult-
right. Just teach them not to have sex. That's the we all know
Right,
that
right,
works.
yeah,
Why
absolutely.
don't you just try that?
Yeah.
Most
Go
effective
purity
way.
culture for 300.
Oh God.
So we got completely sidetracked. over
We did,
here
yeah,
from
sorry.
the-
No,
Yeah.
it's
we-
okay though.
yeah, we
That's
were
good.
talking
Fully.
about trips, right? I
That's
think
how
we only
chaos-
heard
That's
Yeah,
how
we-
chaos works.
Mhm.
right. This I feel like this is very chaotic over here. So
I
does
could-
anybody else want to share their bad or good trips?
Oh yeah, I've
Joe?
had some wild freaking trips for sure.
have?
Oh yeah. I you know, some that, you know, one of the best parts about a lot of different hallucinogens is that they kind of come in waves, and that gives you a lot of time to both be really immersed and then have, you know, a little bit of
Right.
like, you know, yeah, and kind of look back at
Whoa,
stuff.
that was
and-
cool.
exactly, right? And so like the first time I ever took anything, one of the moments that I really remembered was a friend of ours had come into the room, and we were all like sitting, you know, on like this couch, you know, smoking a joint, you know, and he comes in, hey guys, how's it going? We're like definitely feeling it, but we're also in that place where we're not seeing any visuals just yet. Nobody's really talking about how, you know, the walls are melting or anything. Well, when this guy comes in to the room, all of a sudden we're all starting to now see, you know, it's really kicking in. And he sits down on the couch next to me, and the entire room just like he pulled it down with him, you know? And I was like, hey man, hey,
Can you stand up?
you just gotta stand up for me. You have to.
Fucking up the room.
Everything is sideways right now. And he's like, man, I don't understand what you mean. I don't get this. Yeah. And I'm like, dude, look, if you just stand up, everything is going to be right with the world. And he just went, okay, Elliot, what? And the moment he stood up, no joke, everything popped back up into place and then was just breathing. And I was like, man, that's wild, man.
Isn't it-
Did you
That's-
see
yeah.
that? And he was like, no, I did not.
No,
I did
isn't
not."
that weird though?
It's awesome.
No,
It's
for sure
awesome.
didn't.
yeah, he was definitely not feeling it and having that. But yeah, we all had a great time, man. I've watched a fungus grow and completely take over this log, and like starting to decompose it right in front of me, only
Wow.
for a friend to come up and be like, hey man, what are you doing? And I'm like, man, isn't that fucking wild? Look at nature, man. It's just like all happening. And he's like, yeah, it's fungus, Elliot. And then all of a sudden it instantly snapped back to where it was and it was just fungus again. And it wasn't moving or anything. And I was like, okay, yeah, I guess it is just fungus. And yeah, I mean,
the best stories are if you can't tell if it's a good trip story or a bad trip story. Those are always the best ones.
Yeah, where's the line, right? Yeah.
That's true.
I don't really have to. I don't break laws, but I have allegedly used. I've just microdosing, so I haven't really like tripped ever. I'm interested in doing it. I just haven't yet. It's really just a sort of like with microdosing, it's just sort of like a mood elevated feeling. Like just just kind of like the waves you were talking about. Like it just like every so often, like for a few hours, like every so often I'll just get a little bit of a mood boost for a while and then kind of come back down, and that lasts for like 6 hours. And
Wow.
and there is something really, really interesting about hallucinogenic compounds, and at the very least the mammalian brain, right? Like our construction as humans and a bunch of other, mammals, like we all do this thing where we synthesize DMT. Like it's really cool, and it's really kind of strange because it really just is this super incredibly powerful hallucinogenic compound that, for one reason or the other, our brain decides like, hey, I'm just gonna make a bunch of that right now. And you're just gonna trip balls really hard. But also before I do that, by the way, I'm actually just going to like take away your ability to like really move your body. I'm going to freeze you in place and then just make you get super high for the next 15 minutes. And it's like, that's so weird, man. That's such a strange thing that the brain does. But there seems to be something really important about that connection between dimethyltryptamine in the brain and us being able to function on a regular basis. It's really, really cool, man. And there's some really good studies, and the more we look into dreams and sleep and stuff, like we'll find some really good stuff. So
I was
DMT
actually
is
hoping to be able to get some DMT for this broadcast,
Yeah,
but
DMT is
unfortunately I
wild.
wasn't able to procure any, unfortunately. But yeah.
That would have been an interesting
we're a
broadcast.
whole different party.
yeah.
A whole different part.
That's for the
For about-
OnlyFans.
for about 15 minutes.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, totally different, and also a lot shorter.
Right.
Yeah, I haven't taken any mushrooms or LSD before. I want to try them, but the only sort of hallucinogenic, it's not a psychedelic, but it's a hallucinogenic that I have experience with is ketamine. And I used to take it at home for chronic pain, but then every time that I have any type of surgery or procedure, my pain doctor asked me to let them know to run ketamine. So I always told them like, hey, you want to do this when I am in the OR because I'll be like completely out of it. But they always give it to me like as soon as they're willing you in. And even if they need you to do something in the OR, like move yourself into the other bed, I'm like, no. So this one time I was having endoscopy, I think it was. And they were like, okay, we're going to keep you awake because we need you to do this and that once we get to the OR. And I was like, oh, okay, sure. Then they gave me the ketamine before they started wheeling me out. So, like, I don't remember anything that happened over there. They got it done somehow. But I rember the trip there.
They probably weren't on ketamine though. They were.
I feel very confident. Right.
Yeah. But it was funny because it was like
Maybe
I could
Xanax.
sort of hear everybody. I'm not really sure what they were saying. I just could like hear their voices, and then I was going. I'm guessing it was my eyes being open and seeing all the lights and stuff but in my hallucination, it looked like a Minecraft tunnel. It was like all blocks, like complete blocks, just like through the whole tunnel, and like all of these weird characters. And the one that I remember the most was the penguins.
Yeah, penguins
Minecraft
pressing you.
penguins. So
You bring up an interesting point, though, and I because a lot of people often try to describe their trips, and it's very, it's nearly impossible to describe something that you feel, right? And that's outside of LSD itself. It's just that if you have these feelings, it's often really, really hard to put those into words, and I have found that a lot of people find it really, really hard to describe the feelings that they have while they are on hallucinogens.
Yeah.
And it's been difficult for me doubly because I do not have the same responses to medications that most people have. Like I have problems with my blood pressure, but if I take blood pressure medications, they actually raise my blood pressure instead of lowering it. And I've had all kinds of weird complications with medications throughout my life. So I don't even know if I'm even experiencing the same thing on LSD that everybody else is experiencing. So it's hard for me to even communicate, doubly hard for me to communicate what I'm experiencing with somebody, even if they have had the same experiences that I have had with the drugs.
Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest aspects of it for me. I think that doesn't translate, because again, like I can tell you the story about the room syncing with my friend, or one time I was watching clouds turn into World War II era bomber jets, and they were about to land on this beach that we were on, so like I can tell you all of that, and like, oh man, there were crazy colors, or everything looked all cartoonish, but really, because so much of it is mental and emotional, it's very tough to truly explain to somebody how radical of an experience it was to literally walk to the other side of my room. Because
it's a very intense emotional connection when you're doing any type of psychedelics,
especially with others, especially if you're around others and you guys start to see similar things together. When your buddy looks at you and goes like, dude, that fucking painting right there, and you turn over and you're like, holy shit, that elephant, and he goes, yeah, where the fuck did that come from? Like that type of stuff, it's powerful. And again, like just we would have a couple of different speakers going with some different music playing in the background, and one of our buddies would constantly go around. One night we were all tripping together. He would go around to the speakers and he would put on certain music, specifically, so that in different rooms, when you would walk in from one room to the other, you would go from this, like really ethereal, really like, kind of like misty, kind of, ooh, what's all that? And all of a sudden you would have this weird experience with the room around you. The couch would feel different, but then you'd walk to the next room and then it would just be this like kind of and all of a sudden it was what the and it would completely wreck everybody, and it's like, how do you really explain that fully to somebody, because all those visuals and shit are still going on. It really is a wild, and it's something people have been doing apparently, at least since we've been writing, like at least since we've been recording about the shit that we do. Apparently we've been talking about like getting high and the weird shit that happens.
But you brought up a really good point earlier when you were talking about the resurrection and the crucifixion or whatever it was that you mentioned. Like, people, even though there's claims that there were several people that saw this, how do we know that it wasn't like some type of party or gathering where everybody was tripping their bodies?
Yeah. Well,
I just want to know about, because I think this really ties into the whole resurrection thing and makes it more of a question mark. Who was the guy first who was laying on Jesus' chest during the Last Supper? And then second, who's the naked guy that ran out in Matthew when they came into the Garden of Gethsemane to capture Jesus? That whole story just seems really odd fitting in there, especially when you wrap around to the rapture. I mean, to the resurrection, and when one of the guys runs ahead of the Peter, I believe it was, and gets to the tomb first, kind of looks around, sees the cloth in a different spot than, I can't remember what they called it, and then he walks out like he's got something figured out. Now, to me, that just feels like, okay, are they trying to fit Lazarus into the story? Because he'd be the only person who would have experience to go, that motherfucker's alive again.
But
I mean, so
think about it this way, though. What if a good handful of those people are super fucking high? Then suddenly this story starts to make a lot more sense. Like they walk up to this tomb, right? And the first guy's like, "Oh man,
There was a rock there last night, right?
I swear, dude. Hey, oh shit, dude. Do you see that? Is that like an angel? Oh my god! Like it makes a lot more sense.
Something. Yeah,
right?
Well, you also got to presume that Jesus had a drug history because, and in many ways, Jesus is viewed as like a remake of Moses. There's a lot of similarities there. Instead of 40 years in the wilderness, is 40 days. There's a whole bunch of connections between the two. And look, Moses with the burning bush, clearly there was some kind of drug rush.
Definitely.
And in the 40 days, you got Satan bringing him up to the mountain and saying, hey, all this is yours. Once again, Jesus is fucking tripping balls going, all right, I'll pass. Oxygen. I got this. I got this. There's a history already there.
Jesus could turn water into wine. What did he turn sugar cubes into? Is what I want to know.
Cocaine is what ministry, hot rod. Jesus built my hot rod. It goes. Jesus was cool. He was so cool. You could turn water into wine, stone into bread, sugar into cocaine. He was cool. He was very cool.
Real quick,
it's clearly got to be cocaine. I'm with you.
You're talking about the Gethsemane. That's one of my favorite stories. I love how Jesus was alone talking to God, and yet somebody who was not listed as among the people who were there is the person credited with writing the book.
It makes sense.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah. No. So it's because the words are inspired by. Wait, Jesus.
Oh, you can do this.
That you nailed it. You nailed it. That's it.
That's right.
You can do another take. You can do it.
But then it's not an eyewitness.
It's not no eyewitness.
That would make it a problem.
Maybe they just had like a documentary crew, like in the like every other sitcom these days.
I feel like God can make this work. Yeah, God can make
it happen.
Maybe Jesus wrote it beforehand, because you got to think that. There are some people that argue that, once again, going back to Moses, that in the book where it talks about him dying, there are people that argue that Moses wrote that crying tears and getting all agonizingly into this bullshit. So, maybe Jesus did at least a rough draft beforehand. This is what I'm going to do in the garden. The boy I'm with is
Dear diary. Here's what happened today.
I read Jesus' diary.
Yes, like
I hate Satan so much. XXX.
He came back after the fact and was like, "Hey, so this is what I said to my dad. Like, this is. I thought it was pretty good. Like, what do you think?"
And he was like, "But then I said."
I think you should stand up to him. It's time. You should just lay down your life for him.
You need to stand up to your dad more. Jesus, good job.
You don't have to take this shit.
Yeah, fuck that, Jesus. You do it.
And they killed him.
The Christian managed to get us to talk about
stuff.
Jesus.
Yeah.
But at least it's fun.
He comes down. He's like, dude, my dad wants me to be all like sacrificed and stuff. That's some fucking bullshit, man. I just want to get high, like go hang out with Mary Magdalene. Like,
I'm going to picture Jesus talking like that every time from now on.
Yeah. I used to think that Mary Magdalene was like his side chick, but the more I think about like the things about, how he liked all the men and the naked young man leaving the Garden of Gethsemane, all that stuff, I'm starting to think him and Mary Magdalene might have just been doing each other's hair and nails. I could be wrong.
Yeah,
There's nothing wrong.
I think
with
Mary
that.
was Jesus's beard. Yeah, for sure.
There was
Like,
something fishy going on.
That's
Something was going on with that fig tree too. I think.
Yeah, it's 100%,
That's
dude. What are you
fantastic.
talking about? Like this guy is hanging out with a bunch of unmarried young men. You know, like
He's like,
come
Yeah.
on.
Yeah.
He's like, you can go to heaven if you make everybody here think that you're,
You know
Yeah,
what? Because
yeah.
that's wrong. He said he's going to make them fishers of men.
Of men. Yeah. And what do you use? You use your rod. I guess your net, huh? Back in that day, that would be a net thing. But I like my part. My joke funnier. Infidel.
I mean, even in the Gospel of Thomas, it says that Jesus said he was going to turn all women into men so they could go to heaven. So I don't know about all these straight people, but I think that heaven is just for men. So sorry
Heaven
about
is for
that,
men.
guys.
It would make sense. I mean, when
No
you really
girls
think
allowed.
about it, why
No girls
women
allowed.
aren't worth it? I mean, they
Yeah,
can't
no
even
girls.
talk.
Isn't that Calvin and Hobbes that has that sign on his clubhouse? Right? It's the gross club. The girl. Something about
girls
no
allowed.
girls. Some,
Yeah.
I don't know. Something about. I don't know. Sorry.
Ember,
for
I didn't know
derailing
about
there.
the naked boy in Jesus' tent in Matthew. I did not know about that. That's adding info to me. That's I'm gonna put that in there right over
Oh,
there.
it's great because
Yeah.
the story's bizarre as hell. It really is because they don't go into detail, which just makes me more suspicious.
yeah.
You know,
Right.
it's like, damn,
We just gonna
why'd you
skip
throw
over
that
that?
naked guy in there? Is this so we can write a better play about it later when we have a naked guy run across the
Yeah.
screen?
And
the
here's one
plot.
for the
What are we
for
doing?
the
Are we going to reenact it?
for the arrogant believer there in the chat. I just want to. So we've got the Garden of Gethsemane, right? And Jesus knows the next day he's going to be sacrificed. He's going to go through a lot of pain. Presumably his disciples know. They all know what's coming. They know they've girded their loins for this circumstance, and yet they can't stay awake. His disciples are there. They can't stay awake. He comes down. He admonishes them like 3 times. Why are you guys falling asleep? Why are they falling asleep? Because Jesus is up there getting his busy on with some young man, and that's what's really going on. He's not up there praying. He's going to Pound Town. And his disciples know what's going on, and they don't give a shit. And that's what's really happening in the story. I'm just saying. Because it's talking about Jesus is up there alone by himself praying and gives us word for word what he said. But if Jesus was alone,
There's so much of
There's so
all
much
of
wrong.
these ancient books, to be honest, where they just throw in this story kind of out of nowhere almost, and it's like it really does not answer as many questions as I
Right.
feel like the people at the time, wanted it to. And a lot of them, it's kind of like, hey, if you don't know about some other things in the kind of culture at this time, like this just isn't going to make any sense. Like the
Right.
Quran, for instance. There's this fucking story about like these brothers that fall asleep in a fucking cave or something for like a few hundred years or some shit, And then like there's these creatures, Gog and Magog, that get like locked up by God, and then one day they're gonna like destroy the world or something. It's so weird and nonsensical, unless you know that like a shit ton of the cultures in that area of the world at that time had that story, and we can trace it back and all that jazz. Then it's like, oh, okay, well, it's still kind of a dumb story, but at least that makes more sense.
Now I
But-
know where it came from.
yeah, well, it's just like it literally is just like Allah just comes in every so often to just tell you something kind of weird and stupid. It's just the same with the Bible. Like out of nowhere, all of a sudden, as you're going along in the Bible, it's just like, now sit down as I tell you. Billy had a son, and Billy named that son Joseph. And Joseph then had a son, and he named that son Billy. And then Billy had a son, but not the first Billy, the second Billy. And that Billy had another son, and that son's, and it's just like, why in the fuck are you doing this? Why is this happening? Why is this just a list of people and their fucking genealogy? It doesn't make sense.
I got one for you.
There was no good shows on back then. They were desperate
Yeah,
for some.
entertainment was
Hey,
limited.
Elliot, I got one for you. So you're talking about just kind of rando, just a random, right? So you've got Moses. He's here. I think, forgive me, it's been a while, but he goes to the Pharaoh. He's going to go to the Pharaoh. He leaves from the Pharaoh, and he's going somewhere else on the command of God. They're like, God and Moses are like, dude, you go over here and do this thing for me. And Moses is like, dude, I'm going to go do that thing for you. And then like the very next book, God meets Moses on the road and goes, I'm going to kill you. And Moses' wife is going, oh no, let's circumcise you now. And they cut off the end of his penis. Right? Is that not just out of nowhere?
Just one of those. Just one of those that makes you go like,
"What the hell?"
Yeah. What message do you want me to get from this? You know, what am I supposed to understand from this? Because a moment ago, a moment ago, I felt like what I was understanding was like, hey, be a good prophet of God, and like go do the things that God wants. But then it feels like God really wants me to snip some skin off my dick. So I don't know here. I don't.
Have we got a product for you?
That's right. Insta-Jew. Pull out the slack, give it away. I mean, when you're sitting on the side of a dirty, dusty road and you've got two rocks, one rock you're laying your phallus upon, the other rock is sharpened for his pleasure, and you're fixing to start mashing off the fleshy bits.
I mean, because you gotta picture it in what it would be looking realistic at that time. So yeah.
What made that story even more bizarre is actually Zipporah, the wife, circumcised her son.
Oh, it was the son, wasn't it?
Oh yeah.
Right.
Oh, that's right. The son
rubbed it on Moses' feet. Yeah.
But did they actually? Let me say, was it? And I don't remember exactly. You're right. It was the son. Thank you for that. But did they actually have a specific rock that they had for that, or did they have a ceremonial rock that they used? I'm not remembering. You know what I'm talking about? They had a specific, not a knife. It was a rock. They made a little rock to cut off the flesh.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah.
Yeah, she took a flint, is what it refers to.
Yeah.
Flint. Right, which is what? Great. It's a piece of rock you've taken.
Yep.
Sharpened it.
Right.
Great.
Sharpened rock. That's
Now,
the most comfortable way to do it.
Now in Star Trek, the Klingons have a special ceremonial knife, and they're like, "What is that knife for?" And they're like, "Well, it's for when it's for that. Whenever a boy becomes a man." So yeah, even Klingons get their willy cut. I guess there's two there. That's a twofer.
I have to believe that the average person, right? The average person, without much thought about it, if you present them two ideologies and you don't know anything else about them, A or B, one does not involve cutting the genitals of children, and the other one does. And it's just like, without any more information, I really do feel like the vast majority of people, it's like, oh, the first one is better, right?
Yeah.
Like the first
I think you can safely go with that one and assume nothing bad will happen.
But if you go even more in depth and explain the purpose and role of a mole, you know, the rabbi who comes along after the circumcision and then uses his mouth to remove the newly hemoglobin from the. Yeah, because you don't want to say, oh my goodness, who sat there? Oh my God, who sat there and said, you know what? We just cut the flesh off that penis. Maybe somebody should suck the blood off of
Why
that.
did you do
Who
this
thought
to us,
that?
Chris?
Yeah.
Why did you
I'm
bring
sorry.
this?
Chris, it's free.
I've got to
to
say
not
that
say
I can't imagine off the top of my head how bad things would have to be in Plan B for me to.
Right.
I guess we're cutting
It'd have to be pretty,
That's got to be pretty bad.
Right. I do just want to say, off the top of my head is a phrase that in this moment has a little bit of a different context. Yeah.
Isn't there another story? There's another story where, again, help me with my memory, guys. The ancient Hebrews are traveling, and there's this town that they're going past, and the men in the town really like the women that the ancient Hebrews have, but the ancient Hebrew men are like, you know what, you can have our women, but you have to be circumcised first. Yep. So they're like, oh damn, so they get them all circumcised, but when you get circumcised an adult, man, you're down. You are down. The next day they're all down, and the Hebrews attack them and kill them all. Yes. And that was all a ploy.
Genius.
I think it was 3 days later, because I think the Bible said they were exceedingly sore. So you can
Yeah,
imagine.
I remember that part.
There was no rising on the third day of that.
Oh,
Yeah.
Scott went there.
Now the best part of that story, as we all know, is that thank goodness for the love of Yahweh that all of those pagan Canaanite assholes were converted to Judaism right before they were murdered. I mean, it's so the beauty, the joy. Don't you see it, you guys?
Oh,
It's so lovely.
I'm getting
That's
emotional
funny.
right now.
PTL, man.
Are you gonna pass an offering plate now? Pass the plate.
It's so fucking weird.
Anybody
And-
convert real quick?
yeah. The thought that a long time ago there was somebody who wrote that story down and then finished it and like looked around and went, yeah,
That's good stuff.
this'll bring people to our religion. Like, this'll make people.
We need a hook. We need some kind of hook.
Yeah.
I don't know. I got to say, a lot of it I think was written for themselves. There was no intent for other people to see it.
Right.
It's the
Yeah.
Christians that
That's a
did
good
that
point.
because I mean,
Makes
if
it
you're going
worse.
to write about yourself, I got to admit, even then, I think they could do better on writing a story than some of these. If their intent was to bring people in, I think it's more we're better. There's something else, and you see that theme consistently with the othering of the Old and New Testament. But right now, talking about the Old Testament, so yeah, I think that there was no intention for us to see these horrible things.
You know, if you have a story where you're trying to tell your group, you know, your team, right? Like, let's say you got a baseball team, you know, and you're telling them about your storied past and how you've overcome such diversity. And you go, yeah, guys, you remember that time that other team came from the town over and they had all the better equipment and they had much better training than us, but we spiked their Gatorades, so they had diarrhea the whole game. I don't know how you get to the end of that and then just feel like, yeah, we did a good job there. We won that one fair and square.
We did the right thing.
But you got to understand, and that really gets into the danger of othering, though, because when you subhumanize, when you take people's humanity away, which is really what the Old Testament consistently does, you're going to have a situation where, yes, spiking their drink and murdering them afterwards, that was the right choice. Amen.
I mean, yeah, unfortunately, that is exactly what it leads to.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and Judaism isn't intended to be like it. Rabbis are supposed to discourage converts. There's a practice that they discourage somebody. They decline somebody 3 times and then accept them on like the 4th. But it's basically to test their commitment. Like if you really want to become Jewish, you will keep asking. And they're not supposed to outright not let anybody convert, but to but yeah, I think it probably came from early on. They didn't want other people. They thought other people were not good enough.
You know, I may point out that throughout the Bible, the people of God talk about the other people of God as though they're bad. When they're in the story of the traveler to Gibeah, he talks about he's got to get through all these towns. He's surrounded by towns, but they're bad people towns. He doesn't want to get there, so he's got to get to Gibeah. I think I don't remember, but I don't remember what it is. He's got to get there, so he gets there to this town of good Jewish people. He goes to the city center. An old man takes him to his home. It's the opposite story of the story of Lot. An old man takes him to his home, and then every man, a horny horde of homosexual Hebrews, bang on the door demanding to have sex. So this town of good Jewish people are actually all completely corrupt. I mean, it says they don't want to stop anywhere because they're all bad people. And he finally stops at this good people place, and they're all horrific. And then in the end of the story, like 100,000 people are killed in a battle to avenge this one girl that the guy threw out. It's a horrific tale about how the people who are supposed to be, I mean, all of the people of the Bible are all descendants of Cain, or not Cain and Abel, but the Noah, Ham, the Canaanites, all of the people who are people of the Sodom and Gomorrah. They're Canaanites. They're all ancient Hebrews of one fashion or another. So
You know, one thing about that story that's really fucked up is you mentioned it was the Benjamites who the war was fought
Benjamites,
against.
yes.
The other tribes came against them, and they agreed not to let any of their daughters marry them. So the story gets worse because then at the end, when they make peace, they're like, "Oh shit, they don't have any wives now." So they're like, "Hey, if you go over in this area, there's some girls you can steal. So go steal them." So they create a plan so they
fuck
don't
up this
have to
other
give their wives up.
So,
But hey, the Benjamites need to have sex too, right? They need kids. Go over there and steal those. We're cool with that.
And then
So it's all fucked
the other cool part about the other fucked up part of the end of that is that at the end, you know, there's a big battle. Well, all these other armies come to avenge that girl, and they go to God on a mountain, and they're like, "God, what do we do?" And God's like, "Go forth and attack them." And they go down and attack the Benjamites and get their asses handed to them. So they go back away from the mountain. They're like, "Oh my God, we just got beat down." And they go to God, and they're like, "God, what do we do?" And they're like, "Go attack the Benjamites," like 3 times or something. And they keep following God's order, and they keep getting decimated by the Benjamites. And then finally, on their own, they go down there, they attack, and then they kind of run away, and the Benjamites follow them out to finish them off. But that was only part of their force, and they sneak into the city with the rest of their force. You know, so every time they obeyed God, they got slaughtered. And whenever they didn't obey God, they finally went, you know, this ain't working.
And see, look, I know, you know, all of us right here, if we just played Christian apologists for 5 minutes, we've all heard the arguments enough. We could put together some answer about what this story is supposed to be telling, you know, the overarching narrative and Jesus's redemption and whatever. We could do all of that, right? But like, don't you just hear that whole fucking story and just think, whatever the intention is, there has to be a better way to do this. There has to be a more straightforward way to get to this punchline here. You know, like, why are you putting us through all of this, God? This doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, if God really is omniscient, if God really had all that incredible wisdom, he would know that one day Kelley would have a birthday and we would all be sitting here just like, what the fuck is this nonsense?
And ignoring the fuck out of Kelley.
Yeah.
Who's Kelley? What's that? Oh.
He made it another year. That's all. We just
I have loved the conversation. Please don't bring it back to me because this has been a great conversation.
All this was like a, you know, like a wellness check, right? It's just like, you know, when you're
to
calling.
make sure the old guy was.
That's what I'm saying, right?
Kelley, I bet you're wondering why we've gathered you here today.
Making sure he hasn't died and his cats aren't eating his organs.
That's right. That's
No,
right.
Kelley, your behavior has affected me in the following way.
Way to go,
Speaking
Eli.
of drugs, Kelley, this is an intervention. Okay, Scott, go ahead, lead off.
Here's how you affect me, Kelley.
You've got too
Here's
many
how you
rocks.
affect me, Kelley.
We think you're a hoarder. You've got too many rocks. We're concerned about
The
you.
knock at the door are officers. Don't resist.
Don't resist. we think you're like 30 to maybe 40% just straight cannabis at this point. So we want to make sure that you're getting enough protein and calcium.
Getting actual oxygen every now and then.
If I'm that much cannabis, I'd be concerned, honestly.
Would you be?
That much.
You might be pretty mellow.
Yeah, you'd probably be pretty chill about it. Like,
So
or you'd be
I
a
forgot
plant.
I forgot what it's called, but there's a condition where people believe that they're dead.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
alive.
Yeah, I read about that in Oliver Sacks
What?
wrote about that, I think, in The Man Who Thought His Wife Was a Hat or something like that. I think he talks about that. Somebody thought he thought his arm was dead or something. He kept trying to get them to remove his arm because he thought his arm was dead and dying. And that's a thing. That's a real thing. People think that they're dead or that parts of them are dead.
That's wild.
I've never heard of that before.
I remember reading at one point a woman who I think had like some form of psychosis, who later explained that there was a moment in time where she remembered believing that she was dead, and that like she was just sitting in her chair or wherever she was, and she was dead and everything was happening. But then she had to like go through this thought process, and she explained it. Like she's like, no, like people are interacting with me. I'm moving. I'm touching this thing. I can feel it. I can hear. I can smell. I'm probably not dead. but I'm pretty sure I'm dead.
Right. Yeah.
And so, yeah, I mean, I don't know much more about it than just that, but
That's such a weird thought.
Do they have a name for that, Eli? Because I've been trying to put my finger on that for a while now.
We can come up with one. You want to call it something? I have no idea.
Just checking your pulse every so often.
Yeah,
Kelly.
right.
It's like,
Making sure.
okay, no, it's still going.
You know, all you wonderful people, I hate to interrupt again. I'm going to go do that voodoo that I do, but I'm going to do it somewhere else.
Yeah.
No,
thank
thank
you.
you,
It's been a pleasure
thank
having
you
you on,
so
Chris.
much for showing up, man. You have no idea how much it meant to me. It really, really so much. Thank you so
Thank you.
much for being here.
I
See you,
appreciate
Chris.
You're
Have a
awesome.
good one.
Thank you.
Good to see
Yeah,
you.
thank
Good to
you.
see you.
Take care.
Thank you all. See you around into that jackass in the chat.
Oh yeah, I had to block him
Yeah,
because
No.
he was
I think-
using some slur words and insulting people directly, and I asked him not to several times. Asked him not to use a specific word, and he continued to use it. So yeah.
He was a
I saw
troll.
that. All right.
Pretty
Thank
sure
you
it's
all,
an
guys.
actual child.
Well, yeah,
It
yeah, I
could
wouldn't
be.
be surprised. I was
It's
curious about the
possible,
age.
yeah.
Thank you guys. See you later.
All right.
Oh, thank you,
Stay
Chris.
safely,
Chris.
my friends. Take
Thanks
care.
again, Chris. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
So yeah, what that situation where people believe that they're dead or that part of them is dead, I was thinking if that could be connected to what we were speaking of earlier. What was it called, Eli? You say something about the this
Default
network.
mode network.
Yes, default mode network. Like it sort of helps us identify that we are an individual, that we are, like who we are. And there was another term for people who do psychedelics specifically called the ego death, where it kind of like disconnects you from who you are. Like if it could possibly have some type of connection with that, like brain wiring wise. Sounds like it could be.
It could be. I think so. Yeah. I wonder if it has to do. I don't know. I'm completely speculating.
Oh yeah, me too.
Yeah, speculate. Yeah,
no
fuck it.
experience whatsoever. Yeah, let's
Yeah.
speculate.
Yeah.
I wouldn't think so. Just knowing what little I know about the default mode network, it's where we have like when we self ruminate, when we think about like how do others perceive me, when we think about like autobiographical memories, when we think
Right.
about when we're not engaging in activities. So like even like me doing this, that disengages my default mode network to an extent. The more complicated the task, the less you can engage your default mode network while you're doing it. But having lost my train of thought now, I don't know how that could be. I don't know how it could or couldn't be connected.
I'm
does-
wondering how Kelly's default mode network is right now.
I thought I did not know what a default mode network was, but I found it interesting because I just went and looked it up. I found it interesting because sometimes we often have really, really good insights when we're not trying to have those insights. That when we're not thinking at all, when we're doing things that require us to not consciously be thinking about them. Like I'm trying to think, like when you're in the shower, right? You don't have to think about taking a shower. You just do it. You've done it 1,000 times. You just do
Exactly.
it. But people often have these really awesome insights. Wow. I never thought about that while you're taking a shower, because your brain is free to think about things like that and not work to like make your feet walk in front of each other instead, right? That you're able to just free up your mind and think about things that you don't normally get to think about.
I think it was Daniel Dennett in Consciousness Explained. He talked a little bit about that, and he thought that our dreams, or one of the ways that our brain worked is that it was just constantly coming up with ideas, and then our senses would correct it. And so that way, when you're dreaming, your senses are all shut off, and so there's nothing to kind of nudge you back onto the track. So your brain just kind of wanders, and just since it's not getting any negative feedback from its senses, it feels like, oh, that must be right, that must be real. Let's build on that, kind of a yes and thing.
It's kind of interesting.
Yes, and love that.
Yeah. The way that we construct the reality around us in our heads is wild to think about the fact that we are able to navigate the world around us, honestly.
Right.
Like, because, you know, the more that you investigate this, there are some really, really cool questions that come up. Like, I totally understand that there are people out there that are just like, whoa, this is so fucking wild. Like, it'll never be explained. But we do have a pretty decent understanding in a lot of capacities, right? Again, like I hadn't heard about the default mode network, but the moment you started talking about that, I was like, oh yeah, that kind of makes sense, especially with like just organisms becoming more complicated. One of the ways in part that you would need you could do that is by having that ability to kind of think about the things that you've just done, that moment of, wait, when I got that last piece of food, that made me feel like this. Maybe I shouldn't do that in the future, you know? Like the last time that I engaged with this other, you know, creature, like I did this or that, and maybe that's not the best way, you know? So like that all makes sense when it comes to like consciousness. I think it's like, yeah, I can see the connection there. And even if some of it's still kind of fuzzy and gray, like, you know, even if, there's a lot of fucking weird shit happening up here, like, it doesn't mean that we're completely in the fucking dark. It doesn't mean that it's some, you know, magical control from outside or anything. Like, it's fascinatingly cool.
Right.
Like,
yeah, totally agree. That was like the really cool thing when I started looking into like psychedelics. It was really like mushrooms is what I started looking into, but like that was around there. Okay, like what is it actually going to do? Like if I do this, what is it going to do to my brain and body? And like what should I expect from that? And then not only did I learn that, but I learned more about like some of my own behaviors and habits. I'm like, oh, that's why I fucking do that. And it was like just a really cool like kind of just learning journey to take. Just about shrooms.
Yeah. And it is all very, I mean, there's been some really cool studies, you know, in the past. I mean, for sure with like MDMA, you know, ecstasy and other various, you know, hallucinogenic and so forth, psychedelic. And a lot of the benefit can come to people from that moment of detaching, right? From that ability to kind of, you know, arm's length deal with some of the more difficult things. That's where psilocybin, you know, most recently, for instance, with FDA trials has been really found to be very helpful. They'll give small doses to individuals coupled with, you know, regular visits to a mental health professional and talk with them, you know, during, before, or after, you know, about different things. And it's amazing some of the progress that people have really been able to make, because sometimes it just kind of, it's like there's a block, you know, it's like there's just like a block in this one pathway and it opens up, and once it opens up, it's like, oh my gosh, everything's better now. Like everything's different, you know?
Did you watch that? There's a documentary about a trial in the UK by like Dr. Calvin Harrison, I think is the guy's name. I could be getting that completely wrong, but basically it sounds like you're exactly describing that video.
Is it the one where the MDMA patients are like, let's think about our death. Let's think about our parents dying. Like, is that the one?
No, I haven't seen that one. This was a psilocybin trial. UK, like 3 years ago.
Okay. Yeah. I bet you that was what they were using for the article I was reading. I remember hearing about an MDMA trial a while ago where like the patients, it might be back in the 70s, but basically they were all laying around like super high, and somebody was like, hey man, what would it be like what's the worst thing that could happen? And then somebody was like, I don't know, man, probably me dying. And he's like, oh man, that's terrible, like let's think about that for a while. And they just for the next hour we're just like talking about all the worst things that could possibly happen. And then afterwards they were so much more calm. They were so less anxious about all these things, and they had time to kind of, you know, cope with it, deal with it,
examine it objectively.
Yeah, it's fascinating. It's
Yeah, but
really,
I
really
mean,
interesting.
it's kind of like what they do in some type of therapies, right? Like they make you expose yourself to something that you
Absolutely.
are afraid of, or
Mhm.
like, past trauma that you've had. And then
Yeah.
by repeating that in a safe space with somebody that knows how to calm you down and walk you through it, then
And
you're making new connections in your brain that the next time that you talk about it, it's not going to be so, traumatic.
yeah, and we
So it sounds
use
like it's, by using this type of hallucinogenics, it sounds like it could be a similar effect.
and we do that technique oftentimes with coupled with various drugs, various pharmaceuticals. Like a lot of individuals around the world receive incredible benefits from various drugs that are prescribed to them by doctors. That truly, to be honest, like if you just took a handful and you didn't have the things that the doctor was saying that person had, like you'd feel like you're tripping balls. I mean, you'd feel it. You'd fucking
feel something, yeah.
A lot of the antidepressants they're using are serotonin reuptake inhibitors, and what they're doing is they're making it so the serotonin is sticking around longer. Your brain is using more of it, and that is exactly what psilocybin and LSD are doing. They're actually creating. They're not making the reuptake last longer. They're actually creating more of it. So you're getting basically the same effect, but in droves, right? So when they're giving you things like trazodone, all they're doing basically is microdosing you.
I'd
Yeah,
rather have
but
organic than
worse side
chemically
effect.
created in a lab. So
Yeah. Well, because it's easier to regulate, easier to capitalize.
True. Yeah. But I mean,
Always
because
comes down to capitalism.
You got to make money, man. Which, by the way, you guys, did you know that you can send money? You got
send
it.
it
You got
this way.
You got to show. You always got it.
You can send money to me.
Yeah. Every ride ends through the gift shop. We all know that. Come on. Come on.
Yeah.
And it's not by accident. That's definitely by design.
Yes.
That's it. That's definitely intelligent design, right there.
Yeah, definitely intelligent.
Kelley, I wanted to say that I'm going to head out here shortly, but I really hope you have a good birthday. And as I have told my son, I don't know if you ever seen the show Red versus Blue, but my last words to him is going to be, out of everybody, I always hated you the most.
Cool. Thanks, man.
Wow.
That's so
Rare
special.
honor.
I got
Thanks,
you.
Infidel, for showing
I
up.
got
I
you.
appreciate it.
At the top.
Thanks for having me. Had a great
Thank you
time.
for coming.
And you guys be safe.
All right.
Thanks,
You're
man.
awesome.
Really
Thank
good.
you.
Have a good one.
Man.
Wow.
So how old are you, Kelley?
I'm 65.
60 fucking
right.
five,
I'm
man.
officially old, so
Man.
43.
Yeah. You did it, man. You got there. You made it to old man status. You can you have kind of free reign on stuff now. You get a lot more passes on what people will allow and stuff.
I get discounts at Denny's.
Certain amount of cachet.
Right. You're in that period now where people aren't really going to give you too much shit, because it's like the moment they start to, they're like, he's so
great. Yeah, it's like,
come on. I'm not gonna.
He's just old.
Yeah.
As long as you're not walking out in the traffic, that's
right. As long as it's nothing like that, right? People are just gonna basically let you.
The world was different when he was growing up.
You're right. Oh gosh, he's just all this technology and connection
last century.
Yeah. Soon there's gonna be people walking around and they're gonna say, "Oh, don't worry. They were born in the 1900s. Just don't worry about that." It's one of those people.
Yeah, there's gonna be a point come a point in time when they're just waiting for the rest of us to die.
That's right. It's like the last person from the last millennia is still fucking hanging on. Can't get that dumb son of a bitch to kick the bucket yet.
That's gonna be Kelley.
That's gonna be Kelley.
Yeah, that's
Kelley
funny 'cause
on the news. Like, fuck you.
when our kid was little, he used to say, "Oh, you were born in the 1900s."
Yeah. Yeah.
Makes you think about it. It's like,
I was
wait,
born in the 80s, dude.
Such
Yeah.
it's so weird. But yeah, I mean,
Like,
There's a difference between 1901 and 1999.
yeah. But I mean, is there?
There's also a fair number of similarities too. So
as weird as. But hey, the good news is, there are a lot of us out there that we missed a lot of the things from the 1920s. There are a lot of us that we just didn't have the option, to participate in. Like for instance, women not being citizens, like that type of stuff, like or this is a good one. Polio. There were a lot of us that really missed out on the whole
Glad I
polio.
missed that one.
Yeah. And apparently there's a handful of us in the world that are just really excited to bring it all back. So like,
right.
Fear
Fear of missing out right there. They got to ride around in chairs with wheels. Damn, I want to do that.
no way. People were just constantly like getting murdered, and then nobody had any idea how to solve it, because every time they would find some bloody knife at the scene, they'd be like, ew, that's gross, throw that shit away. Like,
Golden age.
And then anybody
right
who
there,
touched
golden
it
age.
would die within weeks.
right. People are just dying left and right. You have no idea, because they're just going to the well and just drinking water like normal, falling over dead. And people are like, going into surgery, for instance, and just being like, hey, hope this works. Like, not positive. Like airplanes that were flying at so low with no kind of safety. You're just constantly wondering, like, am I going to die right here and now? Like, is this just, it was great times. It was awesome. I'm excited to do it again. Thank goodness we're bringing it back.
yeah,
Oh,
we can't like
awesome. Thank
depopulate the
you.
West, but we can make it wild again.
Right.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Terrible. Oh yeah, it's some again. They're trying. It feels like it, man. It feels like it. That's part of the
Bringing
that's-
us down, man.
Well, this is the good news. This is the good news, and this is why we're here. We're celebrating another
Right.
trip around the sun,
Exactly.
another year that we have made and moved on, and now Kelley can be thankful. Honestly, he can be excited because he has less time to deal with this shit. I mean, that's great in my opinion. I see the positive.
Yeah,
Hallelujah.
I keep thinking that all the time too.
It's like,
Isn't that true about all of us, though?
I'm-
Don't we all have less
Yeah.
time? Then?
Yeah,
All you younger
good.
suckers are going to be stuck here.
But right, see, we got to deal with this shit
Okay.
longer. That's
Right.
that's the worst
Yeah.
part. I was like, Kelley's going to be able to peace out.
Yeah.
And just, as everything's burning around us, we'll be, but again, I think it'll
Kelley will be lighting his last joint off of that burning dumpster fire. Right
Here's
there.
to all you suckers.
Yeah, it'll burn off his eyebrows, but he won't even notice. He won't even
I'll
notice.
just be
He'll
able
like,
to light it off the air of global warming.
adios, man, and then he's gone.
Hey,
right?
it's good. Honestly, like I'm excited again because I'm going to be tortured and burning in hellfire for all eternity. So I might as well just get some of it out of the way right now. Get used to it a little,
Yeah, pregame.
Like, right.
Right, yeah.
Isn't it a pregame hell?
That's so great. That's such a great
Apparently,
phrase.
Kelley's already been practicing walking on fire.
Is that like a
Yeah.
tailgating party?
About
or
that
something?
earlier.
Really?
I did firewalk, yeah.
Wow. Nice.
He was on mushrooms. He was on
So
I
he
was
might
on
not
mushrooms,
have been
peyote,
invited,
and LSD at the time. So.
Wow.
So you actually maybe didn't firewalk and just
No, I definitely did. I did it.
Just totally
We think-
normal
That
walking down
sounds
the.
sounds like
Just a carpet.
Sounds like a Kelley story to me.
Yeah, it was just the right carpet. There
I'm
was
just-
He was just laying down.
I'm just really amazed that they were able to get the mushrooms and peyote to stuff to burn hot enough for you to walk on it. When you said you were walking on fire, you were on mushrooms.
Okay.
And I was like, oh wow, that's
Listen.
impressive.
Hmm.
Knock
Big-
that off.
Big mushroom shoes, right?
Yeah, right. Like, that's really impressive, man. I'm blown away by it.
Right. Hey, I think I'm gonna have to head out. Kelly, happy birthday to you. It was a blast hanging out here.
Thanks, Scott. Thanks for showing
Yeah,
up.
thanks for
Again,
stopping
you have
in,
no
Scott.
idea how much it meant to me. Thank you so
That was
much.
my pleasure. My pleasure. Have a nice day, everyone.
Thank
Thanks for
you
having
so
me
much
on,
for
AJ
stopping
and Joseph.
by.
All right. Have a
See you
good one.
around.
All right, take care.
Thanks a lot.
Same, brother.
So, Kelly, I know you like to do tongue twisters. Okay, I came with a
Well,
couple
people have me
prepared.
do them.
Okay, people like to make you do tongue twisters. I fixed it.
Yeah, that's the right.
Kelly, we like when you do tongue twisters.
Right. We're going to make you do a tongue twister, I think is what
Yeah.
AJ is
Yeah,
getting
yeah,
at.
that's what it
Yeah.
sounds like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This was meant to be like a gauge on to see where you're at on your trip. So
On your journey,
we'll do
your
some
journey.
more later, and then towards the end of a show we'll do some more and see if you're like
Oh, like
slurring
a-
them or something.
Yeah. Oh, we got a late start on our data.
We'll start with an easy one. I'm gonna put it on the screen. Hopefully you can see it. Let me
Holy
know if you-
rollers hurriedly hurl heavenly hopes, while heathens happily handle hard-hitting hypotheses.
Hey, that's pretty good.
That was perfect.
That was pretty
That was
good.
flawless.
That was
I
pretty
think.
good.
Anyone else wanna try it?
Well, I think
They're
we've
like,
had
no
so much
thanks.
I'm willing to. It's just it feels like it's like Kelly had to do it right away, sight unseen, like boom. Like we've had so much time to look at it. We've heard it. I was reading it while he was saying it.
Right.
It would be unfair.
Right.
All right, I can put
I
another
also
one.
like the idea of us just torturing Kelly for a minute too. So, I mean, everything Eli was saying in terms of the fairness of it, but also
Yeah.
like just fucking with
Yeah,
Kelly.
we can also just do it better than him, so he can see us doing better.
Right, that's what we're here for. That's what we're here for, guys. That's like the whole goal of the stream.
Good.
Hilarious.
Well, I also have to hop off and go get some dinner, but man, I love hanging out with y'all and Kelly. Dude,
Man, this was so much fun.
Elliot,
been-
thank you so much for being here. Again, you have no idea how much it meant to me to see you here. Thank you so
you
much.
have no idea how much it means to dozens and dozens of fucking people, all the stuff that you do, man. I know you make it possible for a shit ton of people to have a space, man. So that is fucking incredible, seriously. So thank you so much for that, brother.
Thank you, man.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. I love y'all.
All
Find
right,
something
we'll
good
see you
and
around
get
this hour.
Take care, man.
All right, it's back to
Ah,
us.
fun.
Back to
What a-
us. The
What a
original.
night this has been. Or
Yeah.
afternoon, I should say.
I feel like
keep
we just
thinking
went
it's
through like a
much
whole,
later than it is.
like a whole, like I don't know. Now we're like, yeah, we're back here, just four of us again. That was just
Right.
Yeah.
Another trip around the
Yeah.
studio, I guess.
That was a lot of people. I didn't realize that she had lined up so many people for you, Kelly.
I
That was
didn't
awesome.
either. That was amazing.
That was really awesome. It was cool to have.
I know.
everybody on.
First, I reached out to Infidel, and then I was like, "Oh, hey, you know what? Scott would be a good fit because everybody's like non-profits, and SR, he's always up for anything." And the last one I invited was Chris because I was like, "Oh, wait, like his birthday was like a couple of days ago, and I couldn't be on his show because I had a show going on." So I was like, "Oh, just invite him over," and it ended up being a whole bunch of people. Everybody said yes, so I was like, "Well, now I can't kick anybody out."
That's a fun time. That was cool.
Yeah, I thought that was great. Appreciate everybody showing up to let you know how cool you are and how much people
Yeah.
appreciate.
I don't know about cool, but
Well, appreciated,
Kelly.
I guess.
yeah, I
Appreciated is-
appreciate that too. That really made me
Yeah.
feel good.
Yeah. So Joe always talks about going to visit you, and yeah, he wants to
I-
go to.
I
wanna come
really,
up there to take
really
your
do not do
photography,
as
man.
much as everybody thinks I do. I really don't.
You seem pretty active, Kelly. You, seem
You
like do
say
a lot.
that, but then you also talk about all of the things that you do. So it's one of those
Right.
things. It's a I can't think of the word, but it's the bias you have that you basically have a higher expectation for yourself because the things that you're doing, that's just what you want to do. So you're just it's fine. It doesn't seem like a thing for you, but the rest of us see it as like you're really kind of like involved and doing a lot, and there's a lot that wouldn't be happening if you weren't making it happen. So, no, I think you should give yourself more credit.
Thanks.
Right, and even myself, I've been volunteering with the ACS stuff in the background, and it's like, wow, it's a lot of work. Like, and then I see Kelley like doing way more than that, and I'm like, what I do is like this much,
I
and it
don't
feels
do
like
much
super
though.
busy.
I just type and talk. That's all I ever really do, though. You know.
Yeah, but it requires your presence. You're there. You're
Yeah, but sometimes at
yeah.
the same time, like
So
So, did you think you were going to get me with that tongue twister?
I did. I mean, I have some harder ones.
I would have rolled
Let's
that
see,
one
hold
if
on,
I
hold
would have
on.
tried it.
Okay,
that one, I had confidence in you on that one.
I have a pretty long one. Let's try that one.
Okay.
All right, here goes.
Atheists analyzing ancient ayahuasca anecdotes argue about altered awareness, while theistic theorists think theological theories trump triggered truths.
Damn. Okay, again.
Run away.
I do pretty
Switch
good when I'm.
cadences there too.
I'm pretty.
All right.
I do pretty good when I may or may not be on drugs.
Yeah, allegedly.
Allegedly, we don't
Yeah.
know that. Let's try you, Eli. Try the next
Okay.
one, okay? I'm gonna put
Gotcha.
another one.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Okay, that's yours.
Hallucinating hermits harvest heavenly herbs while tripping travelers tumble through twisting technicolor tunnels. I probably
Not
should
bad,
have
not
said
bad.
herbs, but I'm not English.
So
Herbs.
I looked up what were the hardest tongue twisters, and it gave me two, but they were like really short. So I don't know if they're like just hard on the tongue or what. Let's try this one. The second hardest.
The six
Ooh.
sheep sick.
You've heard that one before, haven't you? You just recited that from memory.
Probably so.
That is supposed to be the hardest tongue twister. So
Six-
yeah,
six-
I actually learned to say it really well because it's supposed to be the hardest.
There was
I have
one
to figure
more,
out
but yeah,
the
you guys
sentences
try that
say
one.
it, and then I'll be able to say it.
Yeah, I have no idea what the shikes.
The sheik is 6. There are at
Sheik
least
is
6
six.
sheiks. 6 sheiks.
Sheiks.
And this is the 6th of the sheiks, and he is sick. And he has sheep, and his 6th sheep is sick. Okay, so the 6th 6 sheiks, 6th sheep sick.
Yes.
So it's the
Good.
the sixth. I can't do that
Oh,
one.
yeah.
I'm horrible
Okay.
at tongue twisters.
I just had to figure out the logic of the sentence. I'm like, okay, I'm good.
Yeah, like after you broke it down, now it makes sense. But I was like reading it, like it wasn't.
Yeah.
Clicking. Yeah,
I think that's cheating, though. I think what I did is cheating. It doesn't count as getting the tongue
it could
twister.
be. Yeah.
Kelley, even though he has it memorized, he still came right at it. It's still hard to be able to actually
It's hard to
speak it
get your
properly.
tongue to do it all.
Yeah.
That's the hard part.
Yeah. How about you, Joe? You want to try it?
I said I already messed it up. The sixth sheiks,
Oh,
sick,
okay.
sheep's sick. I have to do it really
Hey.
slow.
Okay, so this one is supposed to be the hardest one. Adkit Portcourt.
Yeah, I
Curd,
cheated
cold
and whispered it.
Pad kid poured curd, pulled cod. Ooh, I did
Oh,
that.
that one got him.
There
I
you
got
go.
it the first
Oh my
time, then
God.
I messed it up the second
Yeah.
time. It
Pad
totally
kid
got
poured
it the
curd
first
pulled
time.
cod. Yeah, okay.
Pad kid
Had
poured
kid
curd,
poured curd
pulled
pulled
cod.
cod. I know I didn't get it. I sounded like I did, but I didn't. Had kid poured curd pulled cod. There we go.
That one doesn't make any sense though.
Yeah, I don't really know what it means. Adkit
Yeah, it
Portcourt.
doesn't.
True.
Yeah.
Poured
I can-
curd. Yeah. So can we I think we agree that one doesn't count. That's what it
Yeah,
sounds like.
that doesn't make sense. It has to make
That
sense.
one is
right?
We
dumb.
agree. we will agree. We're on your side. Yeah, totally.
All right, I need a second. I'll be right back.
All right.
Okay.
Do we have more?
I don't know.
Um,
Probably
do
does.
another
Let me
one.
see. I think I had a couple more. Okay, you can try this one.
Ooh, 10 theologians thoroughly theorize theological theses, though thorough thinkers think theology's theatrics thrive thorough tricky. Nope, I didn't get it. I thought I was going to.
I thought you had it.
That was hard.
Yeah. Theologies, I think, is where I messed up. 10 theologians. No, I'll quiet my mouth here for a second.
We have one that was shared from the chat.
Yeah. She stood on the balcony, inexplicably mimicking him hiccuping and amicably welcoming him.
That one was fun.
It
That felt fun in my mouth.
sounded like you were rapping almost, like you had a flow going with it.
That one has a cadence to it, kind of naturally.
Let's see.
Yeah, I did think a little while after, because even though like as far as like favorite trips, and I haven't had like truly, I don't think like psychedelic experiences, but I do remember the first time that I allegedly took psilocybin, and I remember we were walking like down the street over this bridge that goes over this sort of I don't even remember what to call it, but like a dried out riverbed sort of, and there was some rocks in it. And I look over at the rocks and I'm like, oh, I could see how somebody who's tripping might think that some of those rocks look like alligators. Oh, I'm tripping. Okay. It was like a really minor thing, but I was like, yeah, it was just, I'd say the first one was probably pretty my favorite one, just because it was a new, the new, like kind of like opening that door, basically. Yeah, the new experience, opening that door and kind of changing my perspective on things.
Yeah.
Right.
It's interesting how psychedelics can make you like your interaction with like reality and non-reality like come together. Like I've been watching, the one time I was watching like National Geographic channel, and we were sitting on the couch, and we had taken some LSD, and the next thing I know, like the whole room, I'm actually like in the environment. I'm in the swamp with alligators, and it's a jungle environment, and I could feel like the moisture and feel like I was actually like in like a forest, like rainforest type situation. It's just how you can feel like you're like it felt so real, and I'm just sitting there in the couch, like a kind of like an out of body experience, and you're like looking around and you feel everything.
Tactile hallucination is like a really interesting concept to me, because at that point, if you're having like visual, auditory, and tactile hallucination, like how do you discern reality from not reality at that point?
Yeah.
Like what's the difference? So, well, I mean, I guess the difference is that one of them is happening and one of them is not, like objectively.
True, but at that point, you can't really tell the difference.
Yeah, which one is which?
Yeah.
How does one tell the difference, I guess, is the true question. Like that's really interesting.
That's why it's good to have someone there that's not under the influence, to be able to help you determine and steer you in the right direction. If someone does start like believing that there's actually like alligators there, that can actually attack them.
Right. Yeah.
I've never had that kind of experience. Honestly. No.
It's interesting because how do you, like Elliot was saying earlier, sharing what you're seeing with somebody else who's also on the same drug may cause them to come into sort of the same situation that you're experiencing, right? Like the same hallucination, or sort of a similar hallucination. So how are people even able to tell, like you said, Eli, how are they able to tell what is real and what is not? If I don't know, if two or more people are seeing sort of like the same thing, and then a third one that's not on the drugs comes and it's like, hey, you guys, that's not what, that's not real. Like, well, but he's seeing it too. Well, but he's seeing it too. So it's like,
I think a lot of that too is like power of suggestion. Like, whoa, I'm seeing this. Do you see it too?
You put that.
Now I'm seeing it.
Yeah. You put that image in their head, that thought in their head, for them to actually like be able to see it. Yeah.
And that's actually one of the big things people say. Setting and intention is a big part of how your trip is going to go. And Kelley, that may have a lot to do with your experiences having not really ever been negative, because maybe you just always just go into it with a positive intention, like, hey, like, let's have a good time.
And are able to me when I was totally messed up. I'm just a happy-go-lucky person.
Yeah.
I mean, your true personality comes out when you're really drunk, right? And I'm just a happy person. I have a good time.
Nice. Yeah, and that's and that probably, I think, has a lot to do. But as the setting, I think that has a lot to do. And I'm trying to get my train of thought back.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. And it had something to do with something Joe had said before, and I'm sorry, guys, I lost it.
No, you're good.
We were talking about how it's hard to tell the difference from what's real and what's not. Basically.
Yeah.
Oh no, I guess it wasn't related to that. I don't know
No?
how.
Okay.
I don't know what triggered and brought it back, but I remember thinking it was like during that, like seeing the rocks and thinking some of them, and I'm like, okay, so it's kind of just like making me more open to different ways of interpreting things, and that was just sort of like the conclusion I came to, like from the experience. And then I go read about it, and it's like, this is what it does, and I'm like, so it just makes you more open to different ways to interpret things, and it's like, yeah. I'm like, okay, sweet.
I
So,
wonder if it increases your ability to use your senses. Like, obviously, if I'm blind,
Well,
then it's not like I'm gonna be seeing. But like, if you can see, like,
I
does
don't
it
know that that's
increase your?
true,
Yeah. No,
but it,
I'm just wondering
yeah,
if
I
it
I
think
get
does.
what
maybe
you're
the
Yeah.
saying.
focus
But
on
what it,
certain senses, though, wouldn't you think,
right,
Kelly?
right. What I
Yeah.
was going to say, it does
Okay.
help you see things that you didn't notice that were already there before.
Yeah.
You know, like I remember, and I wasn't even on drugs, but I remember walking through Savannah, Georgia, and checking out the bricks that are in front of the old houses, because everybody built their own sidewalks in front of their houses back in the old days, and they have some of these beautiful ornate brick sidewalks that are just incredible. And I was on Grateful Dead tour. We had a day off, so I wasn't doing any drug. I never used to do drugs on Dead tour either, anyway, believe it or not. But we're walking through Savannah with some friends of mine, and I'm down on my hands and knees looking at these bricks and talking to people that are with me, talking about these bricks. And I look up and they're all looking down at me like I'm an idiot. And I was like, see, guys, I don't need to do drugs anymore. I'm already tripping all the time. You know?
Yeah, I think there's just so much going on around us that our senses just kind of focus on specific things that are the most important. Like we don't really see so much. Maybe when people use those drugs, it's like you're able to see all of that you want to see, and that you're not focusing on when you're
Mhm.
busy trying to focus.
Yeah, looking at handrails. I remember once really checking out handrails in a neighborhood in Chicago, and it's just something that I never noticed before. That some of them are really, really artistic. So with the handrails out in front of the old houses, and it's just you just don't notice it until you're
yeah.
on drugs, right?
I actually.
I'm
Oh,
gonna
I'm
be
sorry. Go ahead.
I'm gonna be right back for a second. You guys keep sharing stories. Talk about anything you want to talk about. Okay, I'm gonna put you in charge, Kelly. You're
Kelly's in charge.
Ooh.
make them talk.
Oh, you don't want me in charge.
What was the last thing that was said right before I had a thought?
You were going to talk about something that happened to you.
Mm-hmm. But I don't remember what it was.
When you were telling us your
I was
story
talking
about
not needing
rocks.
drugs anymore.
Oh, Kelly, I got something I want to ask you. So, have you ever experienced something? You're like, say, you're sober, but you experience or you're doing something that makes you remember an experience you had when you were hallucinating or when you were on drugs, and you actually are able to feel that feeling that you were talking about earlier that you can't describe to somebody, and it kind of gives you like a flashback. I wonder if is that your body or your mind remembering those open pathways in your brain that that the drug would have allowed to be happening. I don't know. Does that make sense?
That's an interesting question, and I've never had what I thought was the classic flashback where I actually felt like I was on the drug again. But I have had those thoughts again. Hey, I remember when I thought about this thing, and that was pretty good insight, and maybe I needed to remember that before now. So yeah, I mean, there are different aspects of that, I guess. You can remember things that you experience and use those in your daily life. But I don't think I've ever had an actual flashback where I actually felt like I was on that drug again. So if that makes any sense.
Yeah, that does. I follow you. Yeah. Yeah, I can't say I've actually had a flashback, but I had a feeling of, I think it was more like a pattern that set off the feeling, just seeing like a certain pattern set or a design that I saw like when I was on acid that I was maybe amazed by. And then seeing that same type of pattern kind of throws me back into like a flashback.
Well, I think it could be a combination of, like we mentioned at the beginning of the show, when you take a psychedelic, it creates these new pathways in your brain or rewires old pathways in your brain. So maybe those new pathways are sort of like coming to you now, like a memory, or
Or they're
I
open
don't know
now.
if
They're actually now
necessarily a
open, and you
memory,
have that
but
ability to like to see, to like feel to actually
Yeah.
to be open to that thought, I guess you would say.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
it can reopen old pathways that have come to disuse through like emotional trauma, stress, whatever the case may be. Like we stop using pathways at sometimes, and so yeah, the use of most of what I have learned is about psilocybin, but like I think it has some shared characteristics with the others, but like it reopens those old pathways as well. Yeah. So that's why people are like unlocking repressed memories, so to speak.
Right.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's one of the
Totally
reasons I like to do it like once a year, because I'm not, because you get stuck in ruts, and it'll help you get out of that rut. It'll help you.
Yeah.
It'll get that you get caught in those ruts because you close off those pathways, right?
And it kind of helps you free your mind from like other thoughts that you would be thinking about, and let your mind be more open. If you're under a lot of stress, it kind of lets your mind stop thinking about like those things that are stressing you out, like constantly. You kind of forget about some of the worries, and it allows you to actually focus on other things basically, and actually be able to enjoy them without having that stress taking out the joy that you would normally get from those thoughts. I don't know. That's just, I kind of see it that way.
Yeah, and I mean, we know that they can sort of also release creativity that we have within us, I guess. I mean, a lot of
Music,
artists,
art,
so many. I
drawing.
mean, I'm sure you guys can think of so many artists, musical or whatever, that were on some heavy drugs and made some amazing music.
Well, music in
movies.
general. Then when you combine it with hallucinogenics, because again, emotion and the senses that it brings, and music is just awesome emotionally, and just thinking how it amplifies that is just. I had some of my greatest hallucinations or trips with music and hallucinogenics.
Do you have like some? Are there songs that you're like? Do you ever have? Wow, it's a bunch of questions all in one. Are there songs where you're like, I'm gonna like listen to this one when I trip because I want to like experience this, or like I remember this one was like really good, or I really enjoyed this one.
Definitely.
Like which ones? Like what songs?
Yeah, I would say Pink Floyd's always one of my go-to. Like the Dark Side of the Moon album.
Yeah.
Like I've seen laser shows tripping on that with the Dark Side of the Moon album, and I mean that's just like mind-blowing, like the visuals and the feelings you get. But other than that, I mean, Sonic Youth. I mean, I have songs from The Cure that I've listened to.
Maybe DJ Shadow.
Yeah, DJ Shadow. I mean, music in general, it depends like what type of like trip you want to go on. Do you want to go on a fast trip? I mean, with music, you can kind of choose like the setting or the mood that it's going to bring to you. So
right. Like those songs from Jack Johnson, man. Like
Elliot was talking about his friend before with the different music in the different rooms.
That's mind blowing. I could only that's insane. But yeah, stepping in from like one mood to another like that quick,
or like standing in between the two.
I
wonder what that would be.
Combination of both.
Right.
That's probably when it starts to get kind of dangerous. I think maybe to like a stimulus overload, maybe that depending on the individual.
Yeah.
There's an interesting comment on their Catching Monsters. He likes listening to birthday sex. Interesting.
Birthday sex. I guess I'm old. I don't.
That one, I feel like I know of a couple of songs that mention, reference, or are about, and I can't think of anyone in particular right now that they're referencing.
Okay.
That you mean about sex or
which song that comment means is
okay.
Okay, maybe he can clarify for us.
Let us know. Catch a Monster. What song?
Yeah.
I do kind of want to figure out like what I think is going to give me the most interesting experience for me, whether it's going to be something visual. I think it likely will be something visual for me, but I do kind of have even like while sober, I'll have like emotional responses to some things I'll hear in music. Do you ever hear those ones that like pan back and forth from side to side while they're singing? It's like every other note or something like that. That does wonders in my brain. So I want to figure out what type of thing I want to do, and then just kind of have them like take just like a little bit of a larger dose than what I normally do, and just kind of like let that just figure out how that works. I really want to check it out.
Yeah, I like I said, I haven't tried them yet, but I want to. Like I would be worried about having a bad trip. But yeah,
Yeah.
probably definitely start with like very small amounts.
Microdosing is fine. You're not
So
gonna be to the point to where
You-
you're gonna get uncomfortable.
yeah,
Exactly.
so
only-
Kelley and Joe, you both have experience with this. What would be like some advice you would give some newcomers? We're not advocating for drug use.
No,
Just saying that out there.
you
But if
only
you're
bring
gonna
in-
do it, be educated.
Yeah,
just
be educated
safe
and-
with it. Yeah.
and you only experience what you bring into it too. So I mean, it's really important to make sure you're in the right mindset before you start.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's very true.
I mean,
That's a good point.
if you're depressed or you're feeling bad, you probably shouldn't be doing it. If
Yeah,
you've had,
it needs to be
if you have
under.
a history of mental illness, you probably shouldn't be doing it.
Mhm.
Yeah, I would say that's very good information. And I would always recommend, if it's the first time that you have someone that's going to be sober as well.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Because you don't know how
And
someone's gonna
has been
react.
through it before.
Yeah, knows how to deal with it. Yeah.
But yeah, because if you're just with like a random friend that doesn't have any experience, then
Mhm.
yeah, you probably don't want them that to be their first experience
Right.
with somebody on drugs either.
And it's probably better to be in a comfortable environment, a place that you feel comfortable with, not
Yeah.
somewhere that's unknown to you. So
Yeah.
if you do start to not realize where you're at, you can see something that comforts you, that lets you know where you're at.
Like the top in Inception.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And
That's a
how
good
he
one.
knows he's
Token, is that
dreaming.
what they called it? Or something?
Yeah. I know what you're talking about, but I don't know.
I
if
can't
that's
remember,
the
but
term that they
yeah.
use for it.
Term for it, yeah.
So that I
It's
know
a
where
long
they're
movie.
at. Yeah.
And another bit of advice that I've seen, AJ, for like is that to kind of recognize that, kind of like they were saying, it's not about necessarily being in the correct mindset, unless that's your goal, but that the mindset you are in when you take it, or when it starts to take effect, is the mindset you will be in when your trip starts. So, and that's how it's gonna so that to one suggestion I saw for people who are like trying to use it therapeutically, to be like, I kind of want to address some stuff and let go of it, to just accept what happens. It, like some people describe it as like really, really terrifying if like that's what you're doing. And that's why it's really important, if you're doing it therapeutically in that way, to have like an actual therapist and train people. But what they say is like, you kind of just have to accept like the terrifying thing that's going to happen. And then like 6 hours later or so, it'll end. And then you're going to have this like objective view of whatever you experienced.
Everything you went through. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. I mean, and it seems like so far they've had really good results with using it for things like PTSD and depression and other types of trauma. So, I mean, I would hope that they will do more research on it and, make it more available. But, I mean, we can only hope. I mean, there's just so much like fear tactics that came from like the 60s and 70s and 80s, the whole
What's the thing they did
advertising,
with even marijuana? They so much they would make movies with kids eating glass, to scare people.
Yeah.
You're gonna smoke a joint and you're gonna start eating a glass bottle.
Right.
They used to show that shit. But you're right. It's the same thing. Scare tactics.
Yeah.
So
Go ahead.
Go
ahead.
I was going to say that doesn't work, because kids will grow up and they find out that those scare tactics were wrong.
Yeah.
And then they realize they were lied to, and then they stop distrusting the fucking people who are supposed to be in charge. So, I mean, in the long run, when they're making lies about drugs like that, it just works against them.
Yeah. The people who are doing the research right now grew up being told the same things we were being told about it. So they're just as, irritated as we are. Like, hey, no, this is doing good stuff. Let's figure it out. So I'm optimistic about it.
Yeah. how we talked about, I mean, it seems like it all connects to emotion and like emotional support. So when you have the, emotional distress, something that you emotionally went through, emotional trauma, I think it's a great tool to actually to help people get through it, because like we said, it helps them confront, it helps them open up those thoughts that are causing that emotional trauma to them in their mind, and it lets them confront it. 'Cause a lot of people block out things, and this helps open up those blocked out memories to help them confront it, so they can actually deal with that trauma to get over it.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I think unfortunately a lot of people are not taught ways to cope with with what they're going through. But I think that's where they end up sort of self-medicating with their not best types of drugs that they could. I'm talking about like heroin or like the very harsh, I don't know, crack or stuff like that. And they just completely like not realize that there's something even better out there that could be actually helping them, like we say, microdosing or even CBD or
Heroin's
THC or
not
stuff like
treating.
that.
Heroin's just numbing. It's the same as any type of pain medication. It numbs the the underlying problem, basically.
Yeah.
Makes you feel
and
good,
that's
though.
right.
Makes you feel like a hero, and that's where
Oh
the name,
yeah,
that's
it
where the name
does.
came
You
from,
don't,
right?
yeah, it does.
Oh, really? Is that where it
Yeah,
came from?
yeah, it is.
Okay.
You can get
Okay,
wounded
I didn't know
soldiers on
that.
the battlefield, shoot them up with some heroin, and turn them into a hero.
Wow. Okay, that makes
They
sense.
could ignore the pain and
No pain. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, I know. What's his name? Kurt Cobain used it for. He had like some severe abdominal issue that caused him a lot of pain, and he said that's why he turned to heroin, because it would numb the pain. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that, like, it does have benefits, but it's got a lot of it's got so much more. It needs to be used more because its action is so much shorter. So like things like the psychedelics, they're finding that like the action can last like for a couple of months in some cases. Like people are still having effects from the initial, or like having benefits from the initial dose. That's not the case for opiates or like benzodiazepines or things like
just
that.
the opposite,
So
actually.
right, so it's by design. They have to come back and get more, and they can't grow it in their like backyard or their closet or whatever.
Well,
Well, I mean, okay, yes, things like opium maybe, but like the point is that like it's so much easier. It's like I was saying earlier to turn the treatments that are approved into capitalistic gain rather than actually helping people feel better and live better lives.
So Joe and I were watching the documentary about narcotic painkillers. What was it? Oxycodone, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oxycontin.
So like it was all about money for them. Like it was all about money. Like they even knew how highly addictive it was going to be, and they still put it out in the market.
Yeah,
and now they have
it was a complete scam.
Yeah, and now they're like, oh, the opioid crisis, all these damn addicts, and they don't look at like the root cause of why there's so many out there. Like someone just posted that when you're taking painkillers and then you stop taking them, you just skip a dose or something, like your pain is more than what it was, before you started it. Yeah, I was on. I was on them for like 8 years, and coming off was like horrible.
Yeah, it was horrible seeing her go through that. Like I never realized the withdrawals like that bad, but it's intense.
It's pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean, I was like, I never took it outside of the prescribed dose, right? And so it was like how it was prescribed, and I still had like horrible withdrawals. Like I felt like
you don't think that because
chicken.
they're prescribing it for you that way that you're going to go through that kind of experience. But totally. You always think that, that kind of withdrawals for heroin addicts and stuff. But no, it's for the people who are just taking hydrocodone every day.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Well, I did go all the way up to oxycodone. I started on hydrocodone, but then it was like all the way to oxycodone because you build up tolerance to it.
Yeah,
So
you have
over
to
the years,
switch.
so they kind of have
Mhm.
to, yeah, it's horrible. And I mean, at first, there was like the first few times that I tried to get off of it, the nurses were like, "Well, if you want to get off of it, you're gonna do it." And I was like, "I need some type of help. Like I can't. Like I tried it a couple times to lower the dose, and even lowering the dose was just like impossible to like completely come off." And yeah, I came into the doctor's office like 2 or 3 times asking them, like there's gotta be something you can do. And they were like, well, no, we just sort of like prescribe pain medication. Like that's about it. And then eventually my actual doctor, when I, requested to see him instead of the nurse practitioner, he
Mhm.
was like, all right, there's this new um, method, sort of device that they use that they put on your ear, and it's kind of like acupuncture. And I don't know if it's like a mental thing or if it actually does work. I'm sure Kelly, you might have some input on that type
If
of
it
thing.
works, it works.
I mean, yeah, like it was free. It was like I was like I might as well try it. So it didn't like completely take away the all of the effects, but it was like it helped with things like nausea and the headaches. So it was like at least some type of relief. So yeah, who knows what it was.
Mm.
I have to check on something. I'm getting called in the other room. Just give me 1 sec. I'll be right back.
All right.
I'm learning a lot about opiates right now. The same person, Ms. Non Sequitur, is saying that like even going 1 hour past the scheduled dose would be terrible withdrawal.
Yeah,
And that,
AJ would get like that if she would miss her dose. You would
Yeah,
feel sick.
because I think the different types, like the different brands or whatever, have different lengths that they last. I think some of them are like 4 hours, some of them are 6 hours. One of them is like 12 hours. So if you get to that point where the half life is over, then you're gonna start feeling
wow.
like the symptoms. Yeah, like I will start getting like headaches or nausea or getting like irritable. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. That's like, what a thing to realize that people are like, this, I'm going to do this on purpose so I can make money.
Yeah, and it's crazy. I mean, like I understand that is one of the things that helps with pain, but we have so many different options. Like even what's his name, Jason Friedman. He's part of the ACA.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's mentioned that microdosing helps with pain. I didn't know that. I didn't know that it helped with pain.
I hadn't heard that either.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I thought that was pretty cool.
And I think I misspoke too. I'll clarify that. What I meant was that like the pharmaceutical companies that manufactured opiates or opioids and were like, yeah, we're going to push this out into the public.
Oh, yeah.
And it's going to be terrible for public health, but I'm going to make a lot of money. That's what I meant.
Yeah.
But yeah, like that too. I've heard, I should say whispers, I guess, like a couple of things that suggested that psychedelics work with pain, but I hadn't read much about it. So
yeah, so if you get a chance on Netflix, the documentary that we watched is called Painkiller.
Okay.
The one that's about oxycodone. It was like really eye opening.
Yeah.
Like it tells you the whole story and more in depth than what I remember
The
right now.
Oxycontin story. Yeah. It was pretty bad. It was
crazy what they got away with.
Yeah, it was. It was really bad. I have to say though that like a lot of the anti-opioid propaganda that's out there is actually hurting a lot of people who do rely on them to live a normal life. There are people out there that use hydrocodone on a daily basis that have been using it for decades with no problems at all. And they use it to just live a normal life because they're in so much pain and it's hurting those people. This whole
Yeah, like for like a year before I stopped taking it, like every time I will go to the doctor's office, there was like a huge sign at the front that was saying, like we're having shortages and like we may not be able to fill this for you. Like, if you have any trouble and you're gonna have to deal with it with your pharmacy. It was like they were trying to push people off taking them, even though it was helping
they're
them.
pushing doctors to not prescribe them too.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, and like I said, there are people like, I'll come clean.
Well, not
I've been
good,
on opioids for 25 years now because I have chronic pancreatitis. I have interstitial cystitis. Both conditions, depending on whose list you look at, are listed in the top 10 or top 20 most painful conditions a human being can have. You know, I've been on hydrocodone for 25 years, and all it does is make me live a fairly normal life. You know, I don't feel. I am addicted. I will get those experiences. Like if I'm 2 hours past when I should have taken a dose, I know it. You know, I get real uneasy. So yeah, I understand it. But my doctor retired, and I was fearing that I was not going to find another doctor who would prescribe these things for me so that I could live a normal life. You know, so it does. This war on opioids is really hurting a group of people that are relying on them to be normal.
Yeah, it's just the doctors that are overprescribe it for
Agreed.
for issues that shouldn't be prescribed for.
Yeah, like
overprescription is a problem for sure.
Yeah, I have something called CRPS. They call it, I don't know if I can say the word on YouTube, the suicide disease, because a lot of people take their lives because of this. It's so painful. It's like I think one of the top 3 most painful conditions. But I've known people that actually had to stop taking the opiates because their doctors refused to continue prescribing it because of all the, the whole war on opioids thing. And to watch people like that, the way that their quality of life goes down, it's terrifying. I was lucky because I found a different way to manage my pain, even though I had to be on it for like 8 years. During those 8 years, I didn't know about this other thing. Like, I don't advertise it a lot because it doesn't work for everybody. It was a change in diet. It was just like the way my body responded to inflammation, like chronic inflammation from processed foods and a lot of meat foods was affecting my pain, right? Like it was increasing it so bad.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, like I was like at some points I was in a wheelchair, I was on crutches, I was walking with a cane at different times in all of these 8 years that I was on the pain medication. Even with the pain medication, sometimes I had to use a wheelchair. I had a pain pump. I'm sorry, not a pain. A nerve stimulator. Nerve stimulator put in my back for that. I had it for like 5 years, and then after I changed my diet, I had it removed because I had it off for like a whole year, and I didn't even need it anymore. And then I was able to come off, like I said, came off the ketamine. I came off the opiates. I don't use anything right now. I still have minimal pain, and when I don't eat as good as I should, I notice the increase in pain. But I mean, like if I had to come off of it before I had done this, I'm not really sure how I could have survived.
That you would have coped with it.
Staying with that type of pain. Yeah.
Diet's really important, though. It was really important for me to change my diet with the 2 conditions I had. Yeah. So, I mean, most people who are diagnosed with chronic pancreatitis die within 5 years, like 70%. Wow. And but most of them are drinkers. They get it from drinking and they don't stop drinking. So I wasn't a big drinker at the time I was diagnosed with it. It was really easy for me to quit drinking. I don't really drink that much. I like once or twice a year I get drunk and that's about it. So
for the
y'all have seen
me. Next one is the bat tour. Okay,
yeah,
save it
right.
for that one.
Next time I get really drunk will be at the back cruise. So I forgot where I was at now. I totally lost my train of thought. But
you're changing diet for your
my change in diet. I mean, I don't think I'd still be alive if I hadn't changed my diet. You know, that it really helped with my pancreatitis. It really helped with my interstitial cystitis, bringing the pain levels down with both of those things, you know. It really, I mean, it was a huge difference when I learned how to eat right.
Yeah, it's crazy how like we see that the eating right can actually like help us like live a better life, but yet sometimes we just like overlook it until it actually like comes down to like, oh, we have to now because like this part of me's failing, so I better take care of it. That's how I am. Like I know I could eat better and probably feel a lot better every day, but I'm so addicted to fast food, just based to like my work schedule and so forth, just like the ease to grab something. That's really a bad thing for our society. Like,
yeah, I think like processed food is definitely at the
processed
top
food,
of the world.
really.
Like, but I do know that some people are affected by meat in certain ways, but I would say even meat is not like the worst. Like processed food is the worst for sure. Like it causes more inflammation and leads to chronic diseases.
And everything's processed. It's like you try not to eat processed. Like it's so freaking hard because like everything is processed. It's like what? Then what am I supposed to eat?
I know it's like so easy to just like pull out a TV dinner or like go grab like something that's already boxed and pre-made. Yeah, like we live in a society of convenience.
Convenience, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it sucks that we can't, as a society, like recognize that and be like, no, we should find a better way to do this and then prioritize that.
Mm-hmm.
And like we should find a better way to like cultivate large amounts of like non-processed foods and like enough to feed the number of people we have. And we don't.
Yeah, we kind of do process those large amounts, but we turn it into processed foods.
Right.
Like the corn and the wheat, like we use it to turn it into like junk food and donuts and pizza. Which I love.
They're all delicious. Yeah, I love them.
All those things are great. I know.
I always say, okay, I eat plant-based mostly, not because I don't like meat. I like meat, but it doesn't like me. So
yeah.
So that's where we are at.
So are we gonna play some games or no? Let's see how everybody does on some trivia or
sure, yeah, we can do that. All right, let's see. Let me pull this up. Do you guys have it? Well, should we do the drinking one, the science and astronomy, or the human body one?
You're the boss.
It's your birthday. It's closest.
Kelley.
Oh shit! I was thinking roll a die, but I don't have a die here with me.
Oh, okay. How about a coin? Do you have a coin? We'll pick top
You know what? Hold on one sec. I'll go grab a die. I know where there's one at real close.
How is this gonna work? He's got three options. He's gonna roll a how many sided die?
I know, right?
A D6 would work.
Sided 1, 2, 3.
There you go.
You know,
I was gonna say
1, 2,
the
3,
D6
4,
will
5,
work.
6. All right. What was the last one? The human body. That's the one that just got picked.
Okay.
That
the last option.
rolled.
Wait, so that's the one?
3 or a
The
6?
human body. Yeah.
All right, so the human body one.
So
I
we
think
have
that's
to
the one.
go to the link.
Okay.
Do we need to
let
click it
me
again?
See.
Let's see.
Yeah, I think, and I believe if we.
Or do we have to do? Do we have to do another one because we kind of ended that one before?
Yeah, I think I can restart it.
Okay.
I'm able to restart the same game. So I'm gonna put the link in the main chat in case anybody else wants to join the game. They can play the game from.
Oh, audience can join with us. Awesome.
Surprise, surprise. Kelley has a die close.
Kelky.
Okay, so I put
Oops.
the.
Did I do that? I'm trying to copy the code.
Oh, I put it in the main chat now.
Oh, okay.
We
So-
actually have a game room in my office.
Nice.
Oh, you do? That's nice.
Yeah.
What's it got in it?
Yeah, a Starfinder campaign next week. That's very exciting. Because it's TTRPGs and space, two of my favorite things.
Interesting. Okay, so
Eli got first place with 0 points.
okay, I'm resetting the game. Does it show like it reset it?
Yeah, it says it will begin shortly.
All right. Kelley, moved away.
I just had to turn the
Alright,
heat back
we'll
up in
see.
the office. That's all.
Oh, it's cold in there.
Yeah.
How cold is it out there? Outside?
I don't know what it is outside. In the office right now, it's 64.
Yeah, it's pretty chilly.
That's pretty chilly. Yeah.
Yeah.
At least for us
Don't
over
like-
here, we're used to like 100 degrees. So
All right, it says game will begin shortly.
That's what it says.
There we are.
We'll see.
wait. Let me type it in the chat again.
Let's get on the ball here. Let's go.
Gonna petition for a new game show host. No, we'll figure it out. Let's see.
Yeah, the person in the chat is trying to join.
To join.
So,
Okay.
Yeah.
yeah. All right. I'm not sure if I can see how many players there are, but representation. Okay, so it's showing 3 players right now.
If anybody wants to join, jump on. How many people we have watching? Yeah, we have it's a few people.
One is me.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Keep an eye on the chat.
thanks for the entertainment, Kelley. I knew I could count on you with the little duck. Okay, we got
That's
4
the bigotry dog.
people. All right, so I think we're ready. So there's 4 players, and so I think I have it set for 30 seconds. Let me know if you need more time for the next one. I can add time, so we like quickly read the question and then answer. So I don't know. All right, so we'll see how this goes. Ready? And I'll start it now.
Is one of us supposed to read it out loud? Oh no, because everybody that's watching is playing.
Yeah.
Oh, but then the audience doesn't know
Okay.
what's going on though.
Oh, true.
Right. So
Approximately what percent
can you show
of adults
can you show the
phone?
quiz on the screen while we're playing it so the audience can see?
I could, yeah.
I might could if you got a lot going on already.
Wouldn't
I'll-
it show your answers though too when you're picking your answers?
True, it will.
yeah,
let
we
me
can show my
change.
side.
Okay, I'm trying to change it to the different view. Okay. All right. I think I can put it on. Hold on, I'm trying to find the correct one. Okay, sure. All right.
There we go.
Okay, there we go. So the question was approximately what percentage of an adult's bones are in the feet? 2 people answer 15% and 2 people answer 20%. And the correct answer is 25%. So I don't think anybody got it right.
Was it? I thought it was.
We
I
all
thought
got
was-
it wrong.
Oh,
Everybody was wrong. All right. That's good. That's good.
That's funny.
All right. Next
I knew it wasn't less. Than it was.
question. All right. Next question is: Philematology is the scientific study of what? Hugging, sex, holding hands, or kissing?
Huh.
feel like I know this one.
I feel like we need more time.
Perhaps, yeah.
All right.
'Cause I'm not confident in my answer. I just selected it because I was out of time.
All right. So
Wow, we got a lot of answers around the board on that one.
was that all the answers? Okay. Says only 3 were received. Okay.
What was the correct answer on it?
So the correct one is kissing.
Yeah, after I put in hugging, I was like, nope. I think that sounds like kissing.
Tyler, mouth, speech.
Yep, that's
Oh,
kind
yeah.
Yeah, fine.
All right.
You're right.
That's good. Oh, yeah. I didn't think of that. Okay. All right. Next one. What is the term for the experience of seeing sounds or hearing colors? Oh, dissociation, depersonalization, or ego deaths.
Man,
Which I
was
misspelled.
I was between two.
One of my best friends actually sees numbers as colors, so I knew the answer to this one.
Oh, really? Okay. All right. So there's only one answer that was wrong.
That was me.
And yeah, the correct. Oh, okay. So yes, the correct answer is synesthesia.
Synesthesia.
I think that's how it's pronounced.
Yeah.
I believe.
Yeah, synesthesia.
Okay. All right. Let's go quick. I'm gonna add some time real quick so it doesn't go that fast. So you guys have more time to. Okay, I put it to 60 seconds. All right. Next question.
Man, I kind of went.
Most parts of the human body shrink with age, but the nose and blank actually keep growing. Ears, feet, fingers, eyes.
Man, for some reason mine was lagging and I picked the wrong answer. I'm definitely for sure.
Oh no. Yeah, there was that one question.
I just guessed on this one, so.
Okay, so
It was the ears, right?
one answer says fingers, and then three answers says ears, and ears was correct.
Indeed. Cartilage. They're not bone or skin.
I guess.
Oh,
Yeah,
that makes
the
sense.
nose grows
yeah.
too, right? Look at this cartilage. Yeah.
Yeah. Don't get too much bigger. All right, next question. Here we go. Which of these bodily functions is impossible to do in outer space? Hiccup, snore, cough, or burp?
Oh,
Well, I mean, all of them.
they all involve breathing, right?
I think I'm wrong. I think I chose the wrong answer.
I timed out.
All right.
I chose
somebody
hiccup.
said-
What was the right answer?
Oh,
Kelly,
okay.
Kelly didn't get his in. I don't.
Yeah,
think.
and that's
All
cool. I timed
Yeah.
out. I didn't answer in time. It was my bad.
What was gonna be your?
Oh,
your
it's
answer?
snore. It's got to be
Snore.
snore. Yeah,
It was snore, really.
it's got to
There's-
be.
2 hiccups, 1 snore, and the correct answer was. Hold on, I'm looking because I think it was burp. Okay, yeah, burp.
Burp. That was what I was going to
Wow.
choose. Believe it or
Wow.
not.
Yeah, I'm not
I
sure
agree
why.
with what Eli said though. They kind of all seem similar, right? They're all like involved, like I don't know.
Well,
air going
my
through your
thought was
nose.
like, yeah, unprotected in a vacuum, you can't do anything.
yeah, yeah. There you go.
If you guys
That
don't get this
was-
That's
question,
yeah, correct. Oh shit.
All right, I'm gonna read the Why did it start the
rationale.
question or what?
Yeah, it gave us another question.
Yeah, but
Hmm.
mine's like
That's
lagging.
weird.
Like I wanted to pick A LSD, but it chose PCP for me.
That's weird.
that was weird.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that was weird because I didn't click it. I think it was just automatically moving it for me. Sorry about that. Let's see.
That's okay.
I was trying to like ask the question before showing it, but yeah. Okay, so the correct answer was LSD.
Thank you.
All right.
LSD.
The CIA didn't let me choose LSD, guys, on that one.
Yeah,
so
it was.
I had it right.
It was a big flop. It was a flop, big PCP.
We
They were
can't
like-
have all of them unanimously declare that it was LSD.
Right. They're gonna shut us down now.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Next. What life-saving vaccine did medical researcher Jonas Salk develop in 1955? Smallpox, polio, measles, or rubella?
Assuming that picture is related to the vaccine in question. That's how I chose my answer.
I'm not 100% sure, but it might. I mean, it was 1955. It looks like the pictures from the 50s.
Yeah.
I timed out.
Actually, yeah, now that I think about it.
Polio.
It could have been any of those.
All right, so say 3 answers for polio, and that was correct. Yeah,
Nice.
everybody got it right.
Nice.
All right, next question. Which component of a biological cell is commonly known as the powerhouse of the soul? This should be
Ooh,
like
I know
fifth
this one.
grade. Fifth grade, guys.
The powerhouse.
Roses are red. I'll see you in hell. The mitochondria. Powerhouse in the cell.
All right, 3 mitochondria answers, 1 ribosome answer, and ribosome. Okay. Mitochondria is the correct one. The powerhouse.
I finally got one.
All right, here we go. Next one. Number 10. What year was LSD officially made illegal in the US? 65, 68, 70, or 73?
I think I just hit the wrong answer.
Man, 65 sounds right, but it's
I think
probably
that's
wrong.
what it was.
Yeah.
I hit 68, but I'm pretty sure.
You did?
I'm pretty sure.
I've heard this so many times over the past week.
Pretty big division on answers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the answer was 68.
Ah.
So
You
the
got it right,
accidental
Kelley.
one, yeah, the accidental one was correct. We won't tell anyone.
No, he knew it. He was just doubting himself again. He
I was trying to think, when did they have the acid Kool-Aid parties, right?
Acid Kool-Aid party sound
Well,
insane.
I'm sure plenty of those has taken place since 1968 as well.
Well, there was like a series of 4 or 5 that were done on the West Coast that the Grateful Dead played at them. Owsley Stanley supplied all the LSD for them, and they literally made they got a brand new 55-gallon trash can, made Kool-Aid in it, and dosed it with LSD, and everybody who came in had a cup of Kool-Aid. So drinking the Kool-Aid, man.
That's the way to drink Kool-Aid if you're gonna drink Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
All right. We ready for the next one? Here we go.
Yeah, that sounds like an experience.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Which part of the brain is most associated with ego dissolution during a psychedelic trip? The hippocampus, prefrontal cortex, amygdala, or the default mode network?
I have no idea.
You're welcome.
Well, we talked about it earlier, guys.
Yeah, Kelley, we talked about it earlier.
I feel like Eli is the one that chose it, right? The default mode network.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's the right one.
Right. Yeah, duh.
Yeah.
Wow, it was right in
I was
front of us.
I was thinking an actual physical part. You know, that's what I was thinking. I didn't even get the D, honestly. when I was looking through that.
Well, so it does describe a region, a
It
collection
is.
of regions.
Yeah, it is the name that they give it, so it's
Yeah.
technically a physical part.
Gotcha.
But it's the part of the at least part of the prefrontal cortex is included. I had them all earlier. I knew what they all were.
But wouldn't the default mode network isn't it like multiple parts of the brain though, or
it's
together,
a group. Yeah, it's a group of regions.
Yeah, because it's kind of confusing. It says which part of the brain, like it doesn't. I guess that's what kind of threw me off too.
Yeah, fair enough. But not here. Let me.
That's why I
guess
got it
the
wrong. It's a
prefrontal
bad
cortex.
question.
I agree with Kelley.
Had I been more thorough earlier, you all would have gotten this right. Because that is true, and perhaps I think it might have perhaps been an issue with how I explained it, because this is the way this question is worded is exactly how I hear that being described all the time.
True. Yeah.
So
it makes sense now that you say that. I can understand.
Way to tear apart
multiple
my
parts.
excuse, Eli.
All right, you are ready for the next?
Okay, not the question's fault. My fault.
Let's see.
I didn't make up the questions. I don't take any blame for it.
You saw.
All right, here we go. And ready. go. Which neurotransmitter is primarily affected by LSD? Dopamine, GABA, oxytocin, or serotonin?
And we talked
That's
about
a bad
this earlier,
question.
too.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah,
talk
but
about
this is a
that.
bad question. Or I got it wrong.
Which neurotransmitter?
Yeah, the answer was serotonin.
Okay. Yeah, it's a bad question then.
Yeah, you chose GABA, so it seems like yeah.
No, I chose serotonin, but it's a bad question.
Oh, okay. Who chose GABA?
Because-
I'm just curious.
What's that?
Who chose GABA? B.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe the
guess
guest that's
Kelley.
playing.
Okay. No, because I
Owen.
almost chose that, but then I started thinking the
Okay.
serotonin. But why do you think
Yeah.
it's a bad question, Eli? I'm
So-
just
Like
curious.
badly worded, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's badly worded because it doesn't affect the neurotransmitter itself. It binds to the serotonin receptor, the 5-HT2A receptor.
Okay.
So that I don't know. Perhaps it's just my ignorance, and maybe that does in a way affect the neurotransmitter of serotonin itself. But as I understand it,
I thought
Yeah, I
that's
think
how a
this-
reuptake inhibitor worked, but with LSD,
Right.
it's actually creating more serotonin.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
creating more, or is it just mimicking serotonin?
No, it's creating more.
Okay, I haven't studied much about LSD, so okay, then maybe it's not a bad question.
Yeah, I think it might have just been a little bit
But-
simply worded.
But you
Yeah.
were right.
Too simply,
But you
maybe.
were right.
Yeah.
You were talking
Well,
about
if it's-
reuptake inhibitor. That's exactly what
Yeah.
a reuptake inhibitor would do.
Yeah. True.
No, psychedelic LSD, MDMA, and psilocybin all bind to the 5-HT2A receptor.
I think so. From what
I
I've
said I
seen.
could be right. I said I could be wrong.
Right. No, I know I know what SSR is. I know what you
Yeah.
mean. I was just my thought was I didn't realize that LSD was creating more serotonin, so it was my mistake. If it's creating more, then yeah, it's affecting serotonin.
From what I
Yeah,
from
I'm
what
wrong.
I understood, it does. But like again, like
Oh.
I said, I could be wrong.
Oh, okay, I get what you're saying now. Okay.
Well, but there is two mechanisms, and I'm not sure which one it is with LSD, but there is the actual production of serotonin, and then like Chloe mentioned, there's the reuptake, because usually when serotonin is produced, then it goes back into the same cell, into the same neuron where it was produced. So by not allowing it to be reuptook, I don't know how to say that.
Retaken up.
Retook, however you say it, the
Take home.
reuptake. Yeah. So by not allowing that to happen, there is more available serotonin to be used to be continued to be used by the other cells. So
Okay. For a longer period of time. Okay.
I'm not exactly sure which part it is that it does, or if it's both. It may do both. It may
Right.
produce more and then not allow
Right.
it to be to the reuptake.
Right.
It
Yeah,
could it could be too that I'm citing information we knew 30, 40 years ago that has been changed as well too. So
That's true. That's true. All right. We will continue with the game. Let's do the
Yeah.
next question. There's like 2 or 3 more. Next. Glycogen is primarily stored in which vital organ of the body? Kidneys, liver, lungs, or pancreas?
I know that it's not.
I know which ones it isn't. So
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out
I-
what glycogen is. No.
With on that-
Glycogen. Okay, so when you eat something with sugar,
I was
your
thinking it was
body
related to
stores
glucose.
some of that as glycogen, and then when you're fasting, for example, it releases the stored glycogen and turns it back into glucose, so that your blood sugar doesn't drop.
So it's your
And then-
pancreas then, if it's. I think I got it.
Actually, no.
No. Oh man.
Really?
But I only know this because we had the unfortunate two chose the liver and two chose the pancreas.
Yeah, I
Okay, so
thought
the
it was
answer
pancreas.
is
Say it.
the liver. Yeah, so when our now teenager was a toddler, we had incident where the blood sugar went to like from like 300 and then it completely dropped into like the 30s. And so we had to go to the emergency room and they did all the testing there and they explained that whole process to me. And they say that there were no glycogen stores in the liver. And so that was why their sugar was dropping so much, because like they didn't have that sort of
Wow.
backup system to make sure that the blood sugar didn't deregulate. So yeah.
Wow.
So
I
that's how I know
completely
that one.
missed that then.
Yeah, I guess so.
I was thinking glucose, pancreas.
Yeah.
Right.
Like-
Yeah,
I,
it
yeah, I
was-
couldn't. I
Isles
was
of
trying to put
Langerhans.
together.
Glycogen.
It's actually the Isle of Langerhans that are on the pancreas that do that.
the what?
The Isles of Langerhans that are on the pancreas.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
that do
The
that,
Isles of
that do the
Langerhans. Yeah.
sugar part. Yeah.
Okay.
But like, I don't have a problem with sugar. I have pancreatitis, but sugar isn't a problem for me. Fat is, because pancreas also creates the enzymes that help you digest fats.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Next question. What does a dactylogram take a record of? Blood oxygen, bone density, fingerprints, or pulse?
I couldn't. I had to guess on that one.
I did too.
Yeah.
I was
The
thinking
the,
bone
I
the,
think you got it right though.
the root didn't give me the clue that I was hoping for.
Two people got that right. It was the fingerprints.
Fingerprints.
Yeah.
It was the root that got it right for me, actually.
Well, I
Yeah.
was thinking like didactic, and I think of like
Um,
teaching, like speaking. So that
Yeah,
seemed like,
like
a mouth thing to
Thomas
me, and I
and-
didn't see it there. So I was like,
It-
I guess fingerprints.
It did just the opposite because I knew it had nothing to do with blood oxygen, bone density, or pulse. So I figured it had to be the other one.
Yeah, I didn't. Okay, fair enough.
Exactly how I figured it out.
Yeah,
Yeah, honestly,
it
when I
wasn't-
first looked at it, I didn't know what it was. So
yeah. I know the affixes for blood oxygen, bone density, and pulse. So well, that's a good.
what are they? Share with us.
Blood
Oh, well,
oxygen would
blood
be
is like flip, right?
well, blood oxygen would be like oxia.
Yeah.
So like an oxiogram, I guess you could say, but that's just like but and those other things like bone density, you can take a record of that, but it's okay. It says a record, I guess. So, bone density would be some osteo would be something that, or like an X-ray even we can kind of give you ideas as to
Yeah,
bone,
to check
bone
that.
density. Yeah.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
And then pulse would use probably a root related to the heart, cardiac.
Cardiac. Yeah.
So a cardiogram.
You know,
Right.
I just had to look it up. You know what they call a bone density test?
What?
A bone density test. That is actually its name for it. So
They went with the simple one. They wanna.
I've never heard it called
Yeah.
anything else.
Yeah, that's funny. All right, last question, everybody, of this test. Anyway, the neurotransmitter glutamate is most affected by which dissociative hallucinogen? LSD, psilocybin, ketamine, or DMT?
Most affected, I don't know, but I know that
Yeah.
it is affected by this one.
Glutamate. All right.
Man, I'm dead.
and
Oh, that probably would have given me a clue. I bet it's gonna be
it was ketamine.
Oh, I almost said
Ketamine.
ketamine.
really.
don't tell me I don't know my drugs, man.
Wouldn't dream of it.
Good job. Good job.
Who chose psilocybin with me?
So let me see if I can put up.
I went with
the-
DMT, so it must have been Dan from Canada.
We're on the same page.
I'm trying to show.
Show who won.
Okay, there we go.
Dang, yes, I got
Hey.
last place. Yes.
Your asses, guys.
Yeah, man.
What the hell, man.
I did trash on that. I didn't even realize how bad I did.
I thought Eli was going to have the advantage
Andrew's
because he
pretty
said paramedic.
Yeah, I know. I talked a big game
He
earlier.
did.
Should have.
So I think it also gives you points depending on like how quickly you answer,
yeah. Yes, it
and
did. I
gives you
noticed
less
that.
points if you. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, good job, Dan.
So Dan got second place. Dan from
well
Canada.
done,
Good
Yeah,
job.
very good.
Canadian friend. All right. Um, I mean, I still have the other two if you guys want to play.
What was the other two topics that you had?
If you guys think you could keep up with me,
One of them was space and astronomy, Kelly.
Let's do the
Right.
space one. It was
How's
space.
So I was
Space
like,
astronomy.
I'm gonna pick one that Kelly might know more, and then I'll pick one that Eli might know more about,
or whatever.
Yeah.
just to be fair.
Yeah, let's see.
So we have
I go through phases. It was cosmology for a while, then it was like anthropology, and now it's like particle physics.
I do want to point out that I may or may not be tripping heavily, and I just won that trivia contest.
Allegedly. Won that
Allegedly.
trivia
Allegedly.
contest.
Some say, some people say. All right.
Yeah.
So the other two
I'm
topics
good to do another
were
one if everybody else.
okay, happy hour, like the one with the alcohol topic, or the science and astronomy.
It doesn't matter, whichever one.
Let's do the science and astronomy. I think that should be fun.
All right, sounds
Okay.
good.
Yeah.
All right. So
I'll kick
give
your
me-
ass in both. So
All right, now
I-
I really gotta let me pull up the right screen here.
I'm gonna put the link in the chat because it's gonna be a different little.
Oh, a new link?
code.
Gotcha.
But the
Yeah, you
the
just
link
gotta.
was the same last time, actually, if I remember.
Yeah, but
You just have to change like the little letters at the end where it says crowd.live/
No.
and then it gives you
RPNA
do that.
5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey. Continue playing.
Alright, let's
Science
see.
and astronomy. Okay, I said space and astronomy, I think.
Hmm.
Yeah,
What-
now
which
that it's
chat
just
did you put
broadly science, now I'm more nervous.
which chat did you put it into? Oh, the YouTube
The
chat.
YouTube chat.
It's on the screen too.
Here,
now,
Kelly, I got you.
actually.
Cool,
One
thanks.
second. Hold on. Sorry, I think I accidentally closed the other window I had.
I accidentally closed the YouTube chat. That's why I was like, oh damn.
Okay,
Continue playing.
I gotta bring it up again.
Astronomy.
So-
Answer correctly faster to earn more points.
Watch out, guys. I'm going to get third place this time.
Oh, you
Yeah.
scan to join. I didn't even realize
That's
that.
where I was getting. That's where I got a lot of my points. I was clicking. I was reading and clicking really fast on
Yeah.
that last game.
I wish it would let me read the question first, but it won't. So.
Yeah. See, I didn't get very many right, apparently, but the ones I got right quickly.
Oh,
I
okay.
got
So
some,
even if you're indecisive, just choose something quick.
Yeah, right,
If
right.
you guess it right, you're going to get more points.
Yeah. But sometimes taking that extra second to think will give you the right answer.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, I'm gonna see if I can add a couple. All right. It says a minute and a half now, so. All right, here we go.
Per question?
We're about to. Yeah.
Okay.
So it'll give you more time to like actually read it and
Mm-hmm.
think about it for a sec. Let's see. All right, we got 4 players so far, so we're gonna go ahead and start it. And here we go. Which one of these is not a real element on the periodic table? Promethium, dilithium,
far.
thorium, or seaborgium? And I probably mispronounced all that.
Seaborgium.
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 Is that what it is?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Seaborgium.
that's what I think.
That's what I
too.
chose, but it was way late.
And
You chose Seaborgium?
Mm-hmm.
Dilithium is something they made up for Star Trek, man.
Is it?
Yeah,
I mean, they did a good job. It sounds convincing.
I got you.
They
Actually-
fucking got me.
the answer is the other one, dilithium.
Yeah.
It is the lithium.
Dilithium, yeah.
Hey, I chose
Dilithium.
thorium.
Because lithium is, but not
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Lithium is dilithium is
That's
now.
all you gotta do. Just
Right.
make up something that sounds like something that really exists. People are like, I think I've heard of that before.
Yeah. Yeah, that one was tricky. All right, next. Which of these metals has the highest melting point? Copper, platinum, tungsten, or zirconium? I feel like Kelley would know this.
Yeah, I think he should.
Yeah, that's a rock question. That's why he's already chill. He's already
That is like
before
right away.
the question was even on the screen.
I'm not actually sure if I got it right.
All right, let's see. So the answer was C, tungsten.
See,
Dang.
tungsten.
And
Yeah, I
nobody
wasn't sure
chose
we-
that one.
I wasn't sure between platinum and tungsten, to be honest with you. I chose
Okay.
platinum.
Yeah.
I was with.
I don't know why
zirconium.
I didn't have any reason to think it, but yeah, tungsten was it was my other choice too.
I should have thought, they use tungsten when they make the plates to protect the spaceships from coming back into the atmosphere.
Oh, is that what they're made
Yeah,
from?
not cubic
Tungsten.
zirconium.
Yeah, right. So I should have thought tungsten because I know that, but sometimes your brain doesn't fit together right.
Yeah. My thought was like zirconium,
Like
like
right
that's
now.
like diamonds, so if it's probably like it does something good. Yeah, zirconium.
All right, next question. What astronomer was imprisoned for teaching that the Earth revolved around the sun? Kepler, Galilei, Newton, or Copernicus?
What do you think, Kelley?
Oh, I already
Is
answered.
it Galileo?
Yeah, what do you think?
Galileo.
Oh God, I was so arrogant.
So Galileo was the right one.
Galileo.
I didn't realize, man.
Johann Kepler's teacher, Tycho Brahe, had a silver nose.
Really?
Yeah.
How, like silver nose?
Yeah, he had a
Like
cut
an
off.
like
he
an
had-
implant or something?
He had his nose cut off during a duel, so he had a silver nose made for his face.
Oh wow. Okay. That's interesting.
That's
Kind of like a
better
mouth
color.
quill, but
I figured since we're doing trivia, let's do some more trivia.
Fun facts.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
yeah, I like that. Yeah, no, that's why I chose this style where we could stop after each question and like
Yeah.
put our thoughts in it.
See, if it had been like who got burned at the stake, for
Yeah.
saying it, I know that one.
Giordano Bruno.
Yeah, for sure.
And you know what what the anniversary of that is? Monday.
No.
It's on Monday. It's the
Is
anniversary
it?
of Giordano
Oh.
Bruno being burned at the stake. And do you
I'm
know
glad to
why
know
I
that.
know that? Because it's my fucking birthday.
And also President's Day, right?
That's
Yeah.
yeah.
You got like the whole
But
trifecta
when
over
I
there.
was a kid, I remember going to the
Yeah.
library and looking up what happened on my date, the date of my birthday, and reading that this guy got burned at the stake. And I was like, who the fuck is that?
Yeah.
And I went and looked him
care.
up. I went and looked up who he was. And honestly, I mean, that's probably one of the things that kind of started me on my path to deconversion was learning
Wow.
who Giordano Bruno was.
Wow.
That's interesting. That's cool.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
I was probably
Um,
like 12, 13 years old when I found out who he was.
Yeah.
And I never would have found out except that he was killed on my birthday.
Wow.
You need to watch Cosmos then.
Yeah, because he's on. Yeah, I know. He was on the
Yeah,
first episode of the new Cosmos. Made me feel really good because Bruno
Wow.
was fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Nice.
When people talk about like what historical figure would you bring back to life for a day, whatever, like that's the one that I think of. Just like you think about like how vindicated he would feel. Be like, hey man, not only were you right, but check this out. And
Yeah.
just kind of like just show him everything that we know now. Like, yeah, I think that would be
There's
really
there's
cool.
an episode of the old Doctor Who's with Tom Baker, the guy with the big scarf, right? And they meet Binro the heretic. Binro very close to Bruno, and his heresy was the same heresy that Bruno had, was that you look up in the sky and you see those stars, and maybe those stars are suns, and maybe those suns have planets going around them. Maybe we're not the only people.
Mhm.
And that was his big heresy. And Binro said, he's telling this to the doctor's companion, and she tells him, you know what, I'm going to tell you something. You're right. You were all along, for all this shit you went through, you were right. So yeah, I
Yeah.
think that would be great to bring Bruno back and let him know that you were right, you were fucking right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
can
there's
you
a-
imagine like
thought about
without
it, I got a
the
little emotional.
yeah, can you
Right, right.
imagine how he will see everything now without the technology that we have? Like it
Yeah.
will be like unimaginable
Yeah.
to him.
To show him a fucking telescope, like
But
hey, there's a planet
so
over there.
cool.
Check it out. Yeah, like stuff like that. I think would be so awesome.
Maybe we'll time travel one day.
Yeah, one day we'll have that ability.
Yeah.
Probably not in our lifetime, but you know.
I like thinking about the possibility of time travel.
There's a lot of
Me
people
too.
that stuff like that happened to, man. You know, that James
Yeah.
Kroll was a really good example. He was the guy that figured out why we had the ice ages, right? And somebody figured it out again 70 years later, and it was named after that guy instead of the guy
Wow.
who actually first figured it out. You know, so Kroll was pretty amazing. He was poor. He was born with a deformity to the front of his head, right? And he was totally poor. So, but he wanted to learn. He was really smart. So he got a job as a janitor in a library. And when he wasn't cleaning the library, he was reading, and he taught himself science. And he actually became one of the top scientists of his day. He was a
That's
pretty
so
amazing
sick.
guy.
I
That's
love that.
awesome. That's so cool.
Huh.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes like self-learning is the best way to learn.
Yeah, it's true. Yep.
Yeah. Probably the
Right.
most efficient.
Yeah, that's true because
Because why would you teach yourself in a way that doesn't work?
yeah, and then you usually are going to try to learn things that are relevant to like your interest. So it's like you're more excited to learn about it.
Mhm.
All right, next question, guys.
Yeah.
Let's go. We'll see. What does an astronomical unit measure? Distance between the Earth and the Moon, distance that light travels in 1 year, distance between the Sun and the Earth, or the distance the Earth travels in 1 year. And I feel like that should have had more time.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
feel
that
like
one should have.
there was
That
two
was a lot of
juggling
reading.
between.
Plus with that,
I feel like I got that one wrong.
And the answer is C, the distance between the Earth
Oh,
and the
I
Sun.
got it right. Wow.
yeah.
Yeah, only one
But-
person got it wrong. So
But since the
That's all right,
Earth's
Kelley.
orbit isn't a perfect circle,
I have to
Right.
get one wrong every once in a while so you guys
Yeah.
can catch up.
but the distance of an astronomical unit changes throughout the year, so they get the average of it, and that's where we come to like the 93 million.
Right, because it's
Oh,
an
wow.
elliptical orbit, right?
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, that's cool. Yeah, I didn't think about that. That's true.
They're called the perihelion, and I believe the ahelion.
So basically, you're saying that the unit is different
Mhm.
every
Yeah,
year,
because the orbit, the
No.
distance changes. You're saying,
or
right?
is-
I mean,
or the distance itself, right?
Distance
That's what you're
changes,
saying?
but the unit is an average of the distance.
yeah. Well, it
Okay.
also depends on which calculation you're doing too, because like if you have to like, there was one instance where somebody measured, they thought they found a black hole in a distant galaxy, and that there was a planet orbiting it, or no, like I'm sorry, not a black hole, but a star with a planet orbiting it that had like a 365 day orbit and a 24-hour revolution.
Yeah, I remember
And
that.
it did this and that. And then they reviewed their own data later on, and they're like, wait, we forgot to account for like this aspect of the Earth, you know, so and so. So when they went back and reviewed it, that data disappeared and there was no planet there. And so the guy was supposed to go and present his findings, the ones that they had found this planet. And instead of presenting his findings, he was like, I made a mistake. This is what happened. And
Wow.
instead of presenting his findings, he just like corrected himself, and he got a standing ovation. I wish I'd remember his name. I don't know who it was.
I like that. That's what I like about scientists. They're not like, no, I'm right, and you can't tell me that I'm not. It's like, oh,
Mhm.
all right, I'm wrong. Let's do it again.
Yeah. Well, and
Yeah.
because it would have been so much worse for him to like find out he was
Oh, yeah.
wrong and then double down. And then now his data is public, and somebody else can be like, you didn't account for this. And now he has to like, you know, now he has egg on his face.
Yeah.
Story of N-rays.
Say again?
The story of N-rays. You know the story of N-rays?
I don't.
I
That's
don't know.
it was guy discovered. I'm not going to be able to do all the details of this one, but guy discovered these magical N rays. It was right around the time they discovered radiation and X rays, and he thought they did all these things, and he even created an N ray generator, right? And one of the things that parts of the N ray generator was a quartz crystal that was used. I'm not sure exactly how it was used, but the guy was French. An American scientist came over and replaced the crystal with a piece of glass. And the guy got all the same readings. And he was like, look, dude, this is bullshit. Your whole machine doesn't even fucking work because I just sabotaged it and you got the same readings.
Wow.
So
Yeah,
it was,
I didn't
he
know that
doubled
story.
down. And the guy who made this machine doubled down on it. These N rays were there.
Ooh.
And it completely ruined his scientific career.
His
He,
credibility.
that was
Yeah.
it. It was the end of it.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to protect your reputation in the scientific field, you definitely have to be able to say, hey, I made a mistake. I'm wrong. Like,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I
knowing
need
that
to
other
try
people can
again, etc. Yeah.
review what you found and they can prove it wrong. If it's proven wrong, then
This
admit
is
to it, for sure.
I keep talking about starting my own show, and one of the things I wanted to talk about was these weird things, and I actually have a schedule for the first 6 weeks of things I want to talk about, and N-rays was on it. The whole story of the N-rays was on there.
Yeah.
So yeah,
That's awesome. You should definitely do it, the show.
Yeah, that's an
hey,
interesting.
the only thing that's really stopping me right now is I have no idea what I'm doing tech wise, absolutely none whatsoever. So.
I'll run it for you.
Okay. Yeah, we can help you
Yeah,
out.
people can
I'll
help
help you
you with
run it.
that for sure.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, like we have StreamYard and yeah, it's pretty easy to run. Stuff
Mhm.
like that. All right. We'll talk about that after the show.
You know what? Not after the show. Wait until I'm in a better. Because
Yeah,
Until Kelley's
what I
good
found
idea.
is that when I like if I was tripping, right? A lot of times I found out that the next day I forget a lot of the details of it. So
Well, this one's recorded, so silent here in case you're
right.
wondering.
Well, I could go back and watch it.
Yeah, you can remember everything.
Oh, that'll be fun.
That's in case I was tripping.
Yeah, in
Yeah.
case.
That would be fun if that
Yeah.
were the
Yeah, like if allegedly that were the case.
case. Mhm.
All right, let's go to the next question. Here we go. What U.S. president established NASA in 1958?
Ooh,
Was it Kennedy,
58.
Truman, Roosevelt, or Eisenhower?
For some reason, I can't answer.
I think
that.
I'm wrong, but this is the only person I can associate with NASA.
See, I just got this one right because I know who was president then.
Yeah,
Oh,
see,
not
that's what I'm like, I
here.
have no idea.
Right. That's a good point, Kelly. So let's
Dwight
see.
D. Eisenhower.
It was, yeah.
Everybody went for Kennedy.
It was Eisenhower.
Kennedy was the one that said we were going to land on the moon.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of what that's what I associated him with.
Right,
And
I don't blame anybody for picking that as an answer because of that quote from him about we are going to land on the moon.
You had it right. All right, next. How many confirmed moons?
Oh shit! I'm just gonna make a guess.
What happened?
Oh, I think I regret it. I wish I had taken an extra second.
Oh, okay.
I tried to really quickly, like, what number have I heard Neil deGrasse Tyson's voice say?
Right.
And I hit it.
He's always
We
in
all
our
get
heads.
a
Wow,
different
everybody
answer.
All right. Somebody got it right. It was D, 95.
95. See, that's what
Was
I
that
thought it was
Eli?
after I picked. No, I
No.
picked C, and then afterwards I was like, no, I think it's D.
What are all their names? Anybody know?
Yeah. Just in which order would you
You
like
do.
them? Like proximity.
Alphabetical.
Alphabetical.
Okay. So,
I'm really bummed. I'm really bummed that Pluto isn't a planet because there's another one that's out there called Eris, right? Out there by Pluto. And if Pluto was a planet, then Eris would also be a planet. So we'd have a 10th planet. And my daughter's name is Eris. So that's why I'm bummed.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
cool. Yeah, that's a bummer. We should like petition somebody about that. I'm
Yeah,
sure.
we should. Yeah, we should write a letter.
All right, ready for the next. What pizza chain delivered specially designed pizza to the International Space Station in 2001?
No idea.
That sounds like a Shaq thing. Oh, in 2001, Shaq didn't have him in
I know, it
2001.
sounds like Domino's.
It wasn't Little Caesars. I think we can agree on that.
Do you
Yeah.
think it was in 30 minutes or less?
It was one that nobody picked. Pizza Hut.
Pizza Hut. Wow.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never heard of that. That was the first time I've
Me
heard
I
of
neither.
never
it.
heard of it either.
It does sound like a Shaq thing to do, though.
I thought of Papa John's because of Papa John. It seems like something that he would have done. You know, he was, pro America and stuff.
But now I'm curious, like, why was it specially designed? Like, because I
it
know
had to-
they
Because it
can't-
had to travel through space and still be warm when it got there.
So was it the pizza or a specially designed oven or bag to keep it warm? I
It
mean,
was probably both.
yeah.
well,
That's pretty.
Would be
You
I'm
would
cool
think
if they had
sure,
just like a little
I'm sure it
ripcord.
was frozen pizza. Well,
Or
no,
maybe it
because-
was made so that the pepperoni and cheese wouldn't float off, and you had
That's
like,
what I
the
was
strings
thinking,
instead
like-
of cheese.
because there's no gravity,
Things
like the
dehydrated.
toppings might come off. So
You had like strings of cheese and like pepperonis trying to float away.
maybe like they put a lot of cheese on top to keep it glued down or something. I don't know.
Vacuum sealed pizza
What
to
did
the
they
ISS.
say?
It was a traditional
sorry.
style thin crust tomato sauce and cheese. To make it suitable for space, it was heavily seasoned with salt and spices to enhance its flavor, as a microgravity can dull taste.
Oh,
Microgravity controlled taste.
Can dull taste.
so
Interesting.
Oh, it can dull taste?
Mm-hmm.
So your taste
Wow.
can change based on having no
Why?
gravity.
wow.
I wonder if it has to do with the consistency of contact on your taste buds with the food.
Most
yeah,
of your
that could be.
Most of your taste is smell, right?
I think they're heavily
Yeah.
associated, but I don't think it's mostly.
Dude, you know what? I could not smell for a while. And the only taste I had left was bitter. And it sucked. I mean, I could like put a cup of sugar in a cup of coffee, and it would still taste completely bitter. It was horrible.
Around when was this, and about how long did it last?
It was about 2 years ago, 3 years. No, wait a minute. Let me think about it.
Was it from COVID? Was it?
It was
Yeah, my guy, you
before-
had COVID.
It was
Yeah.
before I started. It was just before I started at the ACA, which I did in 2021. And what had happened was I got a sinus infection, and I was misdiagnosed here at my ER. They gave me well, maybe not misdiagnosed, but they gave me an antibiotic, sent me home. And then 2 weeks later, my nose was still. You know who Frank Zappa is? He's got that giant nose. My nose was like 3 times that size. So I kept waking up in the middle of the night because I would stop breathing through my mouth and try to breathe through my nose, and I would start suffocating. It was really bad. It was really, and it lasted for about 2.5 months. And what I ended up having to do was drive 2 hours away to a specialist who took a scalpel and just stuck it up my nose. All while I'm awake,
Sounds
it was
painful.
really, he numbed it all out, but it was like really weird to have this scalpel coming right at my face.
Yeah, talk about trust, man.
Yeah, right.
I'm gonna stick this knife in your face. I'd
He
rather
was-
you didn't.
His nurse said something. She was like, "Wow, I've never seen anybody sit so still." And the doctor was like, "Yeah, you're taking this really well." And I was like, "I'm not here right now. I'm on a Caribbean island at the
Yeah.
beach right now."
The last thing I want to do while you have a knife inside my face is move.
Yeah, right.
Wow. Okay, so apparently it has a name, not being able to smell. It's called anosmia.
Anosmia?
Anosmia.
My sister can't smell. My youngest sister, she can't smell anything. And
Yeah,
and she,
mine mine too. Same. My
and
younger
she
sister.
always complains that she doesn't have any taste too. So
Oh, okay. Well,
I saw.
mine loves food, so I don't think she has that
Now, I'm
problem.
not saying she doesn't love food. She just says that
Yeah.
her sense of taste, since she lost her sense of smell, she's lost most of her taste.
But
Yeah, I
did
think
she
I
lose
have
it
the
as an adult?
Did
So
she?
did she
Yeah,
lose
she
it?
did. She lost it as an adult. Yes.
Okay. My sister was like born that way, I think. Yeah, she's never been
Okay.
able to smell. When we were kids, I would mess with her because I didn't believe her. And I would like make her smell something like nail polish remover or something like that. And she was just like,
No.
nothing. Yeah.
It's
It's
very
crazy.
interesting. Yeah, it's very interesting.
I bet, and I wonder. I think you're probably onto something, AJ, because it has to do a lot with like if you always have that sense, you're gonna incorporate it, like incorporate the two. But if you never have it, then you just you only have the experience of the one without the other, and you don't.
That's a good
But
point. That's a good point.
yeah, so she maybe she's just gotten used to that. I mean, she used to not like eating things like meat, but I think it was more like a textural thing than flavor.
But maybe there's some flavors that she doesn't even realize that she's missing. I mean,
Yeah,
yeah.
most. I'm
Yeah, it
thinking
could be.
so.
Could be.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so Google says that the tongue can detect sweet, sour, salty, bitter, and umami flavors, but without your sense of smell, you won't be able to detect subtle differences between them. So
Okay.
yeah, so it
So
would be
you would
hard
just.
to say.
So it's just a single flavor, is what
Right.
that sounds like.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Like all of them will taste very similar.
Yeah, and my single flavor was
Interesting.
fucking bitter. It was horrible, man. Everything I ate,
Wow.
everything I drank is it was horrible.
Yeah, that sucks, man.
Yeah.
Does not sound fun. That's how I felt when I had COVID. All I could taste like I would like if I would smoke, I could like taste the smoke, and it was like super.
I had
horrible.
family
won't
members
quit.
that caught it, and they would say that it made everything taste metallic. That every time they ate something, that it tasted metallic, which
Really?
is like a weird. And my one of my cousins, like that happened. It lasted for like 3 months, and then it finally went away.
Wow.
Hmm.
My brain fog lasted like 3 months from it.
I'm lucky.
Really?
I never had the experience. I was always worried about catching it and losing my taste.
I got it when I was down there in Texas.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, I remember
I
you
was
said
on
that.
vacation.
Present from
The first
Texas.
time I went to the
Yeah.
back cruise, I got it.
Yeah.
But it was like 2022, right?
Or
Or 21 maybe?
year before last. So
Oh.
last year, 2020, 2023.
Yeah. Okay.
I had met somebody down there online, and I stayed at their house for 3 weeks, and we went to the back cruise. We had a bunch of fun, and the day after the back cruise, she started getting really sick, and she got COVID really bad that week. I took care of her. Fortunately, nobody on the cruise got sick, so
Oh wow.
she was convinced that she got it from the cruise, but nobody else reported being sick
Hmm.
from the cruise. So, but we had done a lot of stuff that weekend, her and I. And then she got sick that week, and I took care of her all week. And then I got really sick the next week. And then I had a week of recovering, and then I flew home. So basically, my whole vacation was shot because of COVID.
Well, that
I have
sucks.
a lot of bad experiences going to Texas.
Let's let's hope the next one's not that bad.
I'm keeping my fingers crossed. Third time's
Yeah.
a charm. Third
Yeah,
one's a
Kelley.
charm, right?
Let's
Sorry.
say third one comes. Let's say bad experience. Are you going back to Austin ever again?
Yeah, you would think I wouldn't, you know. First time I went, I got into 2 car accidents, neither of which was my fault. The second time I got COVID, the third time I got stranded down there, you know, so
A lot of bad luck
What?
with it, huh?
Wow.
I recall.
Yeah,
I
you
was with
recall.
you.
yeah, Eli got stranded with me. Eli was great, man. I was really impressed by the way he handled it all. It was awesome.
Well, thank you.
Mm.
I
dude,
was thinking about earlier today. I was thinking about the fact that you've said that before, and
Uh-huh.
I was like, it was probably because I had allegedly just tried shrooms for the first time that weekend. So I was
Yeah,
still like,
Allegedly.
I was like, you know what, this is fine.
You're like,
It'll work out.
everything's
Like,
fine.
we'll get there.
Allegedly, there was some shrooms on that, wasn't there? That trip.
I've heard stories. Yeah. Allegedly.
A lot of allegations. allegations. No.
A lot of allegations. Why are you asking? What are you, the cops?
Yeah. What's the next question here?
All right, let's go. Let's
yeah.
go. Let's go. Next question. Here
Oh
we
yeah,
go.
I forgot Dan was waiting for us.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dan.
Most
Okay, so it
widely
says
used method of map projection, the process of flattening a globe surface for rendering maps. I have no idea.
Wow. I'm thinking it's diamond.
That's what I went with.
You went with
Oh
what?
no.
I
No,
only-
now that I
Yeah, it was
Go ahead.
Mercator.
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I only know this because my mom used to have a big book that had that was like on the front of the book,
The big book of
and it
Mercator.
had like it was like a. I guess so. I don't remember exactly.
I'm
I don't
just
know.
joking,
I
there's
was a
no big-
kid. I don't really know.
I'm making stuff up.
Okay, good. But I just know that it was an Atlas book, and it said Mercator on it. So
Yeah,
I was-
I do remember seeing a map with that word on it now too.
Yeah.
I should have.
I know like yeah, I know that I've heard
What
of
is
it
it?
before now.
Let me see.
Dymaxion sounded good.
Dymaxion was a thing invented by our Bucky Fuller.
Oh.
He was that. Now there's another incredible person you should all know who he was. Our Buckminster Fuller.
Okay, so Mercator is named after Gerardius Mercator, who was a geographer.
interesting.
Wow. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, but
That's
but
cool.
That makes sense.
the Maxian did sound very good.
Yeah. But of all people to name a globe flattening technique off of, or to name it after, I'd
Have
say
you-
that the
have you
geographer
ever-
is a good choice.
I'm sorry, Eli.
That's all right. Go ahead.
You ever see one of those geodesic domes where they put all the triangles together to make a dome?
I think so.
Um,
You ever see
Maybe.
one of those? They made a bunch of houses out of them in the 70s and the 80s.
Okay.
like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sometimes you'll see it like a church dome will be like that, all triangles to make the dome. That
Mhm.
that was invented by Art Buckminster Fuller, who also made up the word Dymaxion, and he made a Dymaxion car. If you want to look at something kind of cool, Google Dymaxion car and check out some of the YouTube videos of it. It's kind of neat.
Yeah, so I was reading about him. So yeah, it seems like there's actually a thing called
wow.
Dymaxion map, which it says he actually did create a map projection. It says a world map projection designed by Fuller in 1943. It projects the globe onto an icosahedron, which can be unfolded into a nearly continuous distortion, minimized representation of the Earth. So it seems like it's very similar. So it was a good answer.
He had a really
Yeah.
weird way of thinking. I mean, he had a really weird way of looking at the world, and it was pretty fucking cool. He wrote a book called Operating Manual for Spaceship Earth, and it basically gives us the blueprint to create the society that we see in Star Trek, basically, to create that better society. It's right there in this book. Anybody could buy it and read it and do it,
wow.
Bucky Fuller, amazing person.
I never knew about him. That's awesome. I'm gonna read about more about him. It says the Mexian philosophy.
Mm-hmm.
So that's pretty insane. And then you were talking about the car, right?
Yeah.
The 3-wheel car. Yeah.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
had 3 wheels. Yeah.
I looked at it and it looks like a Wienermobile.
Yeah, yes, it does. It looks what it kind of looks like is a plane without the plane. It's just the body of
Yeah.
the plane, right?
Without the
Yeah.
wings. Right?
It was
Yeah.
a cool looking little, like a Jetsons looking sort of, like
Yeah.
Jetsons before they left the ground.
Before they left the ground. Yeah.
Yeah. What a
Alright.
cool thing. I want to read that book now. What was it called? Operating Instructions
Operating
for Spaceship
Manual
Earth?
for Spaceship Earth.
Operating Manual for Spaceship Earth. Now it's on the record. I'll come back to it tomorrow.
Everything's gonna
Okay.
be right here for you.
Oh, yeah. All right. Everybody ready for the
Let's
next?
go.
Yeah.
Here we go. What is the only galaxy besides the Milky Way visible to the naked eye? Sunflower, Sombrero, Andromeda, or Cosmos Redshift?
I wonder if there is a galaxy called Cosmos Redshift.
I did like that one, but I was like, I don't think
Yeah. If there isn't, there should be.
Redshift drew me to it.
I mean, yeah, Redshift sounded like something spacey.
It definitely is spacey.
It definitely is something spacey.
All right, everybody got it right. Good job, guys.
Yes.
Next, right, here we go. How many minutes does it take the International Space Station to orbit Earth one time?
I have no idea.
Time. Let's see.
Yeah.
All right, the answer was 90.
Yeah.
90 minutes. Yeah. I mean, that's really
fast.
fast. I had no idea it went that fast.
Yeah, I wonder what's the well, I guess is the radius of its orbit is probably greater than the radius of Earth. Not probably, it must be.
It has to
So-
be.
It has to be, yeah.
Yeah. So, I wonder what that radius is. I'm gonna figure that out at some point.
Get on that.
Yeah. Well, here, yeah, I'll do it right now. Yeah, while we're
Yeah,
in.
go for it.
Yeah.
Sure.
Radius of the ISS orbit. Not the radius. I want the circumference.
Circumference. I was just going to
Yeah.
say that. No, you don't want the radius. You want the circumference.
Wait. The radius is the straight. Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that pi r squared?
Roll radius circumference is yeah. So yeah, we could have got there if I got the radius, but the
Right.
circumference I have already is 42,650 kilometers, which it doesn't tell me in miles.
I was gonna say, can we convert it?
Yeah, so 42,650. Oh,
You said 42,000?
yeah, 42,650 kilometers to miles. 26,501 and a half miles in an hour and a half. Why can't I do the rest of that math right now to figure out what that speed is? If it's that much in an hour and a half.
I'm just gonna nod over here, like pretending that I know what you're talking about.
I'm just trying to see how fast it's going.
You said it
how
was 42,650. You said kilometers, right? So what did you convert it to? 26,000 miles per hour, or what did you come up with?
26,501.
501, right? Okay, yeah, that's what I came up with too.
Yeah. So it's that distance in an hour and a half. In 90 minutes, right?
That's crazy.
Correct.
Yeah, 90 minutes. Yeah.
It's pretty fast.
Yeah, that's like super fast.
That's
It's
crazy.
like crazy.
That's
crazy fast.
Like, what propels them though? Like, do
That's
they use,
gravity.
like, some type of
Gravity.
fuel?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, gravity.
So just
Yeah.
gravity.
Orbit is just falling.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So
Interesting.
that's about-
And inertia.
Yeah, when I found out about
Due
the
to what?
whole what did you say?
He said, and inertia. And my question is, inertia due to what?
Oh,
All right.
do you have an answer to that, Eli?
Yeah, explain it to us.
Are you gonna give
Oh,
us the
gravity.
answer?
Gravity.
Yeah.
okay.
So
Oh, gotcha.
That's
Because
why I
it-
said, all right, you got me.
yeah, just falling past it time after time after time. By the time it falls to where the Earth is, like it starts to fall here, but by the time it gets there, the Earth has moved here. So now it starts to fall here. But then it
Gotcha.
starts like so.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and that's like how all orbits. That's why I think what the three body problem is that if you have three gravitous bodies, massive bodies, orbiting the same common center of gravity, there is no orbital path that they can have in which they will not eventually collide, or two of them or three of them or something. I think I might be misunderstanding it, but that's what I think it is.
No, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Mhm.
So I was really mind blown when I learned as an adult that what they had taught me about gravity in school was not correct. Did you know how they call it a force? And you always think of pull and push
Yeah, like it's something
as a
pushing, right?
force, right?
Mhm.
So in my mind, gravity was always something pulling. And but I never was into like space stuff, any type of astrophysics topic. So I didn't get into it until I was an adult and homeschooling my own kid. And we were watching actually Neil deGrasse Tyson videos, and we went like really, really in depth with like all kinds of space stuff and learning about space time, the fabric of space time, and how
Mhm.
that is basically like the curvature is what gravity is. I was like,
Mhm.
wow, okay.
Yeah. But then what
So, yeah.
happened to me is I started to confuse myself because again, I started to get to the point where like, okay, in relativity, once you get to like the center of a black hole, like nothing makes sense anymore. You can't like relativity can't take us to that point. But then when like quantum mechanics, when we get down even a little bit lower, like we can now use quantum mechanics to, no, we can't. We can't use quantum mechanics to describe gravity.
Nah.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
I confused myself again. And that's what happens.
Yeah, that's definitely one that I haven't quite gotten to yet, but it's a
Yeah.
super, super interesting topic. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so I guess my thought was originally like I sometimes almost trick myself into thinking that relativity must not be correct if it logically follows to an impossible outcome, which is like infinite energy at the singularity in the center of a black hole. But that's not how like the academic or scientific community treats it. It's not that it's not correct. It does a very good job up until this point, so we're going to use it. And I mess myself up in the brain like that sometimes.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know, Joe, you're reading one of the Neil deGrasse Tyson books. Is it the one about black holes?
Black holes, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
okay.
interesting. Black holes are like what he's just talking about. It's very interesting how they do throw off like everything. Like they can't guarantee like that what laws actually like exist like
Right.
inside the black hole.
Within, yeah.
Yeah.
Like it's
I think it just
Yeah.
Yeah, that
shows
was
all the stuff that it's sucking up to show it could just shoot it out a white hole that appears instantaneously and then disappears.
it's a lot of theories. I mean, right?
That is an
Yeah.
actual theory.
Yeah.
To me, it makes a lot of sense.
It does. Yeah.
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 And haven't we recently found that like we thought that the universe was like all expanding in the same basic direction, right? And haven't we found that that's not true anymore? That it's like expanding in willy-nilly directions.
I'm
I think
not
we
sure
just
on
found
that.
that out like within the last year or so.
Wow. So like at
not
random.
not a
You know, it's not like
uniform sort of
spreading out
theory.
from
Like
one
one
point; it's spreading
continuous.
out from more than one point.
Like
Wow.
Oh
some
yeah,
areas
different
more than
regions
one.
are spreading
Okay.
out from yeah.
Yeah, right. So that theory that a white hole would instantaneously appear, shoot a bunch of stuff out, and then disappear again would go right along with that point, with there being different points in the universe where it's spreading out from. Makes kind of sense to me. I know there's no proof for it, but it just makes sense to me.
One of the things to think about.
So I have a question, Eli. Maybe you know this. Like, if the universe is expanding, and it may be a super dumb question, but is there a point where like gravity or like this space-time fabric changes properties because of the expansion? Like, will we get less gravity or something like that? Does that question
See,
even make sense?
I think it does, but I've been told that that's not a problem that needs solved.
Okay.
So yeah, I think there's a question that you and I both still have. It seems to me that if gravity is a result of matter density, right? The more matter you have in a given location, the more gravity you have. So if the matter in the universe is getting further and further apart, I would think that it logically follows that gravity, the gravitational attraction between
Different.
forces would decrease, or not forces, but between matter, like pieces
Yeah,
of matter
yeah.
would decrease as they get farther apart.
Right.
I'm told that that's not a problem that needs solved, and I think it has to do with like the local systems are expanding, but the universe as a whole, right? So I think like Joe was saying that Kelley was saying that like in like there's like galaxy clusters are like
There's
kind of getting
many
like
points, but what do you think
right.
about there being areas in space where I know gravity can never be at zero, but there are areas in space where like we could build where our things can exist where they're not being pulled by gravity. It's almost at zero. I think they call them like cosmic voids, or microgravity environments. Have you heard of that before or no?
I've heard something like that where yeah, like you're so far from anything with mass that there's negligible gravity on you. But as I understand it, there's never like I think you said it. There's never zero
Yeah,
gravity.
it's never at zero. Yeah,
Yeah.
that it's just like weaker gravity. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
when you start,
I thought they were saying that.
Oh,
Well, I've heard
sorry, I
theories
had a
saying
frog
that.
in my throat.
That's cute. I love frogs. They're so cute.
Mhm.
No, but they were saying it would be good to build like if we ever wanted to expand into space, like we could build transport stations, in these areas where they wouldn't be like moving around like in the in the I guess
okay,
in space. So like it would be like stationary like transport
yeah,
points like that we could
not
build
affected by the orbital
by the
mechanics of
orbit.
the
Correct. Yeah.
galaxies.
Yeah.
Wow, that's an interesting idea.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
we've
pretty
explored so little of space. It's just mind
right.
blowing to think of all the
Now,
possibilities out there.
what I'm curious about, though, let's say we put a massive body in a space where there is no mass. Now there's new gravity.
Mass. True.
Yeah, right.
What would happen?
Yeah.
So is it going to pull other it will have some slight action on the
Yeah.
other bodies.
How will it
That's
change the environment? Yeah, that's
Mhm.
true.
And
That's
I
very
think
interesting.
it's more likely to because if you think of mass, one of the ways it can be thought of is like resistance to motion, I think is how it was described. The more mass something has, the more force you need to move it, right? So or to accelerate it, I guess. So I think what would happen is like if you're talking about like a space, like an intergalactic like space travel station, this is going to be something huge. It's much more likely to pull other things to it.
Yeah, to it.
Not
Yeah.
like planets, but like small rocks. And rather than being
No,
moved.
that's
So
a very valid point. I didn't even think about that. So
that's
like,
interesting to think about.
yeah,
Wow.
for sure.
Yeah.
I think it would be fun to write science fiction.
Yeah, science
Uh,
fiction is so interesting. Because you can try to bring like these theories alive.
Mhm.
I mean,
Yeah, and just explore those thoughts.
yeah, yeah.
Like you could take something like, yeah, we had this idea. Let's put the travel station in this void where there's nothing, so it won't move because of the. But then they don't think about. I
Right,
mean,
then
if
you
I
have
thought
these
about
huge
it,
like
yeah,
asteroids getting pulled towards
right,
it. The crew gets in like danger. Everybody's
right.
like,
Now, what's
very good
unrealistic about
movie.
that is that I thought about it. So, like, aerospace engineers would be like, "Hey, you know that if you put a massive body." So
Yeah, like float, like foils the whole plot. It's like,
yeah, right.
All right. We're going to the next question, guys. Here we
Cool.
go. The vast cloud of icy debris theorized to surround our solar system is known as the
I think I know this.
what cloud?
I don't know if any of those other ones really exist.
I don't know. That's a good question. Like, are they somewhere else? Maybe.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. True. I think one of them is supposed to sound like something. I think.
The A is the
Was
correct
it a Ort?
answer.
It was Ort.
Wort.
Mhm.
Wort.
Ort.
Wort.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wonder if Cooper is supposed to trick you into thinking like the Kuiper belt, which is
Yeah.
something similar but different. And
Right.
I think that was like the decoy answer. That's
That's
what made me think. I wonder if those other ones are real.
That's the asteroid belt, the Kuiper belt.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean they're made of like icy debris, so it would make
Mhm.
sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
But is that the one at the edge of the solar system, Kelly, or do you mean that's the
No, the
one
Kuiper Belt
between
is the
Mars
one
and
that's between Jupiter and Saturn, right?
Mars and Jupiter?
Or is it between Mars and?
Yeah.
It's out. It's in the middle of the unit. It's in the middle of the solar
Okay.
system.
Okay. Gotcha.
Let's see. It is past Neptune's orbit, apparently. I don't know exactly.
Oh.
That's what it says. Anyways, we can move on to the next question now. What is the scientific term for the change in direction of a particle wave from one medium to another? Diffraction, dispersion, refraction, or reflection?
Oh man, I think I got confused, but I think isn't it refraction, guys, or no?
I think so, yeah. That's what I chose.
Yeah, I answered too quickly.
Yeah, it was refraction.
Dang it, I should have had that one.
I thought diffraction for a second too, and I was like,
I was went to go to do diffraction, and I didn't get to go back in time, so I didn't even get the answer.
oh no.
It's like, ah.
All right, next. The Pascal, named for French mathematician Blaise Pascal, is the official SI unit of measurement for what? Resistance, power, electrical current, or pressure?
I think I'm wrong.
It's either the first or the last one.
I think it's resistance.
It was pressure.
Oh, man.
Pressure.
I had a 50-50 chance of getting it, and I got it.
Like the little things that you used for measuring the tire pressure in the cars. I remember.
Is that Pascal's?
I'm pretty sure that's what they use.
I always measured it in pounds per square inch.
Yeah, PSI.
Yeah. I'm sure it could be measured in pascals, but I'm most familiar with PSI.
Yeah. All right, next. 14. In which scientific field will you use a theodolite? Astronomy, chemistry, surveying, or quantum mechanics?
I know. Well, I mean, I know what it is, but I know too that it's not for sure.
Wow. I went with surveying, but I think that's probably
yeah.
Yeah, it is.
And the only reason I know
surveying.
that, yeah, I watched some dumb flat Earth video where a guy was like using this, and I was like, I have no way to evaluate whether you're right or not because I have no idea how to use that equipment, or if you know how to use that equipment. So
he was trying to use it for to argue the curvature of the
right.
Oh goodness!
Like he measured the distance across some lake, saying that the drop should be this much, and it wasn't, or whatever. I'm like, you probably did it wrong.
Yeah.
But I don't know that because I don't know how to use the equipment. So
yeah, right. Can't tell if you did it wrong if I don't know how to do it.
Right. That's why I'm like, I'm not going to engage. That's not my conversation.
All right, we have one last question. There we go. Lightning does in fact strike the same place twice. According to the Guinness Book of Records, what location has the highest number of lightning strikes?
Wow, no, I'm feeling like it's New Zealand, but man.
I mean, to say Kamchatka Peninsula, I mean that's not saying much, you know. I mean, that's a huge.
Yeah, like that.
That's like saying Washington State. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big space.
Or New Zealand.
Well, it's Wellington, New Zealand. No, I'm going with the mountain.
Oh, yeah,
I went with the mountain because it was high.
Yeah, so the answer was C. Who picked that one?
Venezuela?
I got it right. I got it right.
Oh, you know what? I feel like I've seen a lot of lightning photography pictures taken in Venezuela now that you say that.
True, yeah. All right, let me see if I can put the...
Or at least what I think is
Venezuela. Leaderboard.
Boom!
Kelly got first place again.
Dang, I still got last. I felt like I did really. I felt like I played my heart to that time, man. I think I was just too slow at answering them.
You got lower than even the person that left mid game.
Oh man.
Yeah, I
Wait
was
a-
like, wait, didn't Dan leave, man?
To be fair, Dan came in second when he was
Earlier,
That
right?
would be funny.
That's
I'd be
true.
like,
That's true.
Right.
those are some hard questions.
No, but I feel like I
Yeah.
got a lot of them right this time, but I think I just answered like way
Yeah.
too low. It doesn't. How can you tell like how many you actually answered right? Will it show you that?
Good question.
Oh yeah, right there is 4.
Let me see if I can do that.
What did it say? 6 of 15. How many was it total? 15.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think it tells me
No.
because it didn't ask you to enter like your name or something. No.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I put in Joseph.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's show up names.
Oh yeah, it says right here, current player rankings: 8 out of 15 correct, 7 out of 15 correct, 4 out of 15.
What does mine say? 3.
He just got his really fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't see what this says.
I can't even read mine.
It says 6, maybe.
That's what I thought, but I can't see it.
But I think maybe because you didn't pick them quickly enough.
That's what I was
didn't
saying. I was
give you as many
answering. I was
points.
answering very slow.
He might have
Yeah.
just been real fast.
Yeah. He's a quick.
Yeah, Dan's a
snatter.
smart guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think maybe next time we do like more time.
Sure.
That was fun though.
No, that was fun.
Yeah.
I mean,
That
I
was a
think
good
we
time.
learned a
Yeah,
lot.
yeah. We had some good discussions on some of the answers.
some of the some of the answers.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah.
How are you feeling, Kelley?
I'm feeling good. The ACA did a trivia contest over Christmas a few years back. Phoebe won. Phoebe
Rose.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Phoebe Rose. And she was just the call screener at the time. Nobody knew who she was. She just like came out of nowhere and won the trivia contest. And I was really hoping that I'd be able to go up against her the next year, but they never did it again.
Mm.
I wonder if they'll do it like for the fundraiser coming up.
Not
they'll do
this year,
something
but
like
last
that.
year we talked about doing something like Family Feud with the
Oh.
hosts of the different shows, but that never materialized.
That would be awesome.
We actually had a questionnaire that went out for the to get the answers for the questions for Family Feud, but it just never materialized, unfortunately.
Mm. That would be cool.
Well, I mean, there's still some time. We have like 2 weeks.
Well,
or 3 weeks, maybe 3 weeks. So
For what?
I'm sure we can.
Oh, for the
before
fundraiser?
Yeah, before the fundraiser.
Mm.
So I'm sure like we could
I was
come up
like,
with
what are you talking
something.
about? What's gonna happen?
They were doing it over because we take that break over the holidays, and no shows between Christmas the next week and then New Year's. So
yeah,
that's when they had pre-recorded the trivia contest, and that's when they played it, was during that week.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay,
And now we
okay.
do like the top 10 calls, that type of thing that they release instead.
Mm-hmm. It was really
That was
cool to be a
cool, too.
part of that video they put out this year.
Dude, wasn't that awesome? I'm so
Yeah.
glad you got to do that too. I hope you felt really good about that. The year before, they asked me to do it, and I was just some guy, I'd done a few nonprofits and stuff. So I was like you the year before that, and it made me feel so good. So I was hoping it made you feel as good as it made me feel.
Yeah,
Aw.
it really did. My co-host on my show, Tracy, was he was just like watching it, like, and I didn't tell him I was in it. I was like, I'll let him figure it out. And then they released it. He goes, I was watching this video that ACA put out called 10 something or others, and I saw somebody I know.
That's cool.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's what good. I like the award ceremony one with Richard, but it was for Talk Hidden, I think. Did you guys see that one?
Yeah.
I don't think I did.
The award one, like Scott's was the funniest. I would say
Yeah.
when he started talking to Greg and Scott, that was hilarious.
That's
Dan used to do the Pico Awards, where he did a award ceremony every year too. That was before the trivia contest, the Pico Awards. And Pico was his cat, but
Aw.
his cat passed away, so no
Mm.
more Pico Awards, which I think is bogus. He should still have them, a way to
Yeah,
remember the
and
cat.
loving memory.
Yeah, he should. Was that for Truth Wanted? Or
Yeah.
was it for like other shows? Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it was for Truth Wanted.
Cool.
It was before I was a host.
Okay.
Long time ago.
Yeah, it was long before.
Yeah, that was like what, a decade ago?
I've been a host on Truth Wanted I got asked officially a year ago last November or December. I think it was in December actually. So it's been just over a year and a month and a half that I've been an official host on Truth Wanted.
Oh yeah, it was when he had the car accident, right?
Yeah, right. It was
Yeah,
when Dan had the
yeah,
car
yeah.
accident. No, I've been on nonprofits for 4 years. So
Yeah, that's cool. Oh, Dan is gonna be on on this show next week, but
Nice.
on on
really?
Wednesday. Yeah,
during the weekday. Yeah.
yeah, we had
Really?
to
is
pick
it?
a weekday because his work and everything. So it's gonna be like at 7:30 Central our time.
He's like,
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
love Dan so much, man. He's amazing.
I know he's so cool, and his fiance, she's so awesome. She's
I
such a good
I
girl.
I've been a big fan.
Yeah,
of
she was
Truth-
cool.
I've been a big fan of Truth Wanted from the beginning. I was so happy when they asked me. Katie and Greg asked me if I had time for a meeting, and I was like, "Oh fuck, what did I do?" You know? And they
Getting
asked me,
fired.
yeah, they asked me to be a host, and I was, one of the official hosts, and I was like so happy, man. You cannot believe it, because I've actually done a lot of work for Truth Wanted ever since the beginning. I was always like working somewhere in the background on the show because I love it so much. I think it's the best show the ACA does. But when I was down there for the back cruise, and I said goodbye to Dan at the taco place, Torchy's. That was the last time I saw Dan, and I thanked him for letting me be a part of his world. And he was like, "It ain't my world, Kelley, it's our world." And it made me feel so
Aw.
good when he said that. So Dan's awesome, man. I would do anything for Dan.
Yeah, he's a really nice guy.
Yeah, he's a really good guy. Like when we went over to the studio and he was hanging out there, and he was just talking to my kid, like like they'd been buddies forever. He just sat there and chatted and like engaged with him. Like I was like, that's a cool person, like
Yeah.
yeah,
I'm going down to see him next month.
yeah,
Oh.
for the wedding. He's
Yeah,
getting married.
I'm going down for the
Oh
wedding.
yeah,
Yeah.
even cooler.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of people coming down for that. I think
I was really happy you invited me. So
Yeah.
yeah, I sort of accidentally got invited by Lauren. I'm not 100%
Cool.
sure if it's like an official invitation or what, but I mean, we might just come to hang out with everybody, and yeah,
Yeah, there's
I
gonna be
mean,
so many
everybody's
people in
just gonna
town.
be
I know
there.
SR was on
Yeah.
our show last week, and he's saying he's
Yeah.
gonna be going. So
it seems like it's going to last long, late into the night too. So
Right, yeah. So
they were talking
it's a
about
wedding, it's a party.
having a
Yeah,
game night and
of
late
course.
night snacks and
Yeah.
right, like just bring
like
your
that.
own food. That way, they don't have to like spend money on anything extra.
Oh,
no,
yeah.
they're already going to have it. They've already had late night snacks planned.
Oh, really? That's cool.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, so they were like working on the music list too.
I don't
So-
have my invitation here, but yeah, they were talking about stick around. We're going to have game night and
Oh, that's fun.
yeah, and late night snacks and everything. So it looks like it's going to be a big to do.
Sounds fun.
Oh yeah.
That's
Of
awesome.
course it will
Yeah.
be.
Yeah. If anything, somebody will just like crash the party or something.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I think that
Wedding
was
crashers.
Just show up after the dinner and nobody will care.
right.
Everybody
Yeah,
already
that's
be feeling so good,
Right.
right?
yeah. Jason and I were commenting on one of her posts talking about that Jason wanted to crash the party, and that's when she was like, "Well, you guys should come."
Yeah, seriously,
So I was
just show
like,
up after dinner because they've
Yeah.
already got the seats planned for dinner. But afterwards,
Yeah.
who
Yeah.
cares, man?
Right,
just a
right.
party.
Yeah, yeah.
I think there's
Anyways.
a free bar, so
Oh, really?
Hmm.
Okay.
Probably for so many people though, like up to a certain number, right?
I don't know. I'm probably not going to drink, so
Yeah.
I don't drink either.
I don't know if that's how it works.
I might
Yeah,
have I might have a drink or two, but I'm not going to do bad cruise drinking.
Oh man, yeah, I remember get in there, and I was like, I'm not gonna drink. And then you showed up with your big bottle, and you were like, have a drink. And I was
Have a
like,
drink.
well, I was like, it would be rude if I say no. So I took the drink, and it was like, man, it was strong.
It's not the, one time every year we know we're gonna plan it again next year back cruise. This is just a wedding. I'm not gonna get that.
Oh,
Right,
yeah.
right.
Yeah, both of them are coming. So are you planning on coming down for the bad cruise again this year, Eli?
Yeah, I'd love to. I fully intend to.
Awesome.
We'll see how things are looking for me then.
I'm planning on driving down.
Okay.
All right.
My daughter is going to go probably come
Okay.
with me. I'm probably going to pick her up in Chicago at my sister's house. She's in Ohio. So
Yeah.
she'll drive to Chicago, leave her car at my sister's house, and the two of us will drive down. So we could always pick you up. I promise I won't leave you there.
You won't leave you
I was gonna
stranded.
say, you're driving your damn self there this time.
Yeah, damn right I am.
Right, yeah. Don't trust.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, sounds good.
I'm game.
Awesome. So
Yeah, I'd love to go again.
This is the first time I've said anything about that in public.
Yeah.
oh,
It
I
is.
haven't
It
either.
really is. I know there was some people that were worried about me saying something about what happened in public and stuff.
Yeah.
But I think it's been long
Yeah.
enough that I could just and I'm not naming names. I'm not getting upset
yeah.
about it.
Yeah.
You just
Just
yeah.
saying what happened. That's all.
But
You
it
can
happened, yeah.
reflect on it.
Yeah.
The thing that pissed me the most off about the whole episode was I had to pay $150 for a taxi cab.
Oh wow.
That's the
So-
part
That is
pissed
a
me off
lot.
the
Both
most.
off, that was
Yeah.
fun. Yeah.
Wow. That's crazy. Yeah.
That
I will
sucks.
be too. Yeah. So
Well-
we're gonna have some good fun this year too. Yeah. I mean, I feel like we didn't come too prepared this time. So for this year, we might do a little bit better. And
Yeah, you have a little bit
we
more
can so we can take
better
part in
idea what
all
to
the
expect.
fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we had
Wow.
our teenager with us, and we didn't want to
Mhm.
like everybody was going out drinking to the bars and stuff. So it was like we couldn't make it.
Yeah, right. Make sure you stay away from me.
I don't know. Maybe we'll finally do the what do they call it, the Johnny P. Angel pub crawl,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Scott Dickie, who was here earlier, insisted on walking me home Saturday night.
Yeah. Yeah, back
And
to the hotel.
What was funny is that as Scott and I walked into the hotel room, Eli was texting, "Hey, has
Yeah.
anybody seen Kelley?"
Yeah, where's
You
Kelley
knew where
at? Where's
Kelley is?
Kelley?
Oh. Delete.
Right there.
Found him.
Yeah.
It's
So you-
good.
Looking out, Scott.
Everyone's looking out for everybody though. That's what
Yeah.
counts, man.
We're at the hotel on the other side of the parking lot, and Scott's with me, and I'm like, "Scott, there's my hotel right there. I'm fine." And he was like, "Nope, I am taking you right to your door." And I was like, "It's right there."
Like the door's right there. Yeah, no, but that's good. That's good because you never know. Like, are you even gonna make it to open the door? If you don't open the door, then yes.
I was good. I was a little what's the word I'm looking for?
Fucked
I
up?
wasn't walking too well, but for the most part I was good.
Unbalanced.
Yeah,
think
I was a
call
little
it.
unbalanced. There you go.
That's so funny.
I really did have a
So,
lot of fun.
Oh yeah. I mean, yeah. Just the bad cruise was so fun, and then hanging out with everybody. I can't imagine what went on in the after parties. So that was probably a lot more relaxed, and yeah.
I don't remember a lot. I remember we were at a bar with like picnic tables.
Oh yeah, I saw the
Indoor.
pictures.
No, there was one. We went to one on Friday night that had picnic tables.
Yeah.
And that was outdoors, but we went to another one on Saturday night that was indoors. And as I recall, that one had picnic tables inside it too.
Yeah, so there was the one that was like kind of like a big like barnyard sort of.
Yeah, that was Friday
Um,
night. That place was cool.
Yeah, that was a cool place. And no, Friday night after Truth Wanted, I thought that's when we went to. Did we go to two places that night?
We did.
Okay. Because the first one was like that patio diner sort of.
Yeah, right. No, are you thinking of the pizza place?
Nope.
No, okay, that because the
That
pizza
was
place was
that was during the
Saturday.
day on Saturday.
Yeah, right.
Library.
I
there was-
remember now what you're talking. I do remember now.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it was a good time. Good food.
yeah.
Me and Forrest Valkai rapped a little Dickie together. Like, you saw me get the burger with the. Oh, I can't do
Little
lyrics,
Dickie.
I guess, but yeah, it was a verse about bacon cheeseburgers.
There
That should
were
have been very entertaining.
there
It
were
was
a lot
fun.
less hosts the first time I went to the back cruise. There was a lot less hosts there, and they actually took us out for pizza because I think there was like 8 of us that were there, and that's I often talk about my having imposter syndrome, and that's when I was sitting between Forrest and Jim Barrows, you know, and I'm just like, what the fuck am I doing here at this table? You know, it's just I couldn't believe it, honestly.
Yeah, no, same thing happened to me when we were all there, and everybody was like, in the studio, like sitting behind me. It's like they were like, you go sit in the middle," and I was like, "Oh,
Yeah.
okay, me." Like I was
Oh.
just meaning to like take everybody's picture, and then they were like, "Well, you go in there too," and I was like, "Oh, okay, thank you." Like I'm not even a host yet. I don't think I was doing
No, you
the
I don't think
nonprofits
you
yet.
hadn't.
I'd
you
I
hadn't
think
only
that was
started that.
before. Yeah.
yeah, I'd only done Truth Wanted so far. Yeah, at that
Yeah, you
point.
had been on Dan's show. Yeah, you had been.
Yeah.
But hey, that's cool. You were on Truth Wanted first. That's a move.
Yeah. I mean, I was told that's how everybody gets started on the ACA. And then you like work your way up to different shows.
Hmm.
Yeah. I would be happy if they even had me back on Truth Wanted. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
I wish I could let everybody on, honestly. I don't have any control over it whatsoever, though. So
Oh, I know. Yeah,
I felt bad because I just had, like, I finally felt comfortable enough to ask for a guest outside of the ACA, and they do media checks on people, let me tell you. And it turns out this guy did a video about the pandemic, so they turned him down. And he was like, and he's an old friend of mine too. And I was like, damn, the first time I asked for a guest, and I say, yeah, he's an old friend of mine, and it turns out that he can't pass the social media test.
well, that's a bummer. Yeah.
Oh, well.
I guess I better watch what I say.
Well, just don't talk about crazy conspiracy theories as if they're real.
Yeah.
I mean, he's out there promoting it. So
True.
Yeah.
True.
That's
Say
a very-
reasonable things.
I think some people get caught up sharing some stuff online too, though. It's just like there's so much propaganda out there.
Oh yeah, there's like just so much misinformation out there. It's just crazy.
Yeah, it's easy to not know. It's easy to not know better when you don't have a reason to. Right? Like I had to. There was in an old a previous relationship, somebody would like feel. There was a sort of thing where like when I knew a thing that they didn't, I was made to feel like I was the bad guy because like I was making them feel dumb, and I was like, no, like it's fine that you don't know this. You didn't have a reason to. And I think people don't realize that. Like I don't have a reason to know this.
I think sometimes those people already have not a good what's the word I'm looking. They don't have a really good idea of who they are. They don't feel really good about themselves to begin with, so they're like reflecting that back on it. Oh, well, you're smarter than me, so God damn it,
Right.
I think that's just a reflection back on them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you're doing something wrong because now I feel bad.
However, like, I've been married and divorced twice. And both my exes told me that it was really hard to live with me because I was always right. Because I don't say something unless I know I'm right. And they're both like, the problem is that you are actually a know-it-all that does. And I was like, I don't know it all. I just keep my mouth shut if I don't,
Right. Right. And that's I try. I fail a lot, but I try to say things that I think I have a good reason to believe. And I'm wrong a lot. But
you just quantify it, like I think this might be. It's possible.
It's so easy
maybe
to just be like, if you're not sure, to just say that.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
I
then-
don't get why people
Yeah.
have such a hard time accepting when somebody's like, hey, look over here, like what you're saying doesn't match with this, and they're just like, no, I'm just not gonna look at that. Like what I'm telling you is the right thing,
Mhm.
and it's
Yeah,
just
take
like,
it
I
as
don't-
as a lesson, and like
Right.
change your, you learn something that you were wrong about something, and like admit it, and then like now you know.
Right. Now, next
that-
time I'll be right. Now I'm better.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, like
Use
if
it as
somebody comes
improvement.
to me with information about something that I'm interested in and that I didn't know about, I'm not gonna like close my mind off to that. Like instead be like, oh, you know more than I do about that. Tell me about it. Like
Yeah.
everybody should have that sort of open-mindedness to accept new information, pretty much. Yeah.
Mhm.
A lot of people don't though.
Do you notice
I
I wore the
wonder-
same tie as in the cartoon? The cartoon.
What?
What's that?
I
I
can't.
wore
see
the
it right
same
now.
tie as the cartoon me.
Oh, you are.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's hilarious.
Hold on. Let me
Can we
put this
pull it
on
up?
real quick.
Yeah, put it on.
There it is.
There it is. Nice, nice.
Amazing.
Sunflowers.
Yeah, I meant to comment on that earlier.
It's
When
literally-
when
it's
you
so
first
similar.
come on, I saw that you had it on, and then I completely forgot. Yeah, because that's I used a a screenshot of you with that tie on, and then so I guess it picked up on the graphics, and it was like at
Got
first
it,
it gave
got
you
it.
a shirt with them, but I was like, no, I'd say make the tie with the sunflowers, and then it did. So
I have a couple of Van Gogh ties.
Van Gogh. Oh, that's
Yeah,
cool.
Van
that's,
Gogh, yeah, Van
that's one
Gogh.
of his paintings, Sunflowers.
Oh,
I have
okay.
one with
Okay.
irises. I have Starry Starry Night in a tie.
Oh, nice.
I have a
That's
really cool one. It's like the Starry Starry Night, but it's got the Scream guy on the very bottom.
Nice.
Oh, really? The scream guy, the one that's like,
Yeah.
okay, that's cool. So you
I was
have
thinking about-
like 100 ties. You told me, right? Something
Yeah,
like
I
that.
call that one my Screamy Night tie.
Screamy, screamy. That's funny.
That is funny. So, guys, we are past 5 hours.
Yeah.
Do you realize that?
Wow.
Damn.
We
We've been
beat
talking for
SR,
5
huh?
minutes. Hey, it's been a good show. I think we've had like some the conversation's been all over, but it's been great.
Yeah, I
I
really
know.
enjoyed this.
I'll be honest, when everybody was here, I was having a hard time talking because, if I had been tripping, the hardest part of the trip is getting there, and if I had been tripping at that point, I would have been getting there.
Getting
So,
there.
You may or may not be there.
I'm there now. If I had been doing
Right.
something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah, if you had been, yeah.
We're not saying you have. Just put it out there.
Yeah, the only drugs I've done is legal ones.
Wait.
I don't
gummies.
break laws.
Same here. Same here.
Nothing fishy
I got a
going
great
on
deal
over
at
here.
my dispensary last week, so I've been really happy.
Oh, that's
Oh
good.
yeah. You were talking about that, I think, last week in the Discord channel.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, I got really.
Oh yeah.
I got
Sometimes it's all
like
it takes.
37 grams, two packs of gummies, 2 grams of concentrate wax, and 5 pre-rolls, all for $108.
Yeah, that's a hell of a deal.
That was
That's a solid deal.
that was kick-ass deal. Yeah,
Wow. Yeah, that is like
Almost an
super
ounce
cheap
and a half,
compared
almost
to what we
almost an
pay
ounce
here.
and a half of bud, almost.
Like here we can get
Is
a
it
pack
almost
of
half an
gummies for like $45.
Get the fuck
Yeah.
out of it! $5.
For like 10.
$5.
Yeah.
$5.
Yeah, it's just
Wow.
crazy.
20 gummies in a pack.
Yeah, I don't know how much would you pay for that, Joe.
Yeah, that's what I just told him. It's $45 for
Oh,
like
45. you
Yeah,
said.
that's
Okay.
crazy.
for 20 though,
Yeah.
for 20.
Oh,
Every
for
once in a
20,
while,
like
I just
5
go over there
milligrams?
and buy. They have 5
Yeah.
different flavors.
Well,
I'll
each
just go
gummy
over.
is like 40 milligrams.
Oh, okay.
Oh, these
Yeah.
are 20. So I mean,
Okay.
those are.
So I guess that's why it's a
stronger,
little bit
but
more. Yeah.
Gotcha.
But still, these are only $5.
Yeah, that's still like way cheaper. I know.
That's solid.
That's why. Yeah. It sucks.
Was
when
that
you
like
don't
a-
like this.
Every
Was
once
that the
in a while,
first
like-
time you had been to that one?
It was the second time I've been to this one.
Okay.
So, but the first they had a really good coupon deal going, And I went and used the coupons the first time, and you have to sign up for the rewards thing, so you can't use the coupons twice. So I made my son go with me last week.
Oh, gotcha. That's how. Okay, yeah.
And he used all the coupons. And fortunately for me, my son doesn't use cannabis at all.
Yeah.
So I got to keep everything that we used the coupons for that day
Nice.
that
Extra
I
discount.
brought him there for. And then I did something nice for him for going with me. So
Nice.
Seems fair. Seems fair. Gotta
Yeah,
work
I've
the
been to
system in.
dispensaries in like California, and we've been to dispensaries in Washington, and yeah, it's nice to be able to be at a state where recreational is like legal, and
Mhm. Yeah,
the cost is
totally.
like so much more like reasonable, for people to be able to buy
I've
it.
had, I've been in other dispensaries in other states, and I've never had a bad experience. This new one that I just went to, I really liked it a lot compared to. We have a lot of them on a little stretch of highway along here because we're right on the state border with Wisconsin, where it's not legal still. So a lot of people come across the state line. So there's a lot of business right here, and so they're always competing with each other. And I've been to all the other ones. This one just opened up, and I really liked it because all the other ones are like walking into a pharmacy. It's real like controlled like that. And this was like going over to my friend's house back when I was, when people were illicit drug dealers. So you went to some guy's house, hung out for a while, talked, joked, and then left, and it was more like that atmosphere. So I really liked it. It was cool. I recommend it. If you're in Norway, go to that one.
We'll have to come visit. We'll go with you.
Yeah, totally.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Those coupons don't have an expiration date, so we'll save you.
Nice.
Yeah, that's some motivation to go.
Best
Yeah.
kind of coupons.
I just saw one floating around here too.
Are you sure? Are you sure it wasn't?
Yeah.
Are you
No,
sure
it was
there?
real. No,
I'm
it was
joking, I'm
real.
joking.
I just don't remember exactly where I saw it at. It might have been outside in the game room when I ran out for the die. But I do remember seeing one laying somewhere.
It was the word floating. That's what did it.
I know. It's
part of
like,
the question.
was it like just floating around your head, maybe?
Yeah.
I've never had any real heavy visuals. I took a lot of LSD one night, like a lot. And I got like color traces and stuff, but that's the only visuals I've ever really had.
Oh, wow.
And I had to take a lot of LSD. I've taken a lot.
You would get tracers?
Yeah, I'll get tracers. But I was like, this night I was like in the backyard. It was 2:00 in the morning, and I'm just like watching little tiny firework things going off. Like a Roman candle shooting from behind me and going pew. But they were like the size as if Lilliputians were shooting them off.
Wow.
Okay.
So it was just like when they spread out, it was only like this big. Oh, cool.
I have
And
read or heard that
Pardon?
I've heard that people with red-green color blindness,
Yeah.
those tracers, after they stop having the psychedelic effect from LSD, they still have those tracers for like a period of time afterwards.
Really?
Like, yeah, longer than like a couple of days. Like it's not a short period of time.
I've gotten trails. Well, we always called trails. I've gotten those from other drugs. And one of the things that I noticed after heavily doing a lot, and I don't know if it was there beforehand or I just didn't notice it because we were talking about how you notice things on hallucinogens, is that I still get trails. Even when I'm straight, I get them. They're just not as distinct, right? Maybe I just notice them better when I'm on hallucinogens. But if I really look for them when I'm straight, I can still see them.
Mm-hmm.
So
I get those little floaters sometimes. Yeah.
Oh, I get float. You'll get that as you get older. If you're getting them now, it's
That's
going to
just
get
a regular
worse. You
thing.
get the little floaties. Yeah, it's a thing that happens as you get older.
It's occasional. Yeah.
Yeah, I get them all the time.
I'm curious though.
though.
I'm curious about hallucinations though, because and I guess Joe, I don't know if your hallucination experience has been different than Kelley's, but like, is it more like, is it having the memory of having seen it, or does it feel, is it more like actually seeing it in the moment? Does that distinction make sense?
Well, I think I can remember the experience, like when I was explaining earlier, the experience of everything turning into the scenario of what I was like watching. another experience would be I was at a restaurant sitting at a table, and the table had a pattern of like grain, like wood grain on it. But if I looked at it, I could make it look like it was like moving. So it was like the pattern was like constant, like a conveyor belt. And
Okay, yeah, I get what you mean.
yeah, so like just like a visual hallucination, but not something that's like just like making an object like have I guess an alternate like
I've
you view it with a different perspective, I guess. Go ahead, Kelley.
I was about to say I've gotten phantasmagoric visuals like that, like looking at a stucco wall and making it and having it look like it was a river flowing by.
Okay,
You know,
yeah.
because of the stucco.
I think it's the
pattern
pattern though. The pattern causes that though.
Yeah, right,
yeah.
exactly.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was talking about earlier though, Eli, about patterns. Like if I see a pattern, it can like make me feel like I have like a flash, like
So
a,
like
Kind
a
of like
trigger.
remember that
yeah, like a
experience.
trigger. It triggers like that vision or that thought that I well, yeah, I guess it would be more
I've heard that called
experience.
a rollback.
A rollback. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting. We were talking about the flashbacks earlier. Yeah, huh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So
Yeah.
I don't know. It's I don't know, hallucinations, and I guess like actually experiencing them. Like yeah, I think you remember them like as they happened. Like you could like if you asked me like detail about what I saw, I could describe it to you. You know,
Right.
like it was a real experience to me. But like no one else saw it around me.
Right.
So it is kind of odd. It's just like it's just in your head. It's
Yeah,
definitely in your
well,
mind.
but it did get recorded as sort of a memory. So
Yeah, as a
Right.
it
memory in
makes
my
sense
mind.
that you could
yeah. It was
trigger
an
it to come back.
experience. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it
Yeah.
was an
I'm
experience.
I'm super
Like-
curious about the neurophysiology of how it doesn't really like isn't really there, but your brain like I'm
Yeah,
just
recorded it like it did exist. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because like I was tricked into believing it actually did happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have either of you experienced like really weird stuff while you were on hallucinogens? Things that would have been weird even if you had been straight.
I don't know. Well, one thing that weirded me out that I would never like to do when I was hallucinating was like look at myself in the mirror. Like
Oh,
at my-
you don't do mirrors.
Yeah.
You don't do mirrors.
I did.
Yeah.
I
Well,
I've
you
heard
start
that.
looking at you like start like looking at everything in yourself. you
That's
know?
a big joke.
Or
around
your
my
hands.
Yeah.
Your
I
hands
saw-
too, right?
Yeah. Go ahead, Eli. What happened?
Yeah, no, my
If
hands
that's, like-
haven't. I haven't noticed anything in my hands, but like, yeah, looking at my face in the mirror, and like I said, I only microdose, so I haven't ever had like really vivid visuals. But like, I just noticed, I felt like my vision was better. I was noticing the pores and like very light colored hairs right here, and like
Yeah,
the
you
way the
notice
muscles
every
in my
like,
eyes.
Yeah, don't ever
detail.
look in the mirror. Yeah.
Yeah, no, like it was actually sort of. It was just sort of an objective experience for me.
Cool.
It was yeah.
Interesting.
That's
I've
kind
done
of-
it before, but I get too deep in thought. Just like
Yeah.
the detail of how I like dissected like looking at myself was just like
Yeah.
it was
Like-
like so different.
I recognized I didn't look completely different, but I didn't look completely the same either. And I'm like, it seemed to me, my guess was that like, okay, maybe this is like what I look like without the filter of my own bias, like my filter of my own like intrusive or negative thoughts or whatever. Like maybe this
True.
is what other people see me as.
That is a
Um,
really good observation. Yeah, because they say that you don't look the same to pretty much anybody.
Everybody
Like
sees
everybody
you different.
sees you in
Yeah,
a different way,
persona.
including yourself.
Right.
You don't see yourself as other people see you. So yeah, that's
Mhm.
very possible. I wonder if like when we talked about it earlier, like that the ego that sort of were the psychedelics separate you from being able to say this is who I am. If that could have a positive sort of effect on how we see ourselves, like looking at yourself at that point, like yeah.
Yeah, and that's I as I understand it, that is what helps people so much is like being able to just separate their own negative biases about themselves from their opinion of themselves or from their self-identity and just kind of deal with those things separately. And that's
Exactly.
sort of exactly
I
how it
think
goes.
we can all agree that we are our own worst, critics.
Yeah, that's
So,
very true.
I think that's probably definitely like a very positive experience. Yeah.
Set
somebody
yourself
said
free.
TP Seeker say never question the trip when tripping. Enjoy the ride, man.
Yeah.
Right, man.
There was a certain point, hypothetically, allegedly, where I was like, I'm just gonna go. Like, I had to like basically change my course of action because I was like, if I continue doing this and thinking about this is gonna turn bad. And I already like my stomach already didn't feel super great, so I was like, let me like just watch, I don't know, like Dimension 20 or something.
It was funny. Yeah, I mean, if you know ways to like make your experience more positive, yeah, I guess that's the
Mhm.
thing that you were talking about earlier. Like your setting, your set and setting. Like you
Mhm.
gotta make sure that you have a few tools in the arsenal to make sure that you bring yourself back to like a positive place in case you notice yourself deviating.
Yeah, yeah. I mean that's a big part of it. I think I've never really had any really negative experiences while I was doing it, but I think it's
Yeah.
because I've always had that happy-go-lucky attitude going into it.
Yeah.
Where
Yeah.
I was never really depressed when I did it. I had one really weird experience where I felt like there was something wrong with my body,
Mm.
when I was tripping, and then about a week later I found out there actually was something wrong with my body in the exact place that I thought it was when I was tripping. So I think I was just more aware of
Yep.
something being wrong there when I wasn't noticing it when I was straight. So I mean that was probably the most negative thing I ever had because it was a really uncomfortable experience that what was going on with me and I just couldn't get it. Hey, wow, man, there's something wrong here. And I just, man,
Yeah.
there's something wrong here.
Yeah.
And it was
Yeah.
like you began
That
to
sense of
dominate the
dread.
trip. But other than that, I mean, that was probably the worst trip I ever had.
Well, I think you do need to look at like how your emotional like state when you do try to go into it though, because I think you can. I mean, you could be happy when you go into it, but I've had times with past experiences where you're having a good time and then you just start thinking about something that takes you down like a part of your brain that you haven't like that you had blocked out. Like we were
Mhm.
talking about like therapy and you start thinking about that and it can send you
Yeah.
a certain person down like the wrong, I don't know, I guess the wrong path on the adventure.
Yeah,
And that sucks.
I
Yeah.
can
So
see that.
that does happen. I think that is what happens when people have bad trips, but otherwise I
Mhm.
think it's a good thing. It even when you have that happen, it still helps you like you still have to face like that thought, so it kind of helps
Right.
you like cope with it too. So I mean it is a way of still giving yourself like treatment even if it does turn into a bad trip.
But yeah.
Just have someone there with you that can help you like realize that
I think a lot of that too is like guilt over things from the past. There's or regret, guilt and regret over things in the past, and I don't have that pretty much for the most part. I just don't. I mean, if it happened, it happened, and just let it go.
Yeah, well that's
I'm
good. That's
I'm
good,
kind
man.
in a way I'm a determinist. I think that what happened was meant to happen, most likely. So if I'm not going to feel guilty for it, if if
No,
it's something I
that's
need to
good for
make.
you for sure.
If it's something I need to make amends for, I will do that to the best of my ability. But I'm just not going to feel guilty because it happens. So it's
Yeah, that's a
because I don't go out of
good
my
way
way to
to
hurt people, right? So
Mhm.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I like that way of seeing it. I used to have really bad anxiety and like I was always worried about everything, past and future. But I've learned like over the years to sort of control that. Like I can't change the past. And more than likely, there are very few things that I can affect in the future. Like yeah, sure I can, take not do certain things, like I don't know, bad things so that I don't go to jail or stuff like that. But
Mhm.
like other than that, it's like as long as you're a pretty decent
Decent
human being,
person, right?
Yeah.
Just
like
decent, that's all. Right?
like Kelly always says, don't be the best, just be better today than you were yesterday. So
yeah, just
That's
that's
every
how
day
you
be a
can
better
do.
great
person.
words of advice. Yeah, I like that, Kelly.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Every once in a great while, I say something smart.
but and I'm lucky that I caught that one because now I tell it to everybody.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
I like that a lot. I don't know how I haven't heard that until now.
Yeah, I can't
You got to
remember. I
hang out
think you
with me
said
more,
it
man.
like like on one of the after shows, maybe. I'm pretty sure it was in an after
Oh,
show that
okay.
we were doing. Yeah, yeah, on Discord.
Okay.
Yeah, Jimmy
So-
didn't. Jimmy was surprised I was the one that said it, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow,
Right.
what?
Yeah,
Kelly
yeah.
said that? Whoa!
Oh
That's
shit!
that
You're
fucking
smarter
old
than you
Jimmy.
look.
That's actually quite wise.
I love working with Jimmy. I think we have some really
Yeah.
good energy together. There's something about like the mean military guy and the chilled out hippie together, right?
But
actually
yeah, it's
really
so
funny.
funny.
I do. I like working with him.
Yeah, he's really cool. I actually got lucky, and I got 2 weeks, 2 shows with him
Cool.
that we
cool.
did. So,
I would-
I've already worked with him twice. So that was
There's a
pretty
few
awesome.
people I would do a show with every week, and he's one of them.
Right? Yeah.
I just have really good energy with him. Chris Mallard. For some reason, we just clicked, the two of us. So
Yeah,
Mhm.
Chris
Yeah,
is
like I
fun.
mean, the first time we saw you on Truth Wanted together, it was like you guys had known each other for years.
yeah, it was
Yeah.
like that's why. Yeah, we just clicked. It was like, yeah, I want
Yeah.
to do more with this guy. We're great together. And Sydney Davis Johan. She used to be
Oh,
Susan
yeah.
Junior, but she's Johan now. And I get along great with her. We have really good energy together as well. I think she has that energy with everybody, though. I mean, if you
Yeah.
watch her, I don't
She's
think
just
it's
funny
just
as
me.
hell.
It's just her. She's just
Yeah.
really good.
Yeah, I haven't actually gotten to speak to her. I think maybe on an after show, possibly maybe
Mhm.
once. I don't really know. Yeah, but she's really awesome. I love her stuff. Yeah, and then the
Mhm.
show that you did with her on her channel was really good.
Oh yeah, I had
I
fun.
really
on
enjoyed that
yeah.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
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 I did have fun.
yeah.
on that
Like
one.
like you said, it's like really good chemistry, and so that's what works. Yeah.
We did that Talk Heathen together when Benjamin called in for the first time, the guy that kept calling in to
Oh.
defend slavery,
Oh.
and we took his very first call, and it was just freaking crazy. It's still one of my favorite calls that I ever took, honestly.
Yeah, there's just so many repeat callers with really bad arguments,
Yeah.
and they just keep calling back because they think like the next time they're gonna do it better and they're gonna have that gotcha moment, and
Yep.
they never do.
Right.
I mean, it hasn't happened yet. So.
That's why I
Or
always
just
thought
to bogart the time and the attention.
yeah, totally. I always thought it'd be cool to do a show that was like just the opposite of Truth Wanted, where you have, instead of the people calling in, you have them on the show. Like have a psychic as your guest, have a ghost hunter as your guest, have a dowser as your guest.
That would be interesting.
That wouldn't
And
it be
then,
great? And you can have people like us call in and talk to him and ask him questions. And if
Oh.
people got shitty with him, I could always just hang up on him like we do with theists.
Yeah.
But because it's going to happen, right?
Yeah.
But people have said to me, well, you're never going to get people to come on as your guests on that show. But when Penn and Teller were doing that show bullshit, if you've never seen it, you should.
Yeah.
They were always debunking things. And I watched an interview with Penn Jillette, and he said that we actually thought we were going to have a hard time getting people to come on the show. And we found just the opposite, that these people were
Wow.
so convinced of the thing that they were more than willing to come on TV and prove that they were right. So I think it'd be a great thing to do is like I said, have the crazy people on the show and let the skeptics call in and talk to them. I think it'd be a lot of fun.
Wait, yeah, like the flat earthers and all that. Yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would say
There's-
there's probably plenty of YouTube creators that are in that orbit
The genre
of,
that would, yeah.
well,
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if it will be an orbit because that would mean that the Earth is not flat. But anyways.
And that path around the dome.
Yeah, there you go.
But yeah, like the circle,
Circle.
however you
Mhm.
yeah.
Oh, you want to know a fun fact for arguing with flat earthers? Is that in the word firmament
Mhm.
in the Bible, in the KJV, it's a poor translation from the Hebrew. The word is either racha or rachia. I don't remember which one, but one of those two. And it basically means to like stretch or to expand or to hammer out. So it derives from the same root. So the thing that God created, which in the KJV is called the firmament, in Hebrew is actually called the expanse. But the firmament associates it with that thin film covering the
Yeah.
dome. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. I did not know that. That's
Yeah, I did
interesting.
not know that either.
Didn't have a
Yeah.
precise language, right? I mean, that's
It was precise in different ways, I think.
well, yeah, it was precise if you were a goat herder.
If you understood
right?
it, yeah.
Right.
If you were
right.
an ancient Israelite, yeah, it
Right, but
communicated
it-
all
it's-
the ideas they needed to.
It's like one of the things I always talk about is that any science or any hobby has its own language. And if you want to be good at that hobby or at that science, one of the first things you have to do is to learn that language. And if you don't learn that language and you act like you know about stuff, people are going to go know right away that you don't know shit because you don't know the language, right? And so the reason we've created these languages is because we've learned more and more and more and more as time goes on, and these jobs and these sciences become more and more specialized, and they need more and more detailed, specialized language to convey the ideas that they need to convey. So our language has become way, way more precise over the last 2,000 years, way more precise. Does that make any sense? Sometimes I think I'm just rambling like a fucking idiot. So
no, I'm on board with that. I had to make the connection real quick, but yeah. But I think it also it's precise, probably for different contexts, to different degrees, for different purposes.
Yeah, I mean, like for somebody 2,000 years ago, it was precise for that time, but it's not like something that, I mean,
we'd
we've
have
had
to change. Yeah.
we had a smaller field of knowledge, so it worked fine for that field of knowledge. It's the expansion of the field of knowledge that has made our language become more precise.
I'm there now. Okay, I'm on board.
Cool.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm not always good at conveying my ideas, especially if I had been tripping or something, which I may or may not be.
Yeah.
It might be like mixing up in there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
no,
I fully understand it in here. Why don't you guys get it?
But that happens to me
happens,
sometimes.
Yeah, that happens to
it's
everybody.
like I have a thought or an idea in my head, and then I try to put it into words, and like my mouth just like diarrheas.
I'll explain something. I'll be like, "Does that make sense?" It's like, "Did I explain that right?"
The ability to communicate telepathically would be a game changer.
Oh, right.
Yes. Work on that, please.
Learn Esperanto.
Do you think so?
Yeah, because nobody speaks it, and it don't be almost as good. If you want to communicate, like the best part of being telepathic is you can communicate with somebody that's without everybody else in the room hearing you, right? So if you're speaking to them in Esperanto, nobody else will fucking know it and know what you're talking about anyway.
What if we all get neural links in our head and we can get Bluetooth options and we just air send like those thoughts to each other?
I think that when I think of communicating telepathically, I don't mean like now that person's going to hear my voice in their head. That person is going to conceptualize the message that I want to convey without error or without personal bias. They're just going to I think that would be the best part of being able to communicate telepathically.
I can see
no
that.
longer being misunderstood.
But would you
I'm
just
on
send them
board
that
now.
thought, like sending like that vision or that ideal like directly to them so like they can see it exactly how you're envisioning it, what you're trying to convey? Or how would they?
Yeah, see, because then it comes down to how do different people interpret different thoughts?
You're right. Yeah. Like we said earlier, everybody was explaining how they think earlier. So yeah, that would make a difference too.
Yeah. But then I would be kind of worried that pretty much all of your thoughts will telepathically communicate.
Wait, I didn't mean to send you that one, right?
Oh shit.
Probably, yeah. Like, how do you control which ones you're sending? If you're like sitting next to somebody and you're like trying to communicate something, and all of a sudden you're like, God, he's just a shithead, and oh, sorry, no, not you.
Yeah.
I meant to send it to the one over there.
Yeah.
Man, I've had that happen with text messages where like I'm typing and I accidentally just sent it to the completely wrong person, and it's kind of
to the
some
person that
trouble
you're talking
before.
about.
Oh yeah, I did that. one
Yeah.
time it totally did that, and it was bad. Very awkward. When the person was like next to me, and I was
Oh.
texting because I was texting Joe about it, and I sent it to that person, and the person was right there, and I was like, oh shit. I don't remember exactly how I explained myself out of it, but
Oh
yeah,
my god.
it was very awkward.
Yeah, I can't imagine.
Mistakes happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
yeah.
This is one of those things you're like, look, what do you want me to say?
Ooh,
You know what just
yeah.
happened. Like we can just move on, right?
Right. Yeah. So like that would be my concern with telepathy. Yeah. That you will be sending like
It's a valid point.
your whole thinking will be out there. So it's like exactly how will we control which thoughts we send or don't send. Yeah. I would not try it until it's like very well developed.
Yeah. Yeah. I would think to make a connection to another consciousness would require an effort. It wouldn't be like how my Wi-Fi connects automatically unless I turn it off. Which I have to turn on that it connects automatically. So that's a bad example, but
Yeah.
I think it'd probably be like, oh, like if I wanted to like with my son in the other room, if I wanted to send him a message to like what do you want to eat for dinner, and he could send me back exactly what he wants. Like,
Right. Like I guess you will have like a contact list in your brain.
or it's
and
proximal maybe.
right. Yeah. But you could still have that, send it to the wrong recipient this situation.
Well, it could be
Yeah.
like a program, right? I mean, won't we eventually get to where we can like I'm talking about, like if you have like some type of implant where you can actually have like an OS like appear in front of your vision and be able to send text messages like through that. That would be
Yeah.
insane. Even if it's glasses, that still would be kind of cool.
Right. Just having something where like now I can use my hands for other stuff.
Yeah.
Like
and just have like the screen in front of you. They haven't really like got that technology down. Like if it could just be like right there, it would be insane. Like an implant.
If you think about it, it's actually really interesting because when the animals that would later their descendants would become humans started walking on two legs, it freed up their hands to do stuff. And then we started communicating, and then we did more stuff, and then we came up with new ways to communicate, and now we have to use our hands for like our primary means of communication.
So we went backwards, right?
Yeah.
We're doing that with technology too, right? With cell phone texting is just
I think that's what we're saying.
right?
Like we're always have to always have our phone in our hand, or
texting is just telegraphing, and now everybody carries a pocket watch instead of a wristwatch.
Yeah.
True. Yeah.
The cell phone has really like changed everything.
Or digital watches.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Smartwatches are getting insane.
Yeah. I've had a smartwatch for a while, and it's pretty cool. It tracks like your heart rate, your oxygen, how much you walk. So
the oxygen thing is crazy. The fact that it does that is nuts to me.
Yeah, I don't know how they do that I don't think mine has that setting because it's an older one. But I have seen like some of the newer versions that I don't know how they track that.
I don't know how the little thing they put on your finger does that.
Yeah, it's the same. They use the same technology, right?
Yeah, right. I know, but I just
Yeah.
don't know how it does it.
Yeah.
So it has to do with the wavelength of light that oxygen absorbs. While it's inside your bloodstream. So it sends the red light through, and the amount of light that does not get received on the other side, accounting for skin and nails and everything else, determines roughly how much oxygen is in the blood within the capillaries.
Okay.
That's how the finger thing does it.
Yeah.
How the watches do it is, I think, something similar by because it uses a light, I think, doesn't it?
It does use a red light as well. Yeah. It has
so
like a,
And George said infrared light sees the pulses. Okay, that makes sense.
Okay, nice.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, because the like these watches have, it's not coming on now, but they have like little lights.
That's what I was
light up
thinking. One of those is a
yeah.
light, and one being a sensor to do basically the same thing.
Yeah, I don't know exactly when it lights up. I've seen it light up before. Yeah, I've seen it have a green light. I'm not sure if it has a red one.
Yeah, when it's checking your heart rate, it'll light up.
Yeah. True.
Okay. Well, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong about how that works, and I'm sorry for saying something if I like.
No, that sounds
Because,
correct. It's probably a similar technology that the watch uses. But yeah,
Yeah.
you're correct about what you described on
Yeah, but for the
for
finger,
the
it
O2
makes sense.
finger meter. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
You look it up.
Yeah. Okay. Well, because when who was it that said it? When the commenter said infrared light, I was like, okay, I didn't think infrared light was involved. I must have missed something, so that threw me off.
okay.
So I was like, okay, now I got to figure out what I got wrong.
But
It is in
yeah.
fact.
So Kelly looks like he's got some kind of thought that was just going on right now. You look like you were laughing.
I'm always laughing. Yeah, dude, like I said, I got like comedy movies that go through my head like all the time.
I
Man.
remember you said that earlier, and I was like, "What's he thinking about now?"
I ate. I may or may not have eaten a bunch of mushrooms earlier.
Allegedly.
But when I did or didn't, I saved this little tiny one. Look at that.
Oh, she's so cute.
It's a little
Yeah,
pain.
and that's why I was laughing. I looked down and I saw it, and I was like, "Look at that little tiny miniature mushroom." I couldn't. I had to save it. It was so perfect and so
Yeah.
tiny.
Yeah, it is cute. It kind of reminded me of something, but
I want to put it in something.
Well, so the thing is that the actual mushroom is the reproductive organ of the mycelium.
Yes.
The mycelium is the living organism. And
Yes.
so the mushroom grows out and it has a veil that detaches from the cap and spills out all the spores, like 500 billion spores. And it's just a numbers game for fungi, basically. But yeah, it is the reproductive organ of the fungus.
well, it did look like a reproductive organ to me. So yeah.
It does look like a reproductive organ.
That's what I thought when I saw it.
I was gonna say something. I like to go mushrooming a lot in the summertime. I go out mushroom picking a lot. Not the psychedelic ones, because there's really not. I can get Amanita muscarias around here, but those are little
Yeah,
issues. Yeah.
Yeah,
Probably
I'm
no.
skeptical about Amanita.
I've taken them.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I may or may not have taken them.
I guess I'm not skeptical.
Probably
I'm
not.
weary. I'm weary of it.
Yeah, I would be too. You have to prepare them. You can't just go pick them and eat them. You'll get sick from doing that. You have to do something. You have to cook them or dry them. Something.
Okay, I've heard of those. Yeah, I've heard of those.
Yeah, they're the mushroom that everybody draws. The red one with the white spots. You know.
Okay.
Yeah. Makes you giant.
Oh wait, I
And-
think we saw some of those during one of our walks. Remember, we thought it looked like a Mario.
Yeah, when I told
Like
you
the
that,
Mario
right,
mushrooms. Yeah.
I took some pictures of
Okay.
them. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
they're all over the
cool.
place. They're actually they're
Okay.
the most widely recognized mushroom in the
So
world.
you can eat those? They're edible. You're saying?
Okay.
They're
Not raw.
Okay.
no, not
Okay.
raw, and they are hallucinogenic. It's not like a psilocybin trip. It's a little bit rougher. So it's more like drinking alcohol than it is like dosing on LSD like
Gotcha.
psilocybin is.
Yeah.
So it's a different kind of a high. It's not quite the same. I didn't like it. I've tried it twice because first time got to try it twice. First time might have been something wrong, but but again, as I mentioned earlier too, drugs do not always affect me the same way that they affect other people. So I
Yeah.
might be getting a completely different effect than you would from it. So
Yeah.
That's
no,
so true.
interesting.
I mean, I think like brain wiring, brain chemistry, it all like even your upbringing and experiences will all affect you in a different way when you're taking any type of drug.
no, well,
So,
I have
Yeah.
problems chemically with
So you're like-
physiologically with other drugs.
Yeah.
Like I
Yeah.
mentioned before, all the blood pressure medications are paradoxical and they cause me to cause my blood pressure to go up.
The
If
opposite.
my doctor once gave me trazodone because I was having problems sleeping. Here, take one of these at night; it'll help you sleep. And it was like I had just drank 4 pots of coffee and I
Like
stayed
wide
up.
awake.
So
Whoops.
I get paradoxical effects often from drugs. So it's hard for me to say, especially with the street drug, if I'm going through having the same effect that somebody else is having.
Totally, completely, yeah. Yeah, it sucks. Years ago, I used to partake in drugs that are not completely illegal, not like THC stuff, and it affected me in a very different way than it does now. Like I can't handle hardly any now. It will give me like palpitations and like make me feel like really on edge and just completely out of it. Like I think yesterday we bought, I don't know exactly what was in it, but it was an edible chocolate that was laced with something.
It
So
was
that was like
THCA.
okay. So yes, so that was like the first time in like the last few years that it didn't affect me negatively like it usually does. So I don't know what the difference was on that
It had
one.
a high dose of CBD too. I think it really it depends like how it's mixed, because this, if it has a high dose of like regular like CBD with it, and it's gonna like it kind of lowers the psychedelic effect, which is like that intense feeling I think that you get.
Yeah, that makes sense. Makes sense.
I've heard that CBD does. I didn't I tried CBD a long time ago. I didn't care much for it, but I've heard that for a lot of people it does help a lot with some of the less pleasant aspects of
I think it's kind of more in the I don't know. I don't think it's really that. I
think it's more in the realm of placebo.
Yeah.
Do you think so?
Yeah, I really, really do. Especially with a lot of the products that are on the market.
The Delta 9 that they pull from hemp though, how they actually get that out is actually is pretty much very similar to like regular Delta 9 that comes from the regular marijuana plant.
Yeah.
Like,
it's just legal because it's like below like 0.3.
Yeah, but they do it based by weight. So there's like when they pass the hemp law, I think it's like it has to be like less than 3% of the size, like based in weight. So like they can get around that, even though it's like the gummies only say like they're 40 milligrams. It's like, and it says they're below that regulation of 0.3% based on the weight. Then the gummies are really strong.
Yeah.
So it gets around that, but they're trying to close that loophole right now. Like they're about to go through. I mean, here they're about to try to change. They're going to try to ban all any cannabinoids. So basically anything that's considered a cannabinoid. So like CBN, CBD, CBN, CBC, like any of the cannabinoids that can come from marijuana or hemp, they're going to ban them.
Come to Michigan.
Yeah.
Wow, man. I don't know how they look at the war on drugs and be like, we should do it harder. This is gonna work if we just keep trying it.
Yeah, like it didn't work before, but if we try it again,
we just got to throw another $1 billion.
Just tax it and let people enjoy it. I mean, I don't know. Like alcohol, like everyone can drink, so I mean, it's like the same thing, but actually, like I think safer. So, I mean, why is alcohol legal, but you can't smoke or eat or ingest anything with THC in it?
You can.
I think it's because
Michigan.
Well, yeah, I know in some states you can. I wish, man. I'm just think how many people can't though because of like their state laws.
Yeah.
It sucks.
I think it's because when they banned alcohol, federal agents started dying, and then when they banned marijuana, that didn't happen. That sounded like something different from what I meant. I am not advocating for violence against anybody, just to be totally clear.
Yeah. No, I understand.
Just history. We're talking history here.
Pure history.
Yeah. I don't know why they have such a big problem with just that one product. I mean, if they just regulated it,
it makes it safer anyway. Because like, don't you want the product that someone's gonna ingest or use to be considered safe? Free of pesticides, free of like any other type of pharmaceutical that could be mixed with it. It could even be a a chemical. I used to get carts on the black market, and I didn't know. You have no idea what was in those cartridges that you would smoke.
We used to hear this argument a lot. I worked really hard to get medical legalized in Michigan. I did a lot of activism for it.
Nice.
And that was an argument we used to hear all the time, that, we need to have it regulated. It'll make it safer. And the people who were saying it were the dispensary people.
Mhm.
Right. And I've always looked at it. There's two ways to make it legal. We can make it heavily regulated, heavily taxed, which is the path that we've decided to take. Or we could make it so that you could grow it right next to your tomatoes out in your garden, which is the path we should be taking with it.
Yeah.
And the only problem with that you came up with is if you're just going to somebody that you don't know and buying your weed. But if you're buying, let's face it, everybody who was buying weed on the black market, they almost always knew the person they were buying it from. It was almost always a friend of theirs, right? You knew the person you were buying.
You know the person, but you don't know the person they're buying it from, or the person that person's buying it from.
I get that, but what's happened here, like here in Michigan, is that you get growers. A lot of people are private growers. I was actually a medical grower for a little while. I quit doing it because I can't compete with the prices at the dispensaries anymore. But I forgot where I was going with this. Oh, these individual growers, a lot of these people are really good people. And again, most of them were friends of yours. They were people you knew. Yeah. And here's my grow room. We always told people, if they won't allow you into the grow room of the weed that they're growing for you to smoke and showing you exactly what they're doing, run. Right. But you can have a good grower without pesticides, without pests, and be able to trust those people just by being able to.
Well, I think hydroponics changed that a lot, where people were able to grow, high quality marijuana in a smaller environment, basically. So yeah, I agree with that, Kelley.
I'll argue hydroponics with you, but I always grew in dirt. So
yeah. Well,
I always grew organically in dirt. So
yeah, well, that's nice too, man. Yeah.
Yeah,
I just wish that you could be able to grow either way. Like, it should be legal, or you could have your own plants.
We had a really good system we called the KISS system, and it produced a really lot. If you set up your plants in a stadium setting with the lights, you could produce probably more than you could with hydroponics with our KISS system. So
that sounds interesting. Well, maybe one day it'll be legal here in Texas.
I grew for like 30 years.
Oh, wow.
And then statute of limitations is up on it, so I can say that now. But when we made medical legal here in Michigan, we started a club at our local library to teach people how to grow. Or you could get somebody else to grow for you, and a grower could take on 5 patients and grow 12 plants for each one of his patients. And that's what I was doing. I had 5 people I was growing for, plus myself. So I was able to keep 72 plants at my house.
Nice.
Which I never had that many.
That's a lot of work, man. I've gardened before, and not marijuana plants, but gardening in general.
Oh yeah. I can't imagine. Like, there's so much to gardening. I'll probably grow them all.
That was one of the reasons I quit. I was getting older. I got other things I'm doing. I can't keep up with it physically as much anymore. I'm doing more stuff like this instead. And it got to be so cheap at the dispensaries. I mean, it just wasn't worth it. I could go buy it from the dispensary for the same price it would cost me to grow it. So it just didn't make sense anymore to keep doing it. I got a bunch of equipment. Anybody need it?
Not in Texas, man. Yeah.
Got lights, got a hash making machine.
Yeah. Ask again after the stream.
Cool.
We might change the answer.
Oh man.
Oh man. Good stories. All right, guys. What do you think? Should we head out?
I think it's been a good run.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm starting to get low on drugs, so
He's got to continue his birthday bash.
Yeah, the stash is growing smaller.
I need to find some food and something to drink
I
as
need
well.
some food
Yeah,
too.
I feel that way.
But it's been great, everybody. The conversation,
thank you guys for having me.
everything. It's been a really good time. And Kelley, happy birthday, man.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. Thanks for doing this. Thanks for surprising me with all those people too. That was awesome.
That was all AJ. She's behind.
I was also
everything.
surprised.
I totally was, man.
I didn't know
I
they
had
were
to
coming.
pull some strings. Yeah.
That
Yeah,
was
it was
awesome.
fun. I'm glad that everybody was able to stop by and show you, that you're loved.
That was really awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So quickly before we head out, I'm gonna remind everybody. I'm looking at the schedule real quick. Okay, so Dan is going to be on Wednesday, the 19th at 7:30 Central, and then next Saturday, so next weekend, in the morning, actually at 11, we're gonna have Punk Apostate Brentley. So that's
Oh
gonna
yeah,
be
that's gonna be
fun.
fun.
Cool.
Yeah, that's gonna be cool. Um, yeah, for now, these are the people that I have lined up, but I'm planning on having more shows, and definitely will be fun to have you guys back
Yeah, I was gonna
again.
say whenever y'all want to do a show about any topic, let's pick
Right?
something and
Yeah,
do
Well,
it.
thanks.
Awesome. Yeah, I'd love
yeah.
to. Thank you, guys.
All right, so you can stick around for a second while we play the out song. Thank you, everybody, as always, for being here, and we'll see you next time.
So next time.